Chapter 1. Pain, heart-wrenching pain. Li Zixuan felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. He couldn't help but wonder, didn't I just drink a little too much last night? Why is my whole body in so much pain? I won't drink again even if I'm beaten to death. Li Zixuan was an engineering graduate student at an ordinary university. He majored in precision instruments. This year, he was already in his third year of master's degree and was about to graduate. His school was just an ordinary university in Beijing. Facing the army of job seekers after graduation and the sky-high housing prices in Beijing, Li Zixuan expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. Before graduation, a few of his roommates wanted to get together and have a farewell dinner. Li Zixuan, who had never drunk before, indulged himself this time and drank 2 bottles of beer. Then he swayed and passed out. At this time, Li Zixuan used all his strength to open his eyes. The scene in front of him shocked him. He was lying in a bamboo house. Through the small window beside the bed, he could see a small bamboo forest outside. He could also hear the sound of flowing water behind the house. F***ck, shouldn't I be sleeping in the school dormitory? How did I end up in the wilderness? Could it be that someone took advantage of me being drunk and abducted me to this wilderness to do some shameful things? My God, thinking of this, Li Zixuan's chrysanthemum tightened. He quickly glanced around to see if he had any clothes on his body. Phew, fortunately, I'm not naked. But these clothes don't look like the clothes I wore before. Sigh, but the air here is really good. It's 100 times fresher than the air in Beijing. Li Zixuan took a deep breath and felt that the PM2.5 in his heart and lungs were purified a lot. Unable to endure the thirst, Li Zixuan wanted to get up to find some water to drink. Just as he was about to use his arm to support himself, a sharp pain came from his arm. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, "Ouch!" Then his body fell heavily on the bed. His whole body suffered a destructive impact. Misfortunes never come singly. At this time, Li Zixuan also felt a sharp pain in his head. Pieces of memories that did not belong to him appeared in his mind, just like a movie. The physical and mental pain finally made Li Zixuan unable to endure the torture, and he gloriously fainted. After an unknown period of time, Li Zixuan finally woke up. Only then did he realize that he had encountered the melodramatic transmigration that was written in countless novels. Li Zixuan couldn't help but grumble, F***ck, I've been reading time travel novels every day. Who would have thought I'd encounter something like time travel? After sorting out the memories of this body, he discovered that this body actually had the same name as his. He was originally the only son of a wealthy merchant in Chang. Since childhood, he had been spoiled by his parents in every possible way. However, due to a congenital deficiency, he had been frail and sickly since childhood. His father, Li Zixuan, had visited all the famous doctors in Chang'an for him, but in the end, they were unable to cure him. Moreover, many famous doctors had said that Li Zixuan would definitely die young and would not live past the age of 8. How could Li Zixuan's father be willing to give up on his son? Later, he used his connections to invite an old imperial physician from the imperial medical department to treat him. The old imperial physician also said that Li Zixuan's weak body was incurable. However, if he could become the disciple of a master of internal energy and use internal energy to nourish his body, it might be able to make up for his congenital deficiency. Li Zixuan's father was originally a merchant. How could he know a true master of Jianghu? He used up all his wealth to invite a group of Jianghu swindlers. They were good enough to guard the house, but not a single one of them was proficient in internal energy. Seeing that his only son's health was deteriorating day by day, Li Zixuan's father was extremely anxious. Mrs. Li also washed her face with tears every day. When Li Zixuan was 6 years old, a white-haired old Daoist passed by the Li Zixuan residence to ask for a bowl of water. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Li Zixuan playing in the courtyard. Seeing that his lips were red and his teeth were white, he was honest and cute. However, his face was pale and his eyes revealed a hint of sickness. The old Daoist immediately felt tender affection for him. He told Li Zixuan's father that he was the great elder of the Celestial Master sect of Mount Longhu. His title was Spiritual Void. He had traveled to this place and saw that Li Zishuan was congenitally deficient. He wanted to take him in as a disciple and pass on his sex internal energy to nourish him. Although Li Zishuan's parents were reluctant to let their son go to a faraway place to learn martial arts, it was rare to see an expert of Mount Longhu. If they didn't seize this opportunity, their son's life might not be guaranteed. Therefore, Li Zishuan's father had Li Zishuan kowtow to his master and asked Spiritual Void to teach him well. In the mountains, time was unknown. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Li Zishuan had already learned martial arts, but his master was already on the verge of old age and his time was almost up. In the spring of the first year of Zhengguan, Spiritual Void passed away in meditation on Mount Longhu. Thinking of how his master had treated him like a master and a father for the past 8 years, Li Zishuan wept bitterly in front of his master's grave. After kneeling for a day and a night, Li Zishuan kowtowed and bid farewell to his master. He prepared to leave for Chang, and to visit his parents and then wander the Jianghu to become a chivalrous wanderer. Passing by Mount Zhongn, Li Zishuan heard the sound of fighting ahead of him. Thus, he concealed himself and sped forward. He saw over 20 masked men fighting with a dozen or so servants and guards. There was also a pink-draped carriage in the middle of the field. The battle was almost one-sided. In the blink of an eye, a few more servants and guards had died. Could it be that some family's young miss ran into bandits when she went out? Li Zishuan was too lazy to think more. He used the cloud-piercing steps, pulled out the long sword at his waist, and stabbed at a burly man who seemed to be the leader of the bandits. In the blink of an eye, the sword was like thunder, and it reached the back of the bandit's neck. The bandit leader was also a master. Feeling a strong wind coming from behind him, he was alarmed and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, a bloody mark was still left on his neck. The bandit leader steadied himself and looked at the attacker. It turned out to be a 14 or 15-year-old boy. He immediately shouted angrily, "Where did this little boy come from? How dare you meddle in my blood-wind stockade's business? Second brother, third brother, go and chop this little bastard up." In an instant, 2 bandits on the battlefield turned to attack Li Zishuan. However, Li Zishuan had been trained by Spiritual Void for 8 years and had learned the authentic Daoist mental cultivation method, Taishen Sutra. How could these bandits compare to him? In a short while, the 20 or so bandits were knocked down one by one. However, he did not take their lives, only seriously injuring them. Li Zishuan was slightly satisfied that he had achieved his goal of being chivalrous. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a pleasant female voice behind him, "Young hero, be careful." It turned out that during the fight, she had felt the sudden change in the battlefield outside and that someone had come to rescue her. The girl in the carriage had lifted the curtain and secretly watched from the side. At this moment, seeing that the battle situation had been settled, she was about to get off the carriage to thank this young hero when she caught a glimpse of the heavily injured bandit leader on the ground suddenly exploding and launching a palm strike at Li Zishuan's back. The girl was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale, and she hurriedly warned him. Li Zishuan was in no hurry to dodge and was sent flying to the side of the mountain path by the bandit's palm. However, the side of the mountain path was a very steep hill, about 100 meters high. Li Zishuan had just entered Jianghu and was sent flying off the cliff. When he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he was taken advantage of by a transmigrator. Li Zishuan painfully rubbed his head. He thought of his parents and girlfriend in his previous life. He really did not expect that after drinking some wine, he would be separated from them for 1,000 years. He could no longer go back. He could not help but feel sad. But this body is also quite unlucky. It originally had the life of a main character. Who would have thought that after practicing martial arts, it would die as soon as it entered Jianghu? It's because it doesn't have enough Jianghu experience. This hero saving a damsel in distress ended with his own death. He didn't even see what the beauty looked like. Tiske, don't you think it's a pity? Alright, regarding the previous owner of this body, Li Zishuan felt that this child had experienced enough twists and turns. He also had the aura of a main character. Originally, he had just mastered his martial arts and might have been famous in Jianghu very soon. However, he still lacked experience. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan found some comfort in his heart. In any case, he had been reborn. This brother had lost his life in order to be a hero and save a damsel in distress. He was much more miserable than he was. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the house. After a while, an old man with white hair and a white beard and wearing a Taoist robe appeared in front of Li Zishuan. "Hey, little Lang Jun, you're finally awake. Don't move first. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Let this poor Taoist take your pulse first." At first glance, Li Zishuan could not help but feel a sense of familiarity from the bottom of his heart when he saw this sage-like Taoist. Perhaps it was because the master of this body was a Taoist, but Li Zishuan also felt a sense of familiarity with Taoism. At this time, the old Taoist finished taking Li Zishuan's pulse and said to Li Zishuan, "Little Lang Jun, since you've woken up, you're fine. However, your injuries were quite serious. When this poor Taoist found you, there were many fractures on your body. You still need to rest for a month to fully recover." Li Zishuan hurriedly propped himself up and cupped his fists at the Daoist priest. "Junior Li Zishuan thanks Daoist priest for saving my life. May I ask for Daoist priest's name and where is this place?" "This is Zhongnan Mountain. This is the thatched cottage where this poor Taoist temporarily stayed when he was picking herbs. 5 days ago, this poor Taoist found you at the foot of the mountain. At that time, you were seriously injured and unconscious. This poor Taoist saw that you were still breathing and brought you back to the thatched cottage. Little Lang Jun, did you encounter some bandits? How could you be so seriously injured?" The Taoist priest leisurely went to the wooden basin in front of the door and washed his hands. He turned around and said, "This poor Taoist is Sun Simiao. Little Lang Jun, where do you live? Why did you come to this deep forest alone?" "Sun Simiao? The king of medicine Sun Simiao, who has lived for 14 emperors, saved countless people, and lived for 141 years? Damn, I've just crossed over and met such a powerful person. I'm so lucky. Do I also have a protagonist halo?" Li Zishuan was extremely shocked. After being stunned for a while, he respectfully clasped his hands to Sun Simiao and said, "So it's Dr. Sunday. I've been saving lives and healing the wounded for a long time. Countless people have admired you for a long time. Thank you for saving my life. If you have any orders in the future, I dare not refuse." Then he told Sun Simiao about how he was weak when he was young and how he followed his master to Mount Longhu to learn martial arts to strengthen his body. When he returned home, he encountered bandits and accidentally fell off a cliff. Hearing this, Sun Simiao did not expect this little Lang Jun to have such a chivalrous heart after experiencing so many twists and turns. He looked at Li Zishuan with some admiration. "Little Lang Jun, I didn't expect your life to be so rough. When I felt your pulse before, I felt that you seemed to be congenitally deficient. Fortunately, your internal strength is quite good. Little Lang Jun, you should rest here for a few days. There is still some rice in this house. I was summoned by His Majesty yesterday and will go to Chang'an today. Little Lang Jun, you can leave on your own after you've recovered. Don't worry, Taoist priest. I've mostly recovered and can take care of myself. In the future, Zishuan will definitely repay you for saving my life." "Ha, it's nothing. Little Lang Jun, you don't have to worry about me. I'll go first." Sun Simiao laughed heartily and turned to carry the medicine basket out of the door. Chapter 2. Phew, it's so hard to learn how to speak like an ancient person. Li Zishuan sighed as he watched Sun Simiao leave. According to the memory of his predecessor, Li Zishuan was currently living in the first year of Jingguan. Li Zishuan was still looking forward to this era. Thinking about the heavenly Khan, thinking about the tens of thousands of countries coming to court, and thinking about Chinatown in the United States 1,400 years later, Li Zishuan's heart was filled with passion. He couldn't wait to see this feudal dynasty that the Chinese people were most proud of. But why don't I have a cheat? Before transmigrating, Li Zishuan had read a lot of transmigration novels. The protagonists who transmigrated either came with an awesome system or had a photographic memory. They were familiar with many poems from the Tang dynasty and Song dynasty. When they had nothing to do, they would recite a poem and then countless beauties would throw themselves at them. Thinking about it made Li Zishuan salivate all over the floor. But why don't I have anything when I transmigrated? Li Zishuan was an engineering nerd in his previous life. After the college entrance examination, he returned all the poems from the Tang dynasty and Song dynasty to his language teacher. He could only vaguely remember some of the famous poems. Apart from writing programs, he usually went online to chat and play games. His girlfriends were all from the internet. Sigh, without a cheat, how can I survive in the Tang dynasty? Without a cheat, I have martial arts. Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that this body had been learning martial arts from a master for 8 years. Li Zishuan was energized. He forced himself to sit cross-legged on the bamboo couch and tried to meditate according to the method in his memory. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try. Who knew that the process would be so natural? He even recited the Taishan Sutra without any awkwardness. At this time, Li Zishuan felt as if countless small flames had sprung up in his lower abdomen. As he circulated the martial arts, these small flames seemed to have received instructions. They followed a specific path over and over again, swimming in his limbs and bones. Li Zishuan felt warm all over his body. The places where his arms and knees were fractured were a little itchy, making him want to scratch them. Resisting the urge to scratch the itch, Li Zishuan continued to use the method in his memory. After 36 cycles, Li Zishuan opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He looked up and saw that the sky was already dark. He couldn't help but sigh at how fast time passed. Feeling his body's condition, he could not help but widen his eyes in shock. His limbs no longer hurt as much as before, and he even felt his body brimming with strength. Didn't they say that it would take 100 days to recover from a serious injury? I fell down from the mountain and suffered multiple fractures. How could I recover in a few days? Could it be that running the Taishan Sutra could speed up the recovery of the injury? Unable to find any other reason, Li Zishuan could only attribute the recovery of his injuries to the miraculous Taishan Sutra. As a young man from the 21st century, Li Zishuan really didn't think that martial arts really existed. According to the memories of his predecessor, the Taishan Sutra was the top internal cultivation method in Jianghu. It was divided into 10 levels. Li Zishuan had practiced martial arts for 8 years and had already reached the 5th level. Just like that, his strength alone had the strength of 1,000 pounds. Li Zishuan's master, spiritual master Ling Su, had already reached the 9th level. His strength was one of the top masters in Jianghu. Phew, I didn't think that there would really be martial arts masters in this world like in TV dramas. Then I can be considered a hero in the future, ha! Li Zishuan excitedly thought. This Taishan Sutra is really a good thing. I have to practice diligently in the future and reach the 9th level as soon as possible. Then I can also go up and down. When I have nothing to do, I can go peek at some rich family's young lady. Goo. At this time, his stomach suddenly made 2 sounds of protest. Hey, I have to get up and get something to eat. Let's see what old son has here. Li Zishuan got up and walked towards the kitchen. There's only some flour and vegetables. There's no rice, no eggs, no chicken, duck, or fish. Good Lanru, looks like I can only eat 2 bowls of noodle soup. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was a child from the countryside. His family's conditions were not very good. As the saying goes, the children of the poor take charge of the family early. Li Zishuan had no problem cooking. Usually during the holidays, when he was with his little girlfriend, Wu Xiaoqian, he would cook because she liked to eat his cooking. In a small rented house of about 30 square meters, the two enjoyed the feeling of one person cooking and the other watching from the side. It felt like a small family. There was a touch of warmth. Forget it, I shouldn't think too much. Let's fill up my stomach first. After sighing with emotion for a while, Li Zishuan skillfully began to knead the dough. He rolled the dough, cut it into slices, boiled water, and then put it into the pot. After 5 minutes, he turned off the fire and put in some vegetables and salt. There was no oil, so he just ate it. After not eating for a day, Li Zishuan ate 3 big bowls of food before he put down his chopsticks with satisfaction. After cleaning up the dishes, Li Zishuan sat on the bamboo bed and began to think about what to do in the future. Become an official? Li Shimin had a lot of talented people under him. He had Feng Mao, Du Duan, Wei Jing, and the like. He also had Li Jing, Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin, and other generals. What can I do if I go? Besides, Li Zishuan was an otaku in his previous life. He was not good at interpersonal relationships. If he wanted to mix well in the government, how could he do it without some tricks of the world? Become a wanderer? This body's wish when he was alive was to go home to visit his parents and then roam the Jianghu to help the weak. Although his martial arts were not bad, there was always someone better than him. What if he met an old monster in the Jianghu who slapped him and made him die? It was not easy to be reborn, so he had to cherish his life. Besides, there were no trains or planes in this era. Going out was bumpy and tiring. Running back and forth was tiring. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan still felt that it was better to go home and be a rich family's son. After being reborn, Li Zishuan had lost the love and affection of his previous life. He cherished everything he had now even more. What was the use of living so hard to earn so much money in one life? Life was only a few decades. Many people came and went in a hurry, but they neglected the scenery of their journey. Li Zishuan decided that he would live well in this life. He would protect the people he cared about and live happily for the rest of his life. From the memories in his mind, Li Zishuan knew that his parents in this life loved him very much. In order to treat his illness when he was young, they did not hesitate to use up all their wealth. This made Li Zishuan very touched. Parents in the world were pitiful. The most selfless love in the world came from parents. Their love for their children was really unconditional. He could not help but think of his parents in his previous life. His father faced the yellow soil with his back to heaven and earth, digging for money in the soil to support his education. For more than 10 years, his father had never complained of hardship or tiredness. However, time was like a butcher's knife, urging people to age. No matter how much his father persevered, time still made his father's hair turn white and bent his waist. Thinking of his aging father, Li Zishuan felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Alas, it was not easy being a parent. Brother, go in peace. I will be filial to your parents. Dad, Mom, your son will not be able to go back. Take care of yourself over there. You don't have to support my education anymore. You don't have to work so hard. You have to live for yourself for the rest of your life. Zishuan is sorry. After making up his mind, Li Zishuan lay on the bamboo bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 3. In the early spring morning, the moist morning breeze crept in through the window, gently caressing Li Zishuan's handsome cheeks. Birds chirped happily outside the window, as if they were telling the joy of waking up early. The sun stretched lazily under the urging sounds of roosters crowing in the distance. Not long after, the first ray of golden light pierced through the clouds. Half an hour later, the sunlight finally passed through the window and shone on Li Zishuan's face. Feeling the dazzling light, Li Zishuan finally woke up. Oh, what time is it? Quickly wash up and go to the cafeteria to eat. Habitually, he reached under his pillow to take out his phone to check the time. Naturally, he found nothing. Ah, I forgot that I've already transmigrated. Hey, Tang Dynasty, your brother is here. Since he was already here, Li Zishuan felt that his mental state today was quite good. He could go and see this strange world. But the bedboard was really hard. Oh, my old waist. After sitting cross-legged on the bed and circulating the Taishin Sutra for 2 cycles, Li Zishuan got up and walked to the stream behind the house to wash his face. He looked down. Wow, who is this pretty boy? He's so handsome. The reflection of the handsome guy in the water had fair skin. His facial features were delicate and youthful, but they were sharp and angular. His eyes revealed a sense of fortitude, and he had a unique kind of ethereal handsomeness, unlike the male idols in the future. He was about 1.78 meters tall, and he was wearing a white suit, looking handsome and spirited. I didn't expect to be reborn as a handsome guy. This face, this body, if placed in the future, it would completely crush those little fresh meats. Life is really lonely. I can obviously rely on my face to make a living, but I have martial arts skills and a belly full of talent. How can others live with this? Li Zishuan, shamelessly narcissistic for a while, then squatted down, cupped the clear water of the stream, and washed his face. After washing up, he hastily made some food. After breakfast and cleaning up the dishes, Li Zishuan picked up his long sword and went out. This sword was called Wind-Chasing Sword. The sword was 3 feet long and weighed 42 pounds. It was made of extraterrestrial iron and could really cut iron like mud. Compared to the current smelting technology of the Tang dynasty, this sword had an absolute advantage. Wind-Chasing Sword was originally obtained by his master, spiritual master Lingxiu, in his later years when he traveled in Jianghu. Later, when Li Zishuan reached the primary level of the Taixin Sutra, his master passed the Wind-Chasing Sword to him. Seeing this sword, the sword. If only his master was still here. In the early spring, Zhongnan Mountain was lush with greenery and beautiful scenery. Walking on the mountain path, one could feel the vigorous vitality of the entire mountain forest after the harsh winter. Li Zishuan rushed toward Chang and city according to the direction in his memory. Well, I don't have a horse. This Mount Zhongnan should be at least 100 miles away from Chang. It would take more than a day to walk. The Tang dynasty seemed to have a curfew. If I can't reach Chang, and before dark, I can only stay outside the city for a night. Thinking of the curfew in Chang, and Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel anxious. Although this season wasn't as cold as the winter, the early spring nights were still quite cold. Yes, I'm someone who knows martial arts. How could I forget? Patting his head, Li Zishuan became excited again. His way of thinking was still stuck in the modern world. He had to adapt quickly. It was a good opportunity to try out the feeling of the martial arts masters in the TV series using Qinggong. Everyone had a martial arts dream when they were young. They hoped that one day they could easily jump 2 feet high, walk on snow without leaving a trace, and float on water with their iron palms. I digress. Li Zishuan used all his strength to use the cloud-piercing steps. The trees on both sides quickly retreated. This speed is too fast. This should be equivalent to the speed of a motorcycle. I think I'll reach Chang'an by noon. Feeling the speed of the wind, Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He secretly used the Taixin Sutra to recover his inner breath. At noon, Li Zishuan finally saw the majestic Chang'an city in front of him. He saw the towering city walls. On the city walls stood a row of soldiers. Outside the city gates, there was an endless stream of people and merchants. From afar, he could see the towering buildings in the city. Rows upon rows of pavilions. What a prosperous scene. Following the flow of people, he successfully entered Chang'an city. Chang'an city was divided into more than 100 residential areas by 38 streets, which were called squares. Each residential area was surrounded by a wall. According to his memory, the Li family lived in Yongla Lane. Entering the city through the illustrious Virtue Gate, Li Zishuan headed north. Looking at the endless stream of people wearing ancient costumes on the streets, Li Zishuan felt as if he was in a costume drama. Wow, the girl in front of me has such a beautiful figure. The girl in front of him had long hair that reached her waist. Her waist was slender and her hips were full. She wore an orange open-collar dress that reached her ankles. As the dress was low, he could vaguely see the deep cleavage of the girl's breasts. Beauties in ancient costumes are still the best. Li Zishuan loved beauties in ancient costumes in his previous life. He even bought a similar open-collar dress for his girlfriend. His girlfriend looked even prettier in it. Looking at the beauties along the way, he rushed to Yongla Lane. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan entered the gate of Yongla Lane and walked towards his home. At the same time, in the backyard of the Li family. Miss, slow down. A 13 or 14-year-old maid was chasing a little girl who was pulling a kite. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She looked like she was carved from jade. Her hair was tied in 2 pigtails. She was pulling a butterfly kite and running happily. Not far away, a couple was looking at the little girl lovingly. Master, look, is always like a crazy girl. She can't stay idle. The older man patted the woman's shoulder and smiled. Madam, is still young. It's fine as long as she's happy. This old man's biggest wish in life is for Madam and the children to be happy. Children, the purple-clothed woman's beautiful eyes trembled. Master, I wonder how Xian'er is. It's been 8 years and hasn't sent a letter home. I wonder if this child's body has recovered. That's right, this couple was Li Zishuan's parents. Li Zishuan's father was Li Jingma and his mother was Yi Yuzhu. Li Jingma's heart trembled when he heard his wife's words. A trace of sadness appeared on his face but was immediately concealed. Yuzhu, you don't have to worry. I've asked around these years. Spiritual Master Ling Su is a true expert. I heard that he's one of the top internal experts in Jianghu. It's a rare opportunity for Xian to be his disciple. If he can't save Xian I don't think anyone else in this world can. At this moment, a young servant hurriedly ran over and bowed. Master, madam, there's a young man outside the manor. He says he's Li Zishuan and wants to see you. What did you say that young man was called? Madam Li asked the young servant with a face full of excitement. Her voice trembled. She said he was called Li Zishuan. The servant was also frightened by his wife's excitement and replied reflexively. Madam Li ran excitedly to the manor door. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to see her child as soon as possible. Even Li Jingma couldn't keep up with her speed. Sometimes, a mother's love could make a mother burst forth with immeasurable strength. The little girl called Lan also noticed the commotion. Seeing her mother leave in a hurry, she hurriedly followed behind. Chapter 4. A quarter of an hour ago, Li Zishuan had been standing in front of the Li mansion for a long time. His emotions were complicated. He was excited to return home, but he was also worried about meeting his parents in this life. Although his soul didn't belong to this era, he couldn't give up the family bond of blood. In this life, Li Zishuan had been away from home for 8 years. Now that the soul of another era was in his body, Li Zishuan was worried that his parents in this life might notice something. Li Zishuan paced back and forth in front of the Li mansion for a long time. The servants in front of the gate looked at him strangely. If it weren't for the fact that Li Zishuan was handsome and didn't look like a vicious person, they would have taken him to the authorities long ago. Li Zishuan finally calmed down and walked toward the gatehouse, as if there was another force in his body pushing him into the Li mansion. Is your master and madam home? Li Zishuan didn't remember seeing this gatehouse before. He probably entered the Li mansion after he left home when he was young. Even if this gatehouse was an old member of the family, he probably wouldn't recognize Li Zishuan after so many years. Seeing Li Zishuan's stately appearance, the gatekeeper was afraid that he was a young master of some family, so he didn't dare to be rude. He said, "My master and madam are here. What business does young master have with my master and madam? This humble one will go and inform them. My name is Li Zishuan. I have something to discuss with your master and madam. You can go and inform them." Not long after, a beautiful woman in purple walked quickly to the gate. Looking at the woman in front of him, time didn't leave many traces on her face. However, many strands of silver could be seen in her beautiful hair. Blood was thicker than water. Mother and son were connected by heart. Even if their souls didn't belong to this era, Li Zishuan could still feel the silent call in his heart. He was very sure that this was his mother. Mrs. Li was also very excited at this moment. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, she could vaguely see the shadow of his childhood on his face. More importantly, her intuition told her that this was her son, and she didn't need any other proof. After staring at each other for a long time, Li Jingma finally caught up. Li Zishuan looked at the weathered couple in front of him and saw the deep love in their eyes. He thought of his parents in his previous life. He couldn't help kneeling on the ground and holding back the tears that were about to fall. "Father, mother, your son is unfilial. I left home for 8 years and was unable to serve you both." With tears in her eyes, Madame Li Zishuan hurriedly knelt down and hugged Li Zishuan. "My Xian, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. My son has grown taller, but your face is still the same as when you were young. It's just that you've lost some weight." As she spoke, she stroked Li Zishuan's cheeks with both hands. Li Jingma's face was also filled with excitement. He kept turning his head and using his long sleeve to wipe his tears. He kept muttering, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." The family of 3 played out a heartwarming scene of mother and son reuniting in front of the door. The servant who went in to report just now was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this young man to be his young master. He thought to himself, I've never heard that master and madam have a son. But fortunately, I didn't treat the young master rudely. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the Li family anymore. The little servant couldn't help but feel proud of his quick-wittedness. Father, mother, who is this uncle? Uncle is already so old and still crying. Shame, 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 Lon, who didn't cry when I was 4. A childish voice suddenly interrupted this heartwarming scene, causing the warm atmosphere to become stifled. It turned out that Lan Er's legs were too short to keep up with her parents' speed. Now that she finally arrived at the door, she saw her mother and a young man hugging and crying. This man was obviously much older than Lan Er and was also much taller than Lan. But why was he crying at such a big age? Lan Er was puzzled. But she remembered that her parents had taught her to be polite when meeting outsiders. Thus, she said that sentence. Li Jingma's face was full of black lines. His son had suddenly become his daughter's uncle for no reason. What the hell was going on? Li Zishuan also had an awkward expression on his face, but it wasn't because the little girl had called him uncle. After all, the soul in this body was 25 years old, and this little girl looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old. In his previous life, Li Mingze was often called uncle by children of this age. What made Li Zishuan feel awkward was that he was being looked down upon by a little girl. He raised his head and looked at the little girl who was at the door. The little girl was leaning on the door frame and looking at him curiously with wide eyes. She looked very cute. Li Zishuan was also a little puzzled. Whose family did this little girl belong to? Why was she at his house? Don't talk nonsense. This is your brother. Mrs. Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she scolded the little girl. She turned around and smiled at Li Zishuan. Xian, this is your little sister. She was born the 2nd year after you went to Mount Longhu. She's almost 6 years old. Your father and I named her Li Zilin. Hurry up and greet your brother. Li Zilin. It seems that my parents have been thinking about me all these years. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart when he heard his little sister's name. Li Zilin's little face was full of smiles. She ran over and grabbed her mother's hand. She pointed at Li Zishuan and said, Mother, is this Lan Er's brother? Why didn't you play with Lan Er before? Why is brother so much taller than Lan? Li Zishuan's 1.78-meter height didn't look like a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Looking at this cute little sister in front of him, Li Zishuan's heart also melted. He also secretly blamed the previous owner of this body. After leaving home for 8 years, he actually didn't come home to visit and only knew how to cultivate. He completely didn't fulfill his responsibility as a son and as a brother. He went forward and hugged Li Zilin. He smiled and rubbed his little sister's bun head. Be good. I'm Lan Er's big brother. Big brother used to be busy and couldn't come home. Now that I'm back, can you play with Lan Er every day? And Lan Er can also grow to be as tall as big brother if I eat more. Hearing that there was someone to play with her in the future, Lan Er excitedly waved her hands. Really? Lan Er wants to fly a kite. Lan Er also wants to go to Shi City to buy sweets, mud carts, and dolls. Big brother, will you accompany Lan Er? Accompany. Big brother will fly a kite with Lan Er in the afternoon. Tomorrow, big brother will accompany Lan Er to Shi City to buy things. Lan Er wants to pinky swear with big brother. Okay, let's pinky swear. 100 years, no changes. Looking at the harmonious relationship between the siblings, Li Jingma and his wife were gratified. Their son, who had left home for 8 years, was finally back. The family of 4 was finally reunited. The two of them hadn't been as happy as they were today for more than 10 years. Their faces were glowing as if they were a few years younger. Xian, quickly go in. Tell your mother how you've been all these years. Mrs. Li quickly walked forward and pulled Li Zishuan into the front hall of the Li family. Yes, mother. Chapter 5. In the front hall of the Li estate. Xian, how's your body? Do you still need to go to Mount Longhu to cultivate after you return? Li Zishuan's mother asked hopefully as she held onto Li Zishuan's hand, afraid that her son would leave her again in a few days. Mother, I've already made some progress in my cultivation. Master said that my weak body is no longer a problem and that I don't need to go to Mount Longhu anymore. I can just cultivate at home. That's great, that's great. Master, Xian'er's body is fine. He doesn't need to leave us anymore. Li Jingma's mother said happily, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Jingma was also very happy and couldn't help but want to laugh to the heavens, but he forced himself to hold it in. However, the slight smile on his lips betrayed the uncontrollable joy in his heart. He held onto his wife's hand and patted it lightly, trying to calm her down. Madam, you can finally rest easy now. He then looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously, Xian, it's all thanks to your master that you're where you are today. Although our Li family is a merchant family, we still need to know how to repay kindness. Your master saved your life, so you must be filial to him in the future. Do you hear me? Hearing the mention of his master, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. He recalled the bits and pieces of his memories. Towards the master of this body that he had never met, Li Zishuan still held a lot of respect. Father, master has already passed away half a month ago. Hearing this, Li Jingma and Li Zishuan were both shocked and saddened. After a long while, Li Jingma got up and patted Li Zishuan on the shoulder, saying in a deep voice, Xian, don't be too sad. When you have time in the future, bring me to your master's grave so that I can pay my respects. Your master is our Li family's great benefactor. Li Zishuan nodded heavily. Master, madam, it's time for lunch. At this time, a servant girl dressed in green came to the front of the hall. I was too busy talking. Xian, you must be hungry. Xiao He, tell the kitchen not to serve the food yet. I still need to make some of Xian'er's favorite dishes. Li Jingma's mother stood up and ordered the servant girl. Yes, madam. Xiao He hurriedly accepted the order and left. Xian, sit here and talk to your father for a while. Mother will be back soon. Mother wants to eat candied fruit pastries. Lan hurriedly requested from behind. Okay, mother will make it for you. Li Zishuan's mother went to the kitchen to cook. In the living room, Li Jingma picked up his teacup and took a sip. Xian, come and tell your father how you've been on Mount Longhu all these years. Hearing his father's question, Li Zishuan told him some of the important things that happened in his 8 years of learning martial arts. Of course, he didn't mention that he almost fell to his death on the way back. He just said that he encountered a group of bandits in Zhongnan Mountains and was slightly injured. Father, how has the family been all these years? Father spent so much money to treat my illness when I was young. Has the family business been affected? Hearing that his son was concerned about him, Li Jingma's father felt gratified. He slowly recalled, back then Xian, your health was deteriorating day by day. I only hoped that you would recover soon. I didn't have the heart to take care of the shops and restaurants in Shi City. The other owners took the opportunity to suppress us, and the businesses of those shops became worse and worse. I simply sold off those silk and clothing shops to treat your illness. Later on, your master said that he could teach you inner strength to nurse your body and bring you to Mount Longhu to practice martial arts to strengthen your body. Only then did I have nothing to worry about and began to manage the shops again. Li Jingma's father paused for a moment, then took a sip of tea and continued, those people who coveted your father's shops didn't even take a look at the meat in my bowl. Humph, to think that I, Li Jingma, started from scratch and was able to establish such a large family business. Why would I be afraid of them? Less than 2 years after you left home, I crushed those shops that were suppressing us. Speaking up to this point, Li Jingma smiled confidently and released a strong and domineering aura. Li Zishuan didn't expect his father to be so powerful. In modern times, he would be a proper business tycoon. It seemed that he could be content to be a rich second-generation heir in the future. He hadn't experienced the life of a rich family in his previous life. Li Zishuan was secretly pleased with himself for being born into a good family in this life. Who knew that his father would sigh again and say, I'm not afraid of my business enemies. I can defeat them, but time is unforgiving. I'm already 48 years old this year, and my physical strength is much worse than before. Xian, I still need you to take care of this family business in the future. He couldn't be cool for more than 3 seconds. Li Zishuan still didn't want to inherit the family business so soon. It would be great to be a rich second-generation heir. He hurriedly said, "Father, you're only 48 years old and in the prime of your life. I've been staying at Mount Longhu all these years and rarely come into contact with the ways of the world. How can I help you take care of your business? Wait for me to learn from you for 2 years, then I'll help share your burdens. At least wait for me to experience the life of a rich second-generation heir for 2 years," Li Zishuan thought to himself. Father Li thought for a while and felt that his son's words made sense. He said, "All right, then we'll wait for 2 years. Master, Xian, it's time to eat." At this moment, Li Zishuan's mother walked in with a group of servant girls carrying bowls and plates. She said to Li Zishuan, "Xian, come quickly. Mother made your favorite base soup, mutton soup, and roast chicken. Come and try it. There's also Lan's candied fruit pastries," the little girl hurriedly said. There's everything. Lang, you're a little greedy cat." Mother Li chuckled. The family sat down one by one. Looking at the dozen or so dishes in front of him, Li Zishuan realized that most of them were steamed or boiled. There were no stir-fried dishes. It seemed that stir-frying wasn't popular in the Tang dynasty. In fact, stir-frying had been invented long ago, but it hadn't been popularized. One of the main reasons was the lack of edible vegetable oil, mainly sesame oil. The earliest introduction of sesame oil could be traced back to the Western Han dynasty, but it hadn't been popularized. The main cooking methods of the Tang dynasty were still roasting, steaming, and boiling. Although they weren't stir-frying, these dishes smelled pretty good. Li Zishuan hadn't eaten properly when he was unconscious for a few days. Seeing these dishes stimulated his appetite, he lowered his head and began to eat. "Big brother, try Lan's candied fruit pastries. Mother's candied fruit pastries are delicious." The little girl picked up a piece of candied fruit pastries and stood up. It took her a lot of effort to place it in Li Zishuan's bowl. Of course, there was a trace of reluctance on her face, like a child giving away her favorite food to someone else. It was very cute. Thank you, Lan. What do you want to eat? Big brother will help you get it." Looking at the candied fruit pastries in the bowl and the expression on his little sister's face, Li Zishuan was very happy. It was good to be home. Lan also wants to eat fish. Mother's fish is also very delicious, but there are bones in the fish. It will hurt Lan's throat. Lan looked at the fish on the table. She had an expression of wanting to eat it, but she was also afraid. "Hey, what's so difficult about that? Look at Big Brother." Li Zishuan picked up a piece of fish breast. There were fewer bones here. He infused his internal energy into the chopsticks. With a light shake, a few fish bones flew onto the table. Then he dipped the fish into the fish soup and placed it in his little sister's bowl. "Here, Lan, eat quickly. This piece of fish has no bones." The maids and servants at the side opened their mouths in shock. Looked at her brother with eyes full of admiration. She clapped her hands excitedly. "Wow, Big Brother is so awesome." Father Li and Mother Li were also dumbfounded. Using internal energy to eat a meal. The two elders really didn't know what to say. Since ancient times, there had probably been no one who ate fish like this. If spiritual master Ling Su saw Li Zishuan using his martial arts here, he would probably climb out of his grave in anger and beat him up. However, Li Zishuan didn't care about this. As long as he could make his little sister happy, this was nothing. This young master had martial arts, so he was willful. Chapter 6. After the meal. "Mother, I'm going to take a bath and take a nap." Last night, old son's bed was too hard, and Li Zishuan did not sleep well. He started to feel sleepy after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Li Zishuan tried to convince himself. Isn't there a saying that spring fatigue leads to autumn fatigue and hibernation? Yes, Mother has been getting people to tidy up your courtyard every day for the past few years. You can go there directly. Mother will assign 2 of my maids to your side and let them serve you. Xiaoxi, did you hear that? In the future, the 2 of you must serve Xian, with all your heart. Mother Li said to the two pretty maids beside her. Yes, madam. The two maids hurriedly bowed and agreed. Their eyes were filled with joy. Their young master's martial arts was strong and he was handsome. All the maids in the residence were lining up to serve their young master. They didn't expect madam to send them. Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it he didn't say it. He was used to living a poor life. In the past, it was always him serving his girlfriend. Now that he suddenly had two pretty maids serve him, he was really not used to it. However, this was a feudal society. He didn't want to be too different. Besides, he didn't want to reject his mother's good intentions over such a small matter. Of course, there was another reason. These two maids were really beautiful. Li Zishuan also didn't want to reject them. Although they couldn't be eaten, the two maids were only 13 or 14 years old. Li Zishuan wasn't that beastly, they were still pleasing to the eye. Of course, the cold and inwardly passionate Li Zishuan would never admit that the last reason was the main reason. Yes, mother. I'll go back to my room. Li Zishuan turned around and said to his little sister, I'll go back to my room. When I wake up, I'll fly a kite with Lan. Yes, brother, you have to keep your promise. Although Lan didn't want her brother to go, she still let him go to sleep when she saw his tired face. The Li residence occupied a large area. It was a courtyard with 4 entrances. Li Zishuan lived in a small courtyard on the west side. He looked at the artificial mountains and ponds in the courtyard, the pavilions and terraces, and the corridors. Li Zishuan was deeply moved. In his previous life, he couldn't even afford to buy a place the size of a toilet in Beijing. He didn't expect that he would be able to live in such an antique supermansion. Even the small courtyard that he lived in was more than 10 times larger than those luxurious villas in his previous life. Sigh, having a rich father sure is great. Xiaohe, go get the kitchen to boil some water and bring it to my room. I want to take a bath. Li Zishuan began his depraved life of having everything served to him. Yes, young master. Xiaohe, who was behind him, quickly responded. Then she lifted her green dress and lightly trotted toward the kitchen. After a while, the kitchen staff brought the hot water over. Li Zishuan walked back to his room. What are you two doing here? Get out. Seeing the two girls following him in, Li Zishuan was speechless and hurriedly chased them away. Young master, this servant will help you bathe. Xiaohe blushed and hurriedly argued. Li Zishuan looked at the two pretty girls. Xiaohe was wearing a light green dress. Her two big eyes were very cute. Her chest was rather low, but he couldn't see her cleavage. He could only see the outline of 2 little buns. They hadn't started to develop yet. Xiaohe was wearing a light yellow dress. There was already a faint cleavage on her chest. At this moment, her face was blushing. Heh, this is a shy girl. Facing these 2 cute little girls, Li Zishuan, who had always liked to look at beauties in ancient costumes in his previous life, really wanted to let them in at this moment. Forcefully suppressing the desire in his heart, Li Zishuan still drove the 2 little girls out. Go, go, go. I'll bathe myself. He was really afraid that if he let them in, he wouldn't be able to resist eating them up. Although he wasn't a lolicon, he couldn't resist such temptation. The 2 girls who were chased out looked at each other. They didn't understand why the young master would refuse their service. One had to know that the 2 of them had mustered up a lot of courage to suggest serving the young master in his bath. Inside the room, Li Zishuan quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub. Facing his little brother, Li Zishuan said with disdain, Tisk, you still don't have enough self-control. It's just 2 little girls who haven't grown up yet and you're already so excited. Look at you. After taking a comfortable bath, he felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep on the soft mattress. Xiaohe, why didn't the young master let us bathe? Outside the door, Xiaohe was still thinking about the matter of being rejected as she whispered to Xiaohe. How would I know? Is it because the young master doesn't like us to serve him? Xiaohe was a little worried. In this era, the maids didn't have any human rights. If they made the master unhappy, it was common for them to be sold to the brothel. Master and Madame Li were very kind to the maids. If the young master didn't like them, they wouldn't have a good life in the residence in the future. That's not it. Xiaohe, you're so pretty and have such big breasts. Why wouldn't the young master like you? I saw the young master sneaking glances at your breasts just now. Xiao He smiled mischievously at Xiao Shi. Li Zishuan didn't expect that Xiao He could still see through his deeply hidden eyes. Xiao Shi instantly blushed from her neck to her ears. She went up and scratched Xiao He. Xiao He, you're talking nonsense again. Xiao He giggled and quickly pinched Xiao Shi's arm to stop her from scratching herself. Xiao Shi, stop scratching. I won't say any more. Let's be quiet and not wake the young master up. Don't worry. I think it's not that the young master doesn't like us. It's just shy. I saw the young master blushing just now. Li Zishuan had a dream. In the dream, his girlfriend was crying. No matter how he coaxed her, she wouldn't stop crying. He was so anxious that he was sweating. His heart ached. In his previous life, Li Zishuan was neither tall nor handsome. He was also poor. However, his cute and petite girlfriend never left him. She was very attached to him. He was very grateful to her. They were together for 5 years. He had always doted on his girlfriend. Even if they quarreled sometimes, Li Zishuan would definitely apologize to his girlfriend and make her happy within an hour. Looking at his girlfriend in front of him crying without saying anything, Li Zishuan was really heartbroken. He couldn't stop his tears anymore. Brother, why are you crying again? Brother, don't cry. Lan, or will give you all my delicious food. A crisp and tender voice woke Li Zishuan up from his dream. It turned out that Lan was bored by herself. She was very excited when she thought that her brother would accompany her to fly a kite in the afternoon. However, when she saw that her brother hadn't woken up yet, she came over to take a look. Who knew that her brother's eyes were closed but he was still crying? Lan immediately became anxious. Looking at his cute little sister in front of him, Li Zishuan realized that he was just dreaming. He couldn't help but think of the dream just now. He thought of his girlfriend's helpless crying. Perhaps that dream was real. He had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Then he must have lost his soul and died. If his girlfriend knew about this, she would cry even more sadly than in the dream. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan's heart was ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing her brother staring blankly at her after waking up, Lan pulled Li Zishuan's arm worriedly. Seeing the unconcealable worry on Lan's tender face, Li Zishuan secretly scolded himself for being a bastard. No matter how sad he was, he shouldn't let such a young sister worry about him. As for his ex-girlfriend Xiao Qian, Li Zishuan could only silently say in his heart, Xiao Qian, I'm sorry. If I could go back, I would definitely go back to find you. However, I really can't go back. I hope that you can quickly walk out of this shadow and find your next happiness. If Xiao Qian also came to the Tang dynasty, how great would that be? I would definitely marry you. However, his girlfriend obviously couldn't come to the Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan could only silently say goodbye to her in his heart. In the previous life, goodbye. Brother is fine. Let's go. Brother will bring you to fly a kite. After thinking it through, Li Zishuan carried Lan and left. Chapter 7. The next day. Early in the morning, before dawn, the morning drum on the gate tower of the Taiji Palace in Chang had already sounded. Then, drum towers on the streets facing the north and south followed one after another. The sound of the drums spread from inside to outside. The gates of the palace and the gates of the markets were opened one after another. A new day had begun. The people and merchants of Chang had begun a new day of bustling. At the same time, more than 100 temples in the city began to ring the morning bell. The sound of bells and drums intertwined, trying to wake up the whole city. But there was still one person who had not been woken up. It was Li Zishuan, who was still sleeping in his bed. As a glorious second-generation rich man, why did he get up so early? In the east courtyard of the Li mansion. At the moment, Mrs. Li was helping Li Jingma dress. Madam, I'm going to check the accounts of the clothing store in the West Market today. I won't be back at noon. You can eat first. Why did you suddenly want to check the accounts today? Mrs. Li asked curiously. Nothing, just a sudden whim. Li Jingma seemed to not want to say more. He was about to wash up when he suddenly paused as if he had thought of something. He frowned and said, Why hasn't Xian gotten up yet? Isn't he a martial artist? Shouldn't he get up early to practice martial arts? Would his master allow him to get up so late? Hey, why are you pinching me? What a scandal! Humph, Xian has suffered so much outside for so many years. What's wrong with enjoying life when he finally comes back? Are you still his father? You don't know how to care for your son at all. Mrs. Li pinched Li Jingma's soft waist with hatred. Okay, let go of me. I won't ask any more, okay? Let the brat sleep for as long as he wants. Li Jingma finally escaped from the clutches of the devil. He immediately walked out of the door, muttering as he walked. Unreasonable. Since ancient times, loving mothers have spoiled their sons. Mrs. Li naturally ignored Li Jingma. Since she had taken advantage of him physically, she would let him take advantage of her mouth. Otherwise, he would feel unbalanced, Mrs. Li thought. Late in the morning, in the west courtyard of the Li mansion, Li Zishuan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt his body sink as if something heavy was on him. He hurriedly opened his eyes. What he saw was a little angel in a pink dress sitting on top of him. Big brother is such a lazy bum. It's already so late in the morning and he's still not awake. Lan is already awake. As she spoke, she stretched out her small hand to pull Li Zishuan's cheek, giggling mischievously. All right, since Lan dares to ride on Big Brother, let's see how Big Brother will deal with you. After saying that, he straightened his body and put his hands under Lan's armpits, throwing her high into the air. Then, when she was about to fall onto the bed, he used his hands to cushion her fall. Lan immediately screamed in fright. She used her hands and feet to move around. After landing on the bed, Lan immediately got off the bed. She pouted and frowned. She shouted at Li Zishuan, "Smelly brother, will never talk to you again." After saying that, she was afraid that Li Zishuan would throw her again, so she quickly ran away. This little girl. Amused by Lan's cute expression, Li Zishuan began to get up and put on his clothes. At this moment, Xiao He and Xiao Shi hurriedly walked in from the outer room. There was a trace of a smile in their eyes. It was obvious that they had heard the sound of the siblings fooling around outside. "Young master, let us servants help you put on your clothes." Not allowing Li Zishuan to reject, the two little girls came up and got busy. Xiao He supported Li Zishuan's arms from behind while Xiao Shi helped him put on his clothes. As he was much taller than the two little girls, Xiao Shi had to stand on her tiptoes to be able to stand on his shoulders. Li Zishuan could even see the beads of sweat on Xiao Shi's nose. This little girl must be very nervous at this moment. After putting on his outer clothes, Xiao Shi bent down to help Li Zishuan fasten his belt. As she was bending over, Xiao Shi's well-developed body revealed a deep ravine. Li Zishuan's eyes inadvertently glanced down and saw this bloody scene. Seeing such an erotic scene early in the morning, this little brother naturally had to show his respect. Seeing the little tent below, Xiao Shi's tender face was so red that it was about to bleed. Before a servant was sold to a rich family by a broker, they would naturally be exposed to some kind of education. Li Zishuan was also extremely embarrassed at this moment. Cough, cough, it's a natural reaction, a natural reaction. Xiao Shi, don't think too much. You have to keep your thoughts pure like this young master. With this, Xiao Shi became even more flustered. When Xiao He heard her young master's strange words, she curiously looked at Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi immediately hurriedly helped Li Zishuan fasten his belt and hurriedly ran away. Young master, why did Xiao Shi run away? Seeing her good sister running away in a sorry state, Xiao He curiously asked. Cough, cough, nothing much. She was probably captivated by this young master's handsome appearance. Of course, Li Zishuan could not tell the truth. How beastly would he be if he had a reaction towards a 13-year-old girl? He could only shamelessly explain to Xiao He. Xiao He could not help but laugh out loud. Although her young master was indeed very handsome, who would praise himself like this? Her young master's skin was really thick. Xiao He silently cursed. If Li Zishuan could hear her, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. I am still a pure and innocent little virgin. How am I thick-skinned? Is it really okay for you to secretly talk about your young master like this? After breakfast, he greeted his mother and went to find Lan. He had promised to bring her to Shi City yesterday, so he could not go back on his words. When he arrived at the backyard, he saw Lan playing on the swing. When Lan saw her brother walking over, she pouted and lightly snorted. She turned her head and did not look at him anymore. This little girl was still angry about what happened in the morning. What a proud little loli. Xiao, let's go. Today, this young master will bring you two to Shi City. I heard that a group of Persian people came recently. They even know how to perform magic and can make living people disappear. Let's go. I will bring you two to broaden your horizons. After saying that, Li Zishuan was about to walk out of the courtyard. Although Lan did not look over, her ears were always listening to the movements here. Originally, she was still waiting for her brother to come over and apologize to her. When she heard her brother's words, she immediately could not sit still. I want to go too. Stinky brother, you promised to bring Lan to Shi City to buy things yesterday. You didn't keep your word. Lan immediately chased after Li Zishuan and angrily said, didn't Lan say this morning that she would not talk to me anymore? As long as brother brings Lan to Shi City, Lan will forget about the past and forgive brother for now. Lan's expression was saying that she was giving him face, so he should not fail to appreciate her kindness. Li Zishuan was defeated by this little girl's expression. Alright, let's go. Let's go to Shi City. San Bao, Fu, the two of you follow us to Shi City. Look after the young miss and don't get lost. When they reached the entrance of the residence, Li Zishuan saw the two young servants who were guarding the door yesterday. As for their names, it was Xiao He who told him their names yesterday. Yes, young master. The two young servants had a happy expression. Going shopping with the young master was more interesting than guarding the door. Just like that, the group of people went out. Chapter 8. Shops were not allowed on the streets of Cheng. The imperial court had specially designated two areas for trading. These were the eastern and western markets. The eastern market was considered a domestic market. There were more than 220 types of goods sold there, including rare treasures from all over the world. The western market was an international market, also known as the Golden Market. There were close to 1,000 shops that traded goods. It was the largest and most prosperous international market at that time. Yongle Lane, where the Li family lived, was closer to the eastern market than the western market. They had to pass through 5 lanes. Fortunately, they had nothing to do. Li Zishuan led a group of people to the western market. At the same time, they could admire the authentic ancient architecture of the Tang dynasty. Brother is tired. After walking for a short distance, Lan grabbed Li Zishuan's hand and refused to move forward. Li Zishuan, who was admiring the ancient architecture on both sides of the road, was speechless. They had only walked for a short distance, less than 2 miles, and this little girl was already complaining about being tired. However, he could not ignore her now. After all, she was his little sister. He should have hired a carriage in the morning. Hang on a little longer. We'll be there soon. No, Lan, really can't walk anymore. Lan said with a bitter face. How about this? Let's walk slower. As we walk, I'll tell Lan a story, okay? Li Zishuan slowly tempted her. He had no choice. There was no way to hire a carriage here. He could not possibly carry Lan to the western market. When Lan heard that her brother was going to tell her a story, she immediately perked up. Her legs were no longer tired. She quickly stood up and held her brother's hand. Brother, tell me quickly. Li Zishuan smiled faintly. He held his little sister's hand and slowly walked forward. As he walked, he recalled, legend has it that a long time ago, the world was divided into the Dongxing Divine Continent, the Apergodania Continent, the Nambu Continent, and the Uttarakuru Continent. In the Dongxing Divine Continent, there was a mountain of flowers and fruits. There was a celestial stone on the mountain. One day, the celestial stone cracked and an egg rolled out of the stone. The egg turned into a stone monkey when it was exposed to the wind. The monkey's eyes shot out rays of golden light and worshipped in all directions. The monkey could walk and run. When it was thirsty, it would drink some spring water from the mountain stream. When it was hungry, it would eat some fruits from the mountain. He had a great time playing with the animals in the mountains all day long. One day, the weather was particularly hot. In order to avoid the hot weather, the monkeys ran to the mountain stream to take a bath. When they saw the spring water flowing, they walked along the stream to find its source. Li Zishuan planned to tell his little sister, Journey to the West. He had watched it countless times when he was a child, and he could still remember many of the plots very clearly. Moreover, the story was very long, and he could make it a long-term serial for his little sister. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about how to coax his little sister for a long time. Of course, he couldn't tell Lan and the others everything according to the original novel. After all, it was the Tang dynasty now, and Tang Xuanzong still existed. Li Zishuan decided to give Tang Xuanzong a new alias. He would call him Tang Yin for the time being. He also changed the name of the place. Haha, I wonder what Tang Bohu would think of Journey to the West in the Great Ming Dynasty hundreds of years later. Li Zishuan thought so mischievously. Just as he was talking about how the great sage equaling heaven wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace and was imprisoned in the 8 trigrams furnace by Taishang Laojun, they had arrived at the West Market. Alright, let's stop here for today. Let's go. Big brother will bring you to buy sweets and watch the juggling. Li Zishuan was prepared to experience this ancient market. We're here already? The little girl obviously hadn't heard enough and looked reluctant. Behind her, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, Fu, and San Bao obviously didn't have enough and looked regretful. Dear friend, please wait a moment. May I ask which story you told me earlier came from? My little sister likes this story very much. Suddenly, an 11 or 12-year-old boy quickly walked out from behind him. Beside him was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. He cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan. In fact, Li Zishuan had already noticed that there were 2 people following them for a long time. After all, his kung fu wasn't for nothing. Since he felt that the 2 of them didn't have any bad intentions, he didn't bother to pay attention to them. They went their separate ways and he didn't have the right to restrict them. He just thought that they were going to the West Market like him. He didn't expect that they were following behind to eavesdrop on the story. Li Zishuan glanced behind the boy and found that there seemed to be more than 10 people disguised as pedestrians in the crowd. They seemed to be faintly protecting the boy. He's probably the son of an official going out to experience life. Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. However, seeing that the boy was dressed luxuriously and had a polite attitude, and the little girl was looking at him with anticipation, Li Zishuan didn't want to be arrogant and offend them for no reason. Thus, he cupped his hands and returned the greeting. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. This isn't a story sold in the market. It's just a story that I made up to coax my little sister. Oh. The boy in luxurious clothes looked disappointed. In fact, he also liked this story. He was just about to ask for the name and send someone to buy a copy to read. He cupped his hands again and said, Brother, you're a genius. This story can't be made up without a wild imagination. I'm Li Gaoming. This is my little sister Li Lizzie. I want to make friends with you. How should I address you? Li Zishuan didn't expect to meet 2 brainless fans of Journey to the West when he went out for a trip. He was helpless. Seeing that the boy didn't look like an arrogant and domineering person, he thought that he could make friends with him. Thus, he smiled and said, Little brother, you flatter me. It's just a story that I made up. It's not elegant. My name is Li Zishuan. I live in Chenglefang. I'll make friends with you. This boy was the current crown prince, Li Zishuan. His courtesy name was Gaoming. As a result, he wasn't lying when he called himself Li Gaoming. However, in his previous life, Li Zishuan was an engineering student. How could he have studied the history of the Tang dynasty so deeply? Naturally, he didn't know what Li Qingxian's courtesy name was. The little girl was Princess Changle, Li Lizzie. She was 7 years old this year. As her name suggested, she was a natural beauty. Her skin carried a sickly white color. Although she was only 1 year older than Lan, she was much taller. Li Lizzie had suffered from qi since she was young. This could be considered a hereditary illness in the Li family. Li Qingxian had seen his little sister sulking all day in the palace. As a result, he brought her to the Western market to relax. He didn't expect to meet a boy who told such an interesting story. Just as he and his little sister were listening to the story with great interest, their blood boiling, the story suddenly stopped. Only then did Li Chengqian have the intention to chat. After the two introduced themselves, they chatted for a while. Li Chengqian said, "Brother Zishuan, there must be more to that story." Li Zishuan didn't expect that the charm of Journey to the West would be so great during the Tang dynasty. Of course there's more. What I told you just now was only the beginning. There's still more to come. Li Chengqian's face was filled with joy. In the end, he was only a child of about 10 years old. He excitedly said, "Then this little brother will pay a visit another day. Brother Zishuan, you must continue to tell me the rest of the story." Li Lizzie's face was filled with regret. Her brother, the crown prince, could frequently leave the palace, but as a princess, she could not disregard imperial etiquette. Li Zishuan naturally agreed. Afterwards, he parted ways with Li Chengqian, taking his little sister to go shopping. Seeing Li Lizzie's melancholy expression, Li Chengqian understood what was going on after thinking it over. He then said to Li Lizzie, "Little sister, don't worry. In the future, after I finish listening to Li Zishuan's story, I will immediately return and tell it to you, okay?" Only then did Li Lizzie's expression change from gloomy to sunny. She happily smiled at Li Chengqian. "Thank you, Crown Prince." Chapter 9. Li Zishuan and his group arrived at the Shi market. There were many inns, pavilions, taverns, and food stalls on the streets. Among them, there was an endless stream of tourists and merchants. In the distance, there were also some who, from the western regions, Central Asia, and West Asia who came to Chang and to do business through the Silk Road. Some were selling gold, silver, and jewelry, while others were buying silk, porcelain, and so on. Looking at the bustling market in front of him, Li Zishuan was also a little shocked. One must know that the entire Tang dynasty only had a population of 20 million, far less than later. It was really not easy to have such a bustling market in this era. In a few years, the people of the Tang dynasty will welcome an unprecedented prosperity. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. He accompanied Lan to buy sweets, dolls, and her favorite toys. He even brought her to see the Persian juggling show that she had been talking about for a long time. It was already noon. After walking for half a day, Li Zishuan was also very hungry and wanted to find a restaurant to eat. Xiaohe, which restaurant nearby has good food? Not knowing which restaurant to choose, Li Zishuan decisively threw the question to Xiaohe, a native of the Tang dynasty. "Young master, Xiaohe also doesn't know. Xiaohe rarely leaves the residence and has never eaten here before." Xiaohe blinked her eyes and said carefully. Li Zishuan patted his head and thought that it was true. How could this little maid be willing to spend money to eat in a restaurant in the Shi market? "Young master, why don't we go to the drunken Immortal restaurant opened by old master?" Xiaohe suggested. My father opened a restaurant in the Shi market?" Li Zishuan was very surprised. "Young master, how come you don't even know about your family's business?" Xiaohe could not help but laugh. Li Zishuan was also quite embarrassed. "Okay, then let's go to the drunken Immortal restaurant. Does anyone know where it is? Lead the way." "Learn knows. Father brought Lan here last year." Lan said enthusiastically. The little girl was excited when she heard about food. She was simply a little foodie. He bought so many snacks for her in the morning and she was still not full? Li Zishuan was a little puzzled. "Then let's go." The group of people arrived at the Drunken Immortal in under Lan Er's lead. This was a 5-story restaurant. It was very conspicuous among the low-rise shops. Just by looking at it from the outside, it looked quite grand. Tiske say, "Dad is really rich. This is equivalent to a 5-star hotel in the future, and this is one of the family's businesses." Tiske say, "I only knew that Dad was rich, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. Looks like the path of a rich second-generation prodigal has a long way to go. How can he spend so much money?" Li Zishuan was just a poor loser in his previous life. He really didn't know how to spend this much money. When they entered the restaurant, the manager of the restaurant was a fat man in his 40s. When he saw Lanner, he immediately came up to her and smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. "Io miss, why are you here today? Please come upstairs." He had never seen Li Zishuan before, so naturally he didn't know that this was his young master. Shopkeeper Lu, this is my family's young master. He just returned from Mount Longhu yesterday. Why don't you greet him? Xiao he said angrily when she saw that Shopkeeper Lu ignored her young master. Young master, please don't blame me. I was blind. Young master, please come upstairs. When Shopkeeper Lu heard this, he repeatedly apologized to Li Zishuan. He had also heard that his young master had a son who went to Mount Longhu to learn martial arts. He didn't expect to bump into him as soon as he came back. He couldn't help but feel that he was unlucky. You don't have to be so polite, Shopkeeper Lu. Uncle Lu, you've worked hard to help my father manage the restaurant all these years. Li Zishuan patted Shopkeeper Lu's shoulder and tried to be as gentle as possible. After all, Shopkeeper Lu was considered one of the upper management of the Li group. He had also made a lot of contributions. A few words of encouragement would let him continue to contribute to the Li group. There was no need to make things difficult for him over such a small matter. Li Zishuan wasn't such a petty person. Li Zishuan expressed that he was still very magnanimous. Young master, what are you talking about? This is what I should do. When Shopkeeper Lu heard Li Zishuan's words, he was so happy that the fat on his face jiggled. I feel disgusted looking at him. Li Zishuan quickly turned his head away. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat later. The group went up to the 4th floor and entered a private room. After Shopkeeper Lu served some of his signature dishes, Li Zishuan and Lan sat down to eat. 2 maids and 2 servants stood by the side to serve them. You guys should sit down and eat together. Why are you standing? Li Zishuan expressed that he couldn't eat when others were looking at him. He quickly waved his hand to the 4 people beside him. Young master, how can we do this? How can servants sit and eat together with their masters? Xiao she hurriedly waved her hand and said. Although Xiao He, Fu and San Bao also wanted to sit down and eat, they all knew the rules. When they heard Xiao Shi's rejection, they nodded their heads in agreement. What are you talking about? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Since I asked you to eat together, then quickly sit down and eat. Li Zishuan said impatiently. He still didn't understand the concept of class. Seeing that their young master was about to flip out, the 4 of them looked at each other and carefully sat down. With no one staring at him, Li Zishuan picked up his chopsticks and wanted to try the dishes of this 5-star hotel's chef. In the end, he was disappointed. It was not as good as the shark fin soup made by his mother yesterday. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. It couldn't be helped. The main reason was that the Tang dynasty's cooking method was too simple. Li Zishuan ate a few chopsticks and didn't want to eat any more. After eating these dishes every day, his mouth was getting bland. He had to think of a way to improve his diet. He planned to go to the kitchen of the hotel and see if he could get the chef to make something delicious. What should he make? Let's make KFC. It was suitable for both young and old. The key was that in his previous life, in order to please his girlfriend, he learned how to make KFC online for a long time. He still remembered the process of making KFC in detail. At this time, Lana also put down her chopsticks. She had eaten too many snacks in the morning. At this time, Li Zishuan said to Lana, Lana, Big Brother will go to the kitchen and ask the chef to make something delicious that you have never eaten before. Do you want to eat it? What is it? Lana opened her big cute eyes and asked expectantly. Han, you will know in a while. Li Zishuan laughed and left. He went to find Shopkeeper Lu and said that he wanted the chef to make something new. He asked Shopkeeper Lu to bring him to the kitchen of the hotel. Come here. Come and greet the young master. The young master wants you to make something new. Do whatever the young master asks you to do. Do you hear me? Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand at a fat young man in his 30s. Yes, shopkeeper. Wang Eru quickly replied. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly bent over and said to Li Zishuan with a smile, Young master, this Wang Eru is the best chef in our hotel. If you need anything, just ask him. Well, sorry to trouble you, Shopkeeper Lu. If you have something to do, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Li Zishuan waved his hand at Shopkeeper Lu. No hurry, no hurry. I also want to see what kind of new food the young master wants to make. Whatever. You can have a look if you want. The dish I want to make is called Kentucky Fried Chicken. Li Zishuan said indifferently. Then he ordered Wang Eru, get me 20 pairs of chicken legs. Since he had already made it, he might as well make more. After a while, Wang Lin brought back a large pile of chicken legs. Li Zishuan continued to instruct. First, cut each drumstick into 3 equal pieces. Then, add some sugar, salt, and ginger to each piece. You can estimate how much to add. If it tastes good later, your salary for this month will be doubled. If it doesn't, I'll deduct your salary. Wang Lin suddenly felt a lot of pressure. His forehead was secretly sweating. He carefully controlled the ratio of seasonings with his years of cooking skills. Seeing that Wang Lin was done, Li Zishuan continued to instruct. Pour half a pot of wine into it. Yes, that's all. Well, bring it over and steam the chicken cubes first. After half an hour, the chicken cubes were steamed. Li Zishuan ordered again, roll the chicken cubes in the starch. Okay, go and beat 4 more eggs. Mix them well and add more eggs to the chicken cubes. After a while, Wang Lin was done. Do you have sesame oil? Li Zishuan remembered that there should be sesame oil in the Tang dynasty. Yes, how much do you want, young master? A pot. Half a pot will do. So much? Young master, sesame oil is very expensive. Wang Lin was a little distressed. It's okay. Go ahead. I don't lack money. Li Zishuan said that he was so poor that he only had money. Wang Lin had no choice but to get the sesame oil. Under Li Zishuan's instructions, he poured the sesame oil into the pot and boiled it. After that, he put the chicken cubes in and fried them until the skin was golden brown. Suddenly, a fragrant and crispy chicken smell filled the kitchen. The other cooks looked over and secretly swallowed their saliva. Wang Lin was also a little dumbfounded. Looking at the golden chicken cubes in front of him, he couldn't believe that it was made by him. Li Zishuan picked up the chopsticks and couldn't wait to pick up a piece. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The key was that it was neither salty nor bland. The taste was just right. It was not much different from KFC in the future. He happily patted Eru's shoulder and said, "Oh, well done. Manager Lu, Eru's salary will be doubled in the future. Eru, work hard in the future. My Li family will not treat you unfairly. Don't think about changing jobs. I can give you what other families can give you." Li Zishuan valued a talent like Eru very much. After saying that, he ignored Eru's continuous declarations of loyalty and left with the KFC. Passing through the hall on the first floor, the fragrant smell of the fried chicken cubes immediately attracted the attention of all the diners. They all looked at the food plate in Li Zishuan's hand. They all fiercely sniffed and secretly swallowed their saliva. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to go upstairs, a dark and thin young man stood up and said, "Wait a minute, little brother. What food are you holding in your hand? Why haven't I seen it in the drunken Immortal restaurant?" Li Zishuan heard this and stopped. He looked at the dark and thin young man and said, "This is KFC. It's a new dish from the drunken Immortal restaurant. It will be available tomorrow. Today is only a trial. If you want to try it, you can try it tomorrow morning. In a while, I'll ask Manager Lu to add this dish to the restaurant's menu. Perhaps it will increase the restaurant's income." Li Zishuan was inwardly pleased with himself as he thought to himself, "This can be considered as increasing my dad's income." After saying this, Li Zishuan ignored everyone's reaction and quickly went upstairs. His little sister was still waiting for him. Chapter 10. In the private room on the 4th floor, Li Zishuan pushed open the door and entered. Instantly, the gazes of the few people in the room all gathered on him. The smell was really too fragrant, and the appearance was also very good. "Wow, is this the new delicious food that brother made? It looks delicious, Lun wants to eat." Excitedly went forward to take the chicken with her hands. Li Zishuan quickly pushed Lan's hands away. Go, it's hot, use chopsticks. Come Xiao Shi, Fu Senbao, try it too." After saying that, he placed a large plate of fried chicken on the table. Lun impatiently picked up a piece of chicken and put it into her mouth. Her small mouth bit on the fragrant and soft chicken, and her cute big eyes narrowed into a line. While eating, she exclaimed, "Nen, it's really delicious. Brother, what's the name of this?" Brother named this food Kentucky Fried Chicken. Don't speak when you eat, be careful not to choke. After saying that, he dotingly rubbed Lan Er's little head and said to the other 4 people, don't just stand there, come and try it. There's so much Lan Er can't finish it all by herself. Don't care about so many rules, follow young master and you will have meat to eat. Xiao He, Ah Fu, and San Bao impatiently picked up a piece of chicken and began to wolf it down. Only Xiao Shi was more reserved, and she ate in small bites. This little servant girl had always been more gentle and quiet, but from her slightly raised lips, it could be seen that she was eating happily. Sob sob, young master, this is the most delicious thing that San Bao has ever eaten in her life. This chicken is really too delicious. The uncultured San Bao suddenly cried while eating. Then why are you crying? If it's delicious, eat it. No one is stopping you. Li Zishuan was rather speechless. Eating a piece of fried chicken could actually make someone cry. Young master, but San Bao can't eat anymore. Xiao He and Ah Fu at the side nodded with a bitter face. In fact, this was also difficult for the 3 of them. As servants, it was rare for someone to bring them to such a high-end restaurant for a feast, and the young master didn't dislike them and let them eat together. The food in this restaurant might not be considered delicious in the eyes of Lan Er and Li Zishuan, but in the eyes of these people, it was a delicacy. Therefore, when Li Zishuan and Lan Er put down their chopsticks and did not want to eat anymore, they opened their stomachs and ate boldly. When Li Zishuan came back from the kitchen, more than a dozen dishes on the table had basically been finished. Now, facing the even more delicious fried chicken, they really wanted to cry but had no tears. Li Zishuan looked at the dozen or so empty plates in front of him and understood what was going on. Oh, that's a pity. Such a delicious thing is unique in the Great Tang. Lan, little Shi, since they can't eat it, let's destroy it, huh? Lan Er's face was also filled with joy. Fortunately, she didn't eat too much just now. She didn't have time to talk and just kept eating. Xiao He and the other 2 looked at the tempting chicken and drooled. Although they were full, they still couldn't bear to part with such delicious food. The 3 of them resolutely attacked the fried chicken. With such delicious food, it was worth it even if they were stuffed to death. San Bao thought so tragically. After a while, the 6 of them really couldn't eat anymore, but there were still 5 pieces of chicken left on the plate. At this moment, a voice came from the door. Little brother, since you can't eat anymore, why don't you give the rest to me? Li Zishuan turned his head and saw that it was the dark and thin man he met at the drunken Immortal restaurant. Although his clothes weren't gorgeous, he had an intimidating aura. Li Zishuan didn't dare to underestimate him and cupped his hands. Old brother, if you really want to eat, why don't you wait until tomorrow and let old brother eat the leftovers? This little brother is truly lacking in manners. It's fine, it's fine. Old Sheng doesn't care about these things. Oh, this one is Cheng Chumo. How should I address you, little brother? Cheng Chumo repeatedly waved his hands to show that he didn't care. In truth, he didn't want to thicken his skin and come here. He was the eldest son of the Cheng clan, so how could he be so shameless? But after smelling the fragrance of the fried chicken, he felt like his heart was being scratched by 100 claws. Looking at the plate in front of him, he found it tasteless. So this fellow was Cheng Chumo, the son of the demon king of chaos Cheng Yaojin. He couldn't defend him. Li Zishuan was inwardly alarmed and hurriedly cupped his hands. This little brother is Li Zishuan. This is my little sister, Li Zilin. Since brother Cheng doesn't mind, then sit down and eat together. It's truly lacking in manners to let brother Cheng eat this today. Tomorrow, I'll set up another banquet and treat brother Cheng to a good meal. How about it? Hearing this, Cheng Chumo grinned and heavily patted Li Zishuan's shoulder. How brother Li is straightforward. Old Cheng, will definitely take you as a brother. Hey, little sister Lan Er is really beautiful. Today, brother Cheng didn't bring a gift, I'll make it up to Lan Er tomorrow. After saying this, he found a seat and sat down. He laughed and said, "Ha, just now you were imitating those literati words. It was so sour." Li Zishuan was speechless. No wonder he felt that the style was wrong. How could Cheng Yaojin's son be so scholarly? After being praised by Cheng Chumo, Lan Er shyly hugged Li Zishuan's arm and lowered her head, not saying a word. Cheng Chumo saw that Li Zixuan was still unperturbed after being patted twice, and he was a little surprised. His 2 pats just now had the intention to test Li Zixuan, so he used 30% of his strength. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it, so he praised, "Brother Li's skills are not bad." Li Zixuan smiled slightly. "I know a little about martial arts. Brother Cheng seems to be a straightforward person. Quickly sit down and eat together." At this moment, Cheng Chumo remembered the purpose of coming over. He immediately shifted his target to the golden, crispy fried chicken. He didn't hold back and immediately put a piece of chicken into his mouth. After chewing twice and tasting the flavor, he immediately swallowed it in big mouthfuls like a cow chewing on peonies. He even gave a thumbs up and praised, "This is really a delicacy. I've eaten so much food for so many years for nothing." Not long after, the pieces of fried chicken were completely devoured. Cheng Chumo obviously wanted more and said, "It's really delicious. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life." Then he asked doubtfully, "Brother Li, why did the Drunken Immortal restaurant let you taste the new food they released today?" After eating the delicacy of his dreams, this guy's intelligence finally returned to normal and he thought of the crux of the problem. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "I won't hide it from Brother Cheng. This Drunken Immortal restaurant is my father's business. Today, this little brother suddenly had an idea and taught the chef to make this new food. I wanted to try it and see if it was delicious." "Oh, so that's how it is. Brother, next time you make a new food, don't forget about me, ha." Cheng Chumo patted Li Zixuan and said. At this moment, shopkeeper Lu came in and cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan. "Young master, this old man just tasted the chicken. It's really a delicacy. I just don't know if young master can sell this chicken in the Drunken Immortal restaurant." Old Lu looked at Li Zixuan with a hopeful expression. When Li Zixuan left, he impatiently asked Wang Eru to make some fried chicken for him. After tasting it, he almost swallowed his tongue. He had eaten many delicacies over the years, but he had never eaten anything that could be compared to this fried chicken. Thus, Old Lu thought that if this chicken was sold in the Drunken Immortal restaurant, it would definitely cause a great sensation. Thus, he eagerly ran over and asked for Li Zixuan's opinion. "Yes, Uncle Lu, I was just about to talk to you about this matter. Tomorrow, you can put this KFC on the restaurant's menu. There will be a limit of 200 servings per day. It's first come, first served." Yes, young master is wise." Old Lu had been doing business for many years. He immediately understood Li Zixuan's intentions and his face was full of admiration. Then he asked, "Young master, how much is the price of this chicken?" Li Zixuan thought for a moment and asked, "Uncle Lu, do you have a rough estimate of the cost of each serving?" Only then did shopkeeper Lu notice Cheng Chumo in the room. He hesitated for a moment. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. This is my brother. If he comes to the Drunken Immortal restaurant in the future, Uncle Lu, you must treat him well." Cheng Chumo was touched. Shopkeeper Lu then said, "Young master, the process of making this chicken is not difficult. The main problem is that the sesame oil used is quite expensive. The cost of each serving is about 200 copper coins." "Well, then let's set the price as usual. Don't set it too high. I want all the people in Chang and city to be able to eat this delicacy." Everyone in the room was speechless. A serving of this chicken was not expensive. "Do you think all the people in Chang and city are as rich as you?" Shopkeeper Lu thought carefully. Such a delicacy could be eaten with money. It was indeed not expensive. He happily flattered, "Young master is so benevolent. But why is this dish called chicken nibbled? It's so strange." He muttered in his heart, "Why does this chicken need to be nibbled? Can't it just bite it with its mouth?" Li Zixuan also knew that the ancient people would find the name Kentucky Fried Chicken strange, but he did not expect Old Lu to think so far. He said, "Kentucky Fried Chicken is quite good. Let's use this name." Well, we must respect the originality. What else could shopkeeper Lu say? He could only express his agreement and then leave. In the room, he chatted with Cheng Chumo again. Feeling that it was time to leave, he asked Lun, do you still want to go to Shi City?" Lun rubbed her swollen belly and shook her head bitterly. She said, "Brother, let's wait a little longer. I'm so full that I can't walk. Hearing this, except for him and Cheng Chumo, everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan felt quite funny. Well, then let's wait a little longer. Hearing this, Lan rolled her eyes and went forward to hug Li Zishuan's hand. Brother, you haven't finished the story you told this morning. Why don't you tell Lan now? Li Zishuan was a little reluctant. He only had a little stock in his stomach, and he had already told so much in the morning. At this rate, it would not be long before it was all gone. But seeing the hopeful faces of Lan and the maidservants, he could not bear to not tell them. Well, then let's talk for a while. Last time, when the great sage equaling heaven wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, he was locked in the 8 trigrams furnace by Taishang Laojun. He saw Wukong jumping around in the furnace and accidentally jumped to the position of the Sun Palace. There was only smoke and no fire, so the smell was very strong. He bent down and squatted inside. After 49 days, Taishang Laojun gave the order to open the furnace door. Suddenly, Wukong heard a sound from the top of the furnace. He looked up and saw a ray of light. He used all his strength to jump out of the furnace, kicked down the furnace, turned around and ran. Everyone quieted down and listened attentively. Although Cheng Chumo did not hear the first 3 times, just listening to the latter part was quite interesting. Soon, he was conquered by this unconstrained story. Tang Sanzang saw that he already knew his mistake, so he stopped talking. Wukong's head immediately stopped hurting. He thought that this incantation must have been taught by Guanyin Bodhisattva, so he clamored to go to the South Sea to find Guanyin Bodhisattva to settle the score. Tang Sanzang said, since she can teach me this band-tightening incantation, she must also know how to chant the incantation. Wukong took a deep breath and stopped messing around. He swore that he would listen to his master in the future and protect Tang Sanzang in his journey to the west. Alright, that's all for today. After telling them 2 more chapters of Journey to the West, Li Zishuan saw that it was getting late. He guessed that Lan and the others should be able to walk, so he stopped talking. Everyone had a look of pity on their faces. After bidding farewell to Cheng Chumo and making an appointment to meet again tomorrow, Li Zishuan left the drunken Immortal restaurant with Lan and the others. As for the money for the meal, Li Zishuan chuckled. Did it cost money to eat in his restaurant? Chapter 11. Young master, look over there. Isn't that old master? Xiao He pointed at a nearby shop. That's Daddy. That's Daddy. Big brother, let's go see Daddy. Lan glanced in that direction and immediately grabbed Li Zishuan's hand as she cheered. Actually, after Xiao He finished speaking, Li Zishuan saw that the person was his father. The shop had a signboard with the words Li Jiqing Clothing Shop written on it. His father was talking to a middle-aged scholar with his back facing them. Seeing that Lan wanted to look for his father, Li Zishuan could only let her pull him in that direction. Li Zishuan was now completely obedient to his younger sister. When the group of people was about to reach the clothing shop, Lan let go of Li Zishuan's hand and ran towards Li Jingma. Daddy is here to see you. The little girl was bouncing around like a beautiful butterfly. Hearing the sound behind him, Li Jingma hurriedly turned around and saw his daughter bouncing over. When Li Jingma was talking to the middle-aged scholar, his face was originally very serious. However, when he saw his daughter, his face instantly melted and a smile blossomed on his old face. Worried that his beloved daughter would fall, he quickly went forward and held Lan's small hand. Bending down, he patted Lan's head and asked worriedly, why did you come here alone? Lan came with Big Brother. After saying that, she pointed at Li Zishuan who had just entered the door. Only then did Li Jingma see Li Zishuan and his group. His heart was slightly relieved. Thinking about how he had been pinched by his wife this morning because he had said a few words about his son in front of his wife. Even now, the soft flesh on his waist was still faintly aching. He couldn't help but want to rebuke this brat. "Oh Xian, you're up so early? Why don't you sleep more?" When Li Zishuan saw Li Jingma's heartfelt love for Lan, he was still sighing at how warm this family's atmosphere was. However, when he heard his old man's sarcastic words, he couldn't help but look outside the door. Seeing that the sun was shining brightly outside, It was almost 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon in modern times. He couldn't help but feel speechless. He didn't expect to be scolded by his old man for sleeping in the morning. Naturally, he didn't know that his father had been pinched by his mother this morning because he had slept in. Li Zishuan coughed dryly, wanting to change the topic as soon as possible. "Father, what are you doing here today? Do you want to buy clothes for your mother?" When he saw that this shop was a ready-made clothing store, he thought that his father was here to buy clothes for his mother. He didn't expect his father to be so affectionate towards his mother. "Brat, this is my family shop. Do I need to buy anything here?" When Li Jingma heard Li Zishuan's teasing words, he knew that this brat was up to no good, so he said angrily. "Lan, Xiao He," and Xiao Shi at the side couldn't help but laugh. Fu and San Bao didn't dare to be too presumptuous, so they lowered their heads to hold back their laughter while looking at the ants on the ground. Li Zishuan was even more embarrassed. He quickly said, "Then why did father come here today?" After scolding his son, Li Jingma's mood improved a little. When he heard that, he said, "Father came to Shi City today to check the accounts of our family's shops. This is the last shop. You guys wait at the side first. Once I'm done, we'll go home together." Although Li Zishuan wasn't willing to wait, he didn't want to provoke his father now, so he quickly agreed. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar walked over with the account book and said to Li Jingma, "Brother Li, I've already checked the accounts of this shop. Brother Li, this Su has just finished checking the accounts of this clothing store, but there's still something that doesn't match up. As for where exactly it doesn't match up, this foolish brother really can't find out. I'm ashamed." When Li Zishuan heard this person call his father Brother Li, he was a little surprised. He thought that this person was the bookkeeper of the shop. Li Zishuan then introduced him to Li Zishuan. This is Mr. Su Hongji. He's an old friend that I made when I traveled to Chang, and in my early years. Mr. Su studied under Dr. Liu of the Imperial College. He's a real master of mathematics. You have to learn from Mr. Su. I also invited him to help me check the accounts today." When he heard that it was his father's good friend, Li Zishuan also gave his father some face. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed, looking as if he had been looking forward to meeting him for a long time. "Hello, Mr. Su. I've admired Mr. Su's talent for a long time." Mr. Su smiled reservedly and said, "You flatter me." However, his expression clearly showed that he enjoyed Li Zishuan's flattery. Scholars were always somewhat arrogant. After seeing that his son and Mr. Su had finished greeting each other, Li Jingmo returned to the topic at hand. He frowned and said to Su Hongji, "Even Mr. Su can't find out where the problem is. What should we do?" Su Hongji was a little ashamed at this moment. His old friend trusted him, but he had failed him. He explained, "The person who made the accounts is also a master of mathematics. I have little talent and knowledge. It's really difficult for me to find the loophole in the accounts in such a short time. I've really failed Brother Li. I'm ashamed." When he heard this, Li Jingma hurriedly said, "Sir, please don't blame yourself. It's all that old thing's fault for making fake accounts." After saying this, he angrily said to the middle-aged man in gray standing by the door, "Wang Jingkun, how dare you? This old man handed this shop over to you to manage, but you falsified the accounts to fool this old man. Master, I've been wronged. I've been wronged. How could I dare to deceive you?" When the middle-aged man in gray heard this, he immediately bent over and complained tearfully. Li Jingma clearly knew that there was a problem with the accounts, but he couldn't find any evidence. Since the other party refused to admit it, he couldn't beat him into a confession. Li Jingma was very depressed. "Father, let me take a look at the accounts." At this moment, Li Zishuan suddenly came forward and said, his father could make up a few things in private, but he couldn't stand others maliciously deceiving his father. Li Zishuan still respected and loved his father very much. Seeing that the old man next to him wanted to use this number game to fool his father, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "Humph, you dare to play math with me? I'll let you know why the flowers are so red today." When he heard that his son wanted to help him, although Li Jingma was touched, he couldn't help but frown. Don't mess around. What do you know about mathematics? Even Mr. Su couldn't find a problem with the accounts. How could his son, who had never gone to school, do it? Father, Master has not only taught me martial arts for the past 8 years, but he has also taught me arithmetic and the art of investigation. Master is very knowledgeable and can be considered a master in many aspects. Father, please let me try. Li Zishuan tried to convince his father. Fortunately, his master was considered an expert. Ordinary people rarely came into contact with him, so no one knew what his master was capable of. Li Jingma couldn't help but hesitate. Then you can try. Li Zishuan took the accounts book and walked to the counter at the side. Xiaoxi, come and grind the ink for this young master. In his previous life, Li Zishuan's father was only a farmer with a junior high school diploma, but his calligraphy was very good. When he was young, all the couplets at home were written by his father. Li Zishuan also asked his father who taught him. His father said that Li Zishuan's grandfather taught him when he was young. Therefore, although Li Zishuan didn't attend any calligraphy classes when he was young, under his father's urging, he still practiced calligraphy for a few years. The words he wrote were still acceptable. When Wang Zhenkuan saw that Li Zishuan was going to check the accounts, he lowered his head. A trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes as he sneered in his heart. Humph, this little brat is overestimating himself. This old man has been doing accounting for so many years. How could you possibly find out? At this time, Su Hongji also walked over with interest. Although he didn't believe that this young man's mathematical ability was better than his, this young man was his good friend's son. He could give him some pointers and treat it as helping a younger generation. Chapter 12. The sun was setting in the west. In less than an hour, the gongs and drums would sound and the shops would be closed. The customers would have to go home. Chang and city had a very strict curfew. The peddlers outside shouted even louder. They wanted to sell more goods in the last hour. Li Jiqing's clothing store was quiet. Su Hongji stood beside Li Zishuan and watched Li Zishuan write and draw. He drew some horizontal and vertical lines on the paper, and these horizontal and vertical lines formed a grid. The daily expenses and income were separately listed in the grid and categorized. Finally, a comprehensive calculation was done. Su Hongji praised in his heart. This accounting method was unprecedented. But what were those tadpole-like words? Su Hongji, who wanted to help the younger generation, looked at the Arabic numerals in front of him. He wanted to ask the young man, but when he saw Li Zishuan writing and drawing seriously, he resisted the urge to ask. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan exhaled deeply. He stood up and said to Li Jingma, All right, father, I've found out what's wrong with the accounts. Su Hongji was shocked. He had calculated for more than 2 hours and still couldn't figure it out. But this young man found the problem in less than a quarter of an hour? Su Hongji suspected that the young man was fooling him. Although he had never seen this accounting method before and it looked very clever, it was impossible for him to calculate so many numbers in such a short time. Of course, he didn't know that these simple operations were a piece of cake for Li Zishuan, who was always bombarded with power series calculus and even more complicated matrix convolution operations. Wang Zhenkuan panicked when he heard this, but then he sneered inwardly. In less than a quarter of an hour, he found the problem with his accounts. Who was he trying to fool? Li Jingma also couldn't believe it. He hesitated and said, are you serious? Li Zishuan took the report and walked to Li Jingma. He nodded and said, Of course. Li Zishuan then turned his head to look at Wang Zhenkuan. Although Wang Zhenkuan's face was filled with fear, the mockery in the corner of his eyes was still caught by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan sneered in his heart. Old man, if you still don't believe me, I'll expose your crimes today and put you in jail. Li Zishuan didn't waste any time. He took the financial report and said to Wang Zhenkuan coldly, Wang Zhenkuan, on the 20th of the first month of this year, the clothing store was short of 16 strings of cash, 8. 3 fin. On the 25th of the first month, it was short of 9 strings of cash, 6. 9 fun. On the 5th of the second month, it was short of 8 strings of cash, 4. 5 fin. On the 20th of the third month, which was yesterday, it was short of 13 strings of cash, 7. 4 fin. In less than 3 months, Wang Zhenkuan, you secretly embezzled money 26 times, totaling 280 strings of cash, 9. 6 fin. Do you admit to your crimes? Li Zishuan's voice was like thunder. Every sentence was shocking. Lana looked at her brother with admiration. Although she didn't understand the twists and turns between adults, she felt that her brother was just right. He was so powerful. Xiao He and Xiao Shi's eyes were also full of splendor. In their hearts, they were praising their young master for his handsome appearance and excellent martial arts skills. Now, he even knew arithmetic and was better than that student from the Imperial College. He was simply a master of both the pen and the sword. The two young maidservants were now a little infatuated. However, Wang Jingquan was not in such a good mood right now. As Li Zishuan reported the accounts one by one, even though it was still spring, his sweat could not help but drip down. The ridicule in his eyes was no longer there, replaced by endless fear. When Li Zishuan finished, his back was completely wet and his legs were trembling. He couldn't help but kneel down in front of Li Jingma and cry, "Master, master, I know. Master, master, this old servant knows his mistake. It's all the fault of this old servant's unfilial son. He was swindled into the gambling house and owed a debt. If this old servant didn't help him pay his debts, those people would break his arms and legs. This old servant only has one son. Master, this old servant was blinded by greed. Master, please forgive this old servant this time for the sake of this old servant's conscientious work in the clothing store." At first, Su Hongji didn't believe that Li Zishuan found the problem with the accounts. However, seeing Wang Jingquan like this, it was obvious that Li Zishuan was right. He was shocked and eager to try. He wanted to grab Li Zishuan and ask him about his accounting method and the strange words. However, it was obviously not the right time. His old friend still had family matters to deal with. Li Jingma saw Wang Jingquan pleading guilty and was very surprised by his son's arithmetic ability. He was angry at Wang Jingquan's malicious deceit. If it wasn't for his son's help today, he would have been deceived by this old servant. He was very angry and was about to send this old servant to the officials. However, after hearing Wang Jingquan's words, he was a little soft-hearted. He also had a son. As a father, he sympathized with Wang Jingquan's experience. However, since he embezzled so much money, it would be unreasonable to not send him to the officials. Seeing that Li Jingma was a little soft-hearted, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Father, don't be soft-hearted. Father, please don't be soft-hearted. Even if he wants to repay his son's debt, he can't harm the interests of the boutique. He can borrow money from you. Taking money without permission is stealing. He falsified the accounts to avoid responsibility. If he really knows that he was wrong, he should have taken the initiative to admit his mistakes when you questioned him just now. He shouldn't have waited until the irrefutable evidence to admit his mistakes. If the price of committing a crime is so low, then who will abide by the law in the future? A pitiful person must have something hateful. Father, you should send him to the officials. You should choose another honest shopkeeper for the clothing store." Su Hongji nodded repeatedly as he listened. When Li Zishuan finished speaking, he said to Li Jingma, "Brother Jingma, what your son said is true. People like Wang Jingquan must not be condoned." After that, he looked at Li Zishuan and praised Li Jingma, "Brother Jingma, you have a good son. Your son is knowledgeable in mathematics and is sensible. His reasoning has impressed even your foolish brother. It's true that a hidden dragon in the abyss will turn into a dragon when it encounters the wind and clouds." Li Zishuan hurriedly said that Mr. Su was overpraising him. He didn't deserve such praise. Li Jingma also felt that his son's words were quite reasonable. When he heard his old friend's praise, he was also very happy. However, he couldn't show it in front of others. He said in a reserved manner, "Mr. Su is overpraising. My son is lazy and needs to be polished." Then he ordered, "Sanbao, Fu, you two send Wang Jingquan to the officials. After that, you two can go back to the mansion directly." The two of them accepted the order and went forward to support Wang Jingquan, who had fainted from fright. "Father, it's time to go home. Shi City will be closed soon." Seeing that it was getting late, Li Zishuan urged, Then let's go home together." Li Jingma nodded and invited Su Hongji, "Mr. Su, do you want to come to my humble abode for a chat?" Su Hongji hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Not today, but I will definitely pay a visit another day. Your foolish brother still wants to ask your son for advice on how to keep accounts. When the time comes, I hope your son will not be stingy with his teachings." Li Zishuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare. The few of them parted ways in Shi City. Li Jingma hired a carriage. The family of 3 sat in the carriage and slowly drove towards the Li mansion. On the way, Li Jingma asked, "Xin, why did you come to Shi City today? Don't tell me you came here to see your father. I don't believe it." Li Jingma immediately added when he saw that Li Zishuan wanted to flatter him. Li Zishuan really wanted to say that just now, but he didn't expect that his quick-witted father would see through him. He had no choice but to swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After a while, he said, "I saw that my younger sister was rather bored at home, so I accompanied Lan to Shi City today to watch the juggling." "That's right, father. That vaudeville was really good." Big brother even made Lan a chicken that Lan had never eaten before at the drunken Immortal restaurant. It was so delicious that Lan's stomach became big. In the end, there were still a few pieces of chicken left that we couldn't finish, so they were snatched away by a black-faced big brother. That black-faced big brother ate so much that he almost licked the plate clean. Big brother even asked shopkeeper Lu to take out the chicken to sell tomorrow. Lan immediately chattered like a little sparrow and shared the happy events of the day with her father. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely when he heard this. What was bloated? Was this something that a girl should say? There were also those words about Cheng Chumo's brother Blackface. If Cheng Chumo heard this, would he vomit blood? When Li Jingma heard about the chicken, he didn't think much of it. He only thought that it was his child playing around. He didn't care whether it earned him money or not. However, this name was very strange. The curtain of night slowly fell and the carriage gradually moved further away. Chapter 13. The next day. Once again, Li Zishuan slept until the sun was high in the sky before he woke up. Thinking about how he had woken up too late yesterday and hadn't been able to cultivate, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Previously, he had wanted to cultivate the scripture of supreme mystery to the 9th level. It wouldn't do for him to slack off like this. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the bed and circulated the scripture of supreme mystery a few times. "Brother, brother." Lan Er's soft voice came from outside. Then he heard light footsteps walking towards the door. Sigh, this girl would wake him up every morning like an alarm clock. Every time, she would barge in without even knocking on the door. This was not a good habit. What if one day he was in the room with Xiaoxi? What if one day he was in the room with his future wife doing something embarrassing and this girl barged in and ruined it? Li Zishuan would never admit that he had feelings for Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was still a 13-year-old child. He was definitely not a lolicon. In order to get rid of his sister's bad habit, Li Zishuan decided to punish her a little. In a flash, he hid behind the door. Just then, he heard Lan Er's footsteps walking towards the door. As expected, Lan Er didn't have the habit of knocking on the door. She directly pushed the door open and ran towards the inner room. "Brother, big lazy worm, wake up quickly." Lan Er started shouting before she reached the bed. When she reached the bed, she naturally found that it was empty. Where is brother? Why is he gone? Lan Er was about to turn around and ask Sister Xiao when she suddenly saw a face with white eyes. Naturally, it was Li Zishuan who was rolling his eyes. A big tongue was sticking out and moving towards her little face. After 3 seconds, an ear-piercing scream suddenly rang through the Li residence west courtyard. "Ah!" Lan Er screamed in horror. She closed her eyes and used her hands to hit the monster in front of her. She didn't want him to eat her. She prayed that her brother would come quickly to save her. Lan Er, what's wrong?" Li Zishuan was shocked by Lan Er's reaction. He was afraid that Lan would be too scared, so he quickly held Lan Er's shoulders with both hands and spoke gently to Lan. Lan only dared to open her eyes when she heard her brother's voice. When she saw that her brother was really in front of her, she hurriedly ran over and hugged her brother. "Big brother, where did you go?" Just now, there was a demon with a big tongue who wanted to eat Lan. Li Zishuan didn't expect that he would scare Lan to tears. He secretly blamed himself, but now that things had come to this, he could only make the best of it. Otherwise, Lan wouldn't let him off easily. Lan did you not knock on the door when you came in? No. Lan sobbed. Lan the monster you saw just now is actually a door demon. If you don't knock when you enter the room, he will come out if he's in a bad mood and will only eat young ladies. Li Zishuan began to trick her. Don't eat Lan. Lan doesn't taste good. Lan will knock on the door next time. Lan immediately became scared. As long as Lan knocks on the door, the demon won't come out. Lan, don't cry. Li Zishuan was very happy to trick children now, but when Lan grew up and remembered this incident, he would regret what he did today. But that's a story for the future, so let's not talk about it for now. After coaxing Lan, Li Zishuan went to wash up and eat breakfast. Li Zishuan woke up late every morning, so Mrs. Li told the kitchen to leave a portion of breakfast for the two of them and Lan, who woke up early, to eat together. At this moment, Li Zishuan was eating breakfast alone in the front hall. He happened to see his parents walk in. His father even had dark circles under his eyes. "Father, Mother, why are you here? Let's eat together." Li Zishuan greeted his parents as he ate. "Xian, hurry up and eat. Your father and I have already eaten," Mrs. Li said with a smile as she and Li Jingma sat on the bench next to him. Mrs. Li sat down and looked at Li Zishuan with a smile. Her face was full of love, and the more she looked at him, the wider her smile became. Li Zishuan felt his hair stand on end under his mother's gaze. He thought to himself, "I haven't done anything bad recently. Mother, if you have something to say, just tell me. I can't eat with you staring at me like that," Li Zishuan said helplessly. He really couldn't eat with his mother staring at him. It's nothing. I just came to ask if you're short on money recently." Li Zishuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his parents were here to give him pocket money. Generally, people would ask their parents for pocket money. Which parents would take the initiative to give pocket money to their children? Li Zishuan was a little touched at this moment. He smiled and said, "Mother, I don't lack pocket money recently." Mrs. Li was a little disappointed. Last night, she heard her husband tell her everything about Li Zishuan at the ready-made clothing store. As a mother, she was happier than anyone else that her son was successful. However, she was a little too happy. She was so excited that she didn't sleep well the whole night. She kept asking Li Jingma about the details. Li Jingma had already told her about it 7 or 8 times, but she still didn't get tired of it. Just like that, Li Jingma was tormented the whole night and woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Hearing that her son had woken up, Mrs. Li hurriedly pulled Li Jingma over. She wanted to give her son some motherly love. After all, her son had been away from home for so many years. As a mother, she was trying her best to treat her son better. "Xian, if you're short on money, just tell me. You have to spend money to eat and drink with your friends. Don't embarrass yourself. Don't worry about money. Your father has plenty of money. He earns so much money for you to spend. Don't be afraid of spending money." Mrs. Li got up and patted Li Zishuan's back. Her face was full of love as she encouraged him to be a prodigal son. Hearing this, Li Jingma almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to object, he was glared at by Mrs. Li. Of course, Li Jingma didn't dare to glare back. He could only glare fiercely at his son. He thought angrily in his heart. Ever since this brat came back, his status in the family had plummeted. Yesterday, he told Mrs. Li that this brat knew how to do mathematics. After that, this brat's status rose again. Now, he was the ancestor of the family. In the future, he definitely couldn't tell Mrs. Li about this kind of thing. Li Zishuan was also dumbfounded after hearing his mother's words. What does this mean? Is she telling me to quickly become a prodigal son? Li Zishuan felt that the world was changing too quickly. He couldn't understand it. He muttered to his mother. Thank you, Mother. If I'm short on money, I'll ask Mother for it." Seeing that his father didn't say a word, Li Zishuan thought that his father was unhappy because he was only talking to his mother. He shamelessly struck up a conversation with his father. "Father, why didn't you go to the shop today?" Li Jingma originally planned to go to the shop in Shi City this afternoon to take a look. After all, the clothing shop hadn't found a new shopkeeper yet. He was also a little worried. However, after hearing his son's words, he remembered that Mrs. Li had just said that she earned so much money for Li Zishuan to spend. Suddenly, his motivation to earn money was not as strong as before. His old face darkened as he said in a bad mood, "Why do you need to care? I'm not going today. Cough, I think there's nothing going on at the shop today, so I don't plan to go." It was Li Jingma's father who felt the slight murderous intent in his wife's eyes. He changed his words and used a gentle tone to speak. Li Jingma's father felt that he couldn't stay in the front hall any longer. He hurriedly put his hands behind his back and went back to sleep in the east courtyard. Li Zishuan could see that his father was afraid of his mother. His father's status in this family was really low. He even sympathized with his father. He didn't know what was wrong with his mother today for her to suddenly be so enthusiastic, but he couldn't be bothered to care about it now. Under his mother's loving gaze, he hurriedly finished his breakfast and fled to the backyard to play with Lon. Chapter 14. In the backyard of the Li residence. Li Zishuan was pushing Lon on the swing when Xiao He suddenly ran over and said to Li Zishuan, "Young master, Cheng Chumo, who ate with us yesterday, is here. He is waiting for you in the front hall. He said that you owe him a meal and is waiting for you to treat him." Speaking of this, Xiao He couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan was stunned. He almost forgot about this. However, Cheng Chumo was really interesting. Who would run to someone's house and ask them to treat him? However, Li Zishuan also quite liked this guy's straightforward temperament. At least he was better than those who appeared to be amiable with you on the surface but stabbed you in the back. This kind of brother was worth having. Li Zishuan brought Lon to the front hall and saw Cheng Chumo sitting there casually drinking tea. "Hey, this guy really didn't treat himself as an outsider." "Oh, Brother Chonyo, why are you here today?" Li Zishuan pretended to be confused and said. Cheng Chumo heard this and stared at Li Zishuan. This guy clearly owed him a meal and yet he pretended to be confused. He didn't believe that the servant girl didn't say why he came today when she went in to report. He really didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned. Li Zishuan's skin was even thicker than his. He could say in private that Li Zishuan owed him a meal. After all, everyone in Chang'an knew that he, Cheng Chumo, was a straightforward guy. However, he couldn't say in front of others that he was here to ask them to treat him to a meal, right? Cheng Chumo huffed and puffed there for a long time. He didn't know what to say and his face turned red. Li Zishuan didn't want to tease him anymore and hurriedly said, "Oh, I was just about to invite Brother Ugly Bull to eat KFC at the Drunken Immortal restaurant yesterday. I almost forgot. My bad. Let's go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant now. Today's KFC is limited for others, but for Brother Ugly Bull, you can eat as much as you want." Cheng Chumo also knew that Li Zishuan was deliberately teasing him. It was normal for brothers to joke around, so he didn't take it to heart. However, when he heard the last sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up. He instantly felt that this joke was worth it. If possible, he didn't mind Li Zishuan joking with him a few more times. He stepped forward and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with all his might. He laughed and said, "Brother, you're very kind. If you ask me, you're good in every way, but you're too polite. However, I old Sheng like it." Li Zishuan was speechless. In his previous life, when he watched the TV series, The Legend of the Sui and Tang Heroes, he often heard Cheng Chumo call this person Old Cheng. He didn't expect that his son also liked to call himself Old Cheng. Li Zishuan wondered if Cheng Chumo would still dare to call himself Old Cheng if Cheng Chumo was here. Putting aside these messy thoughts, Li Zishuan brought Lon and Cheng Chumo out of the house. They saw a strong black horse at the door. "Brother Ugly Bull, you came here on a horse." Li Zishuan originally wanted to walk over with everyone, but when he saw that Cheng Chumo came here on a horse, he suddenly felt awkward. "Aren't you talking nonsense? My house is so far away from yours. If I didn't ride a horse here, how long would I have to walk?" Cheng Chumo said unhappily. The Lu public house was in Huaid Lane, which was west of Shi City. It was quite close to Shi City, but it was quite far from the Li public house. It must have been hard for him to come all the way here so early in the morning to have a meal with Li Zishuan. "San Bao, do we have a horse in our house?" Li Zishuan had no choice but to ride a horse. Although he didn't ride a horse in his previous life, He was confident that a horse wouldn't be able to do anything to him now that he was highly skilled in martial arts. Yes, young master. Old master has a few horses in the past. San Bao will go get them for you now. San Bao quickly went to get the horse for Li Zishuan. After a while, Li Zishuan carried Lan and rode together with Cheng Chumo to Shi City. The Tang dynasty wasn't like the other dynasties after it, where one could ride a horse in Chang'an City. When they arrived at Zuaishan restaurant, Li Zishuan was surprised to see a long line outside. After all, this was only the first day of KFC. What he didn't know was that before they arrived, several groups of people had already ordered KFC at Zuaishan restaurant. After eating it, they were naturally shocked by the deliciousness of the world. However, a serving of KFC was only about 10 pieces of chicken. How could it be enough? They quickly asked the waiter to bring another serving. The waiter could only say with a bitter face that each table was limited to one serving. The entire Zuaishan restaurant was limited to 200 servings a day. This made the people who had just finished their KFC suffer. After eating the delicious fried chicken, they immediately lost their appetite when they looked at the other dishes on the table. However, there were some smart people among them. When they saw that there weren't many people eating at Zuaishan restaurant at this time, they immediately paid the bill and went out to find their attendants. They asked them to go back and find a few more servants. Then, they came in and each took a table and ordered a serving of KFC. Of course, those servants definitely wouldn't be able to eat it. They could only leave it for their old master. This caused Zuaishan restaurant to be full. There was a long line outside. Some passers-by who didn't know what was going on asked around and also joined the line out of curiosity. The line became longer and longer. Shi City was originally a place with a lot of people. With such a long line, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Just like this, KFC became completely popular on the first day of its launch. Cheng Chumo looked at the long line and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He secretly rejoiced that he found Li Zishuan to eat with him. Otherwise, he would also have to painstakingly wait in line. Don't think that just because he was the son of Lu Guogong, he could cut the line as he pleased. It must be known that those who could afford to eat at Zuaishan restaurant were generally rich and respectable. If he went up and cut the line and offended the second generation of the imperial censor, everyone would make a fuss. Naturally, he couldn't avoid being impeached. Although the emperor wouldn't do anything to him for such a small matter, from another point of view, if he were to be reprimanded by the emperor for such a small matter, wouldn't it be worth it? Li Zishuan naturally didn't need to wait in line. It didn't make sense for him to have to wait in line when he was going to his own restaurant. Therefore, he directly held Lan's hand and pulled the horse along with Cheng Chumo as they bypassed the crowd and walked towards Zuaishan restaurant. Hey, Brother Zishuan. Suddenly, he seemed to hear someone calling him from the line. Li Zishuan quickly turned his head and saw Li Qingqian pulling Li Lizzie from the line and walking towards them. Oh, so it's Brother Gao Ming and Sister Lizzie. Brother Gao Ming also came to eat at Zuaishan restaurant? Li Zishuan went forward and greeted. That's right. The two of us saw that Zuaishan restaurant was quite popular in Shi City today. It seemed like they had withdrawn from some new food, so we came to join in the fun. That's good. If Brother Gao Ming doesn't mind, why don't you come with us? I won't hide it from Brother Gao Ming. Li Zishuan also felt that the second generation of the imperial censor in front of him didn't have any heirs and was worth befriending, so he invited him. However, he didn't notice Cho Ox behind him. When he saw Li Qingqian, his expression changed slightly. That's what I was thinking. Then let's go in together. After Li Qingqian returned to the palace yesterday, he had someone investigate Li Zishuan's background. Naturally, he knew that this restaurant was the property of Li Zishuan's family. When he saw Li Zishuan just now, he was quite happy and decisively gave up on waiting in line for half a day to hitch a ride with Boss Li to go in and have a big meal. Hey, Cho Ox, why are you with Brother Zishuan? Li Qingqian noticed Cheng Chumo at the side and asked with a strange expression. Li Zishuan is a brother that I just met yesterday. He's treating me to a drink today, Cheng Chumo said matter-of-factly. Brother Cho Ox, you know Gao Ming? Li Zishuan asked with some confusion. Yes, because of my father's generation, I know him. Cheng Chumo saw that Li Zixuan didn't seem to know Li Qingxian's true identity. At this moment, it wasn't good for him to point it out, so he could only give a vague answer. Oh. Li Zixuan suddenly understood and said with an oh. It wasn't strange that the second generation of the imperial censor knew each other. The group didn't waste any more words and directly entered Zuaxian restaurant. Chapter 15. Shopkeeper Lu also saw Li Zixuan and hurriedly came out to greet him with a smile. Hey, the young boss is here. Seeing Li Zixuan make the KFC so popular today, Boss Lu was naturally happy at the moment. Well, I brought my friend here for dinner. Uncle Lu, are there any seats upstairs? Yes. There are seats on the 4th floor specially reserved for young master. Young master, please come in. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly responded. At this time, someone in the line outside the door was unhappy. Shopkeeper Lu, why do we all have to line up, but this person directly goes in? Li Zixuan didn't say anything. He crossed his arms and waited to see how old Lu would deal with it. Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly stepped forward and said, Dear guests, this is the young master of our restaurant. Today, he is here to check the accounts, not to eat. Please forgive him. Of course, old Lu didn't dare to say that Li Zixuan was here to eat. Everyone in front of him was a big boss. It wouldn't be easy to deal with if he angered everyone. Hearing Shopkeeper Lu's nonsense, Lan, and Li Lizzie couldn't help but turn their backs and smile at each other. Everyone knew that Shopkeeper Lu was talking nonsense. Who would bring 2 little girls to check the accounts? However, they couldn't say anything. The restaurant was his business. It seemed that there was no need to line up to eat in his own restaurant. Shopkeeper Lu deliberately lied to give face to everyone. The people in the line weren't so unappreciative. When they entered Zuaxian restaurant, Li Zixuan saw that there was a new dish on the hanging plate. It said, nibbled chicken. Li Zixuan was a little dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that old Lu had misheard. Forget it. Nibbled chicken is nibbled chicken. It's troublesome to change it again and again. Li Zixuan was too lazy to correct him. After entering a private room on the 4th floor, they all sat down. Li Zixuan waved at Shopkeeper Lu and said, Uncle Lu, give us 10 servings of gnawed chicken, 8 light side dishes, and a pot of good wine. Put the gnawed chicken in a food box, pick a clever servant, and let him secretly bring it up. Li Zixuan knew that Cheng Chumo would definitely drink, so he ordered a pot of wine. He would not drink it himself. He came to the Tang dynasty because he drank too much. If he drank too much and traveled to the primitive society, then it would be terrible. The reason why he asked the servant to secretly bring up the chicken was to prevent the people downstairs from getting angry if they saw it. After all, other people only had 1 serving per table. Why did he have 10 servings per table here? No matter what era it was, making an exception would be hated by others. Hearing this, Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly agreed, and then went downstairs to have people prepare. Not long after, a servant dressed in green walked in with an extra-large food box. The servant opened the food box and put the dishes on the table. He smiled at Li Zixuan and said, Young master, you ordered the gnawed chicken. Young master, this is the chicken you wanted. Because there were too many of them, 1 plate couldn't fit all of them, so I packed 4 plates for you. I was very careful when I came up so no one noticed. Well done. I'll ask Shopkeeper Lu for a reward later. Li Zixuan praised. In modern times, he was used to not bringing money when he went out, so he didn't have any money on him now. It was not good for him to reward people directly, so he could only be generous. Naturally, the servant left happily. After a few pleasantries, everyone started to eat. It was the first time Li Qingxian and Li Lizzie had eaten the gnawed chicken. Just looking at the appearance made them drool. The 2 siblings couldn't help but pick up a piece and taste it. After tasting it, Li Qingxian couldn't stop and said that it was delicious. Although Li Lizzie also felt that the gnawed chicken was delicious, she didn't like greasy food. After eating a few pieces, she stopped eating and turned to eat the light side dishes. Although Lana ate a lot yesterday, she obviously didn't get tired of it. Her small mouth was constantly chewing. Li Zixuan had eaten yesterday, so he wasn't so addicted now. After eating a few pieces, he also ate the light side dishes with Li Lizzie. Cheng Chumo didn't know what was polite. When he saw the gnawed chicken on the table, his eyes lit up. He immediately took a plate and put it in front of him, eating happily. He only ate a few pieces yesterday and craved it all night. Now that he had an unlimited supply of food from Li Zishuan, he immediately turned into a glutton. His cheeks were like small motors that kept trembling. Just as Cheng Chumo's mouth was dry from chewing, the servant in green came over with a jar of wine. Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up. He went forward and grabbed the jar of wine. He broke the seal and poured a bowl for himself. He couldn't wait to drink 2 mouthfuls. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Little Xian, you haven't drunk with me yet. You must drink 2 bowls with me today." This idiot didn't drink with people by cup, but by bowl. He wouldn't drink with this guy even if he was beaten to death. Li Zishuan secretly frowned and quickly refused. "I really can't drink. The martial arts I practice can't touch alcohol. Brother Chou Nyo, don't force me. You should drink with Gao Ming." Cheng Chumo naturally didn't believe this strange reason. He still insisted on drinking. Lana was unhappy. "Brother Blackface, you can't let brother drink. If brother gets drunk, who will tell Lana stories?" Hearing the story, Li Lizzie's eyes lit up. She quickly agreed. "Brother Chonyo, since brother Xian doesn't drink, don't force brother Xian." Seeing the 2 girls like this, Cheng Chumo couldn't persuade them anymore. He could only say to Li Chengqian, "Gao Ming, drink with me." He didn't dare to call himself brother in front of Li Chengqian like Li Zishuan. Li Chengqian was also quite thirsty from eating fried chicken. Cheng Chumo's words were to his liking, so he agreed. While the 2 of them were drinking, Lana and Li Lizzie were rather bored. Lana said, "Brother, the 2 of them are drinking. Why don't you tell me and Sister Lizzie a story?" The little girl had recently become addicted to listening to stories. However, Lana's listening speed was faster than Li Lizzie's, so it wasn't easy to tell her. "Lon, you've already heard this story for the 5th time. Your big sister Lizzie has only heard it for the 3rd time. Why don't you tell your big sister Lizzie the first 2 chapters you heard yesterday? I want to see if Lon listens to my story seriously." Lana clapped her hands and said, "Oh, okay. Sister Lizzie, I'll tell you first." Lana was very happy to be able to tell stories to others. Li Lizzie smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Lon." After saying that, she also smiled at Li Zishuan. When they were eating, Li Zishuan saw that Li Lizzie's movements were elegant and refined. Now that he saw her generous and decent behavior, he couldn't help but praise in his heart. "How is this like a 7 or 8-year-old girl? I don't know which official cultivated such an outstanding girl. She's only 7 or 8 years old, and her temperament and appearance are already so outstanding. I don't know who will be lucky enough to marry such a proud girl when she grows up." Lana excitedly told Li Lizzie the 2 chapters yesterday. When she talked about the passionate parts, she even gesticulated. Her dancing appearance was so cute that Li Lizzie couldn't help but laugh. Li Chengqian was also eavesdropping. He was also very interested in this story. There, he was pulled by Cheng Chumo to play finger-guessing games while listening to Lana's story. Naturally, he lost more than he won when he was multitasking. Cheng Chumo forced him to drink a lot. Cheng Chumo was unbearably thirsty, but he couldn't lose even if he wanted to. Seeing that all the wine had entered Li Chengqian's stomach, he said angrily, "I'm not going. I'm not going. You go listen to the story." He snatched the wine jug and poured himself a drink. Although he felt that the story was interesting, it was still lacking compared to the chicken and wine in front of him. Moreover, he had already heard the 2 chapters yesterday. Li Chengqian naturally couldn't ask for more. He listened to the story attentively from the side. After a while, Lana finished and hurriedly ran over to ask for credit. "Brother, was Lana's story good?" Li Zishuan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Lana to be able to recite it so well after listening to it once. Her memory was pretty good. He praised, "Lana's story is really good. It's almost the same as brother's." At this moment, a black-clothed brawny man hurriedly came in and whispered a few words in Li Chengqian's ear. Li Chengqian stood up and said, "Brother Zishuan, I have some family matters to attend to, so I'll go back first. In the future, I'll drink and chat with Brother Zishuan. Thank you for your hospitality today." "It's fine. Gao Ming, if you have something to attend to, go do it." Brother Zishuan, can I bring back a portion of the chicken for my father to try? My father's appetite hasn't been good recently. Li Qingqian was a little embarrassed. Wasn't this a typical case of not being able to eat the consequences? Li Lizzie also felt that her brother was a little embarrassing. Her tender face was slightly red. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course. Gao Ming, since you have urgent matters to attend to, why don't you go back first and let your attendant stay? I'll have shopkeeper Lu prepare 2 portions of the chicken for your guard to bring back. How about it?" Li Chengqian hurriedly said gratefully, "Brother Zishuan is still the most considerate. Thank you very much. Wusan, did you hear that? Go to shopkeeper Lu and get the chicken. Go back later." The black-clothed brawny man bowed and said, "Yes." Li Lizzie stood up and smiled at Li Zishuan. She politely said, "Brother Xian, goodbye. Lizzie will listen to Brother Xian's story again next time." Li Zishuan was also very happy to have such a cute lowly fan. He hurriedly replied, "Okay, goodbye Lizzie sister." Li Qingqian then pulled his sister out of the private room. Chapter 16. In a private room on the 4th floor of the drunken Immortal restaurant. Seeing the Li siblings leave, Cheng Chumo hesitated for a moment before nudging Li Zishuan's arm. "Little Xian, do you really not know the identity of this Li Gaoming?" Li Zishuan shook his head, somewhat hesitantly replying, "I don't know. If they don't say, it wouldn't be good for me to take the initiative to ask. However, judging from the temperament of the siblings, they should be from an official's family." Cheng Chumo somewhat admired his observation skills. Leaning over, he whispered, Not only are they from an official's family. It's not just the families of officials. That Li Gaoming is the current crown prince, and that Li Lizzie is the emperor's most beloved princess Changle." Li Zishuan was stunned. "Isn't the current crown prince Li Qingqian? Are you stupid? Crown Prince Li Qingqian's calligraphy is brilliant. Don't tell me you don't even know this?" Cheng Chumo was speechless. He was actually being looked down upon by this uncultured fool. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for choosing engineering. He only knew that the crown prince was called Li Qingqian. Who knew what his calligraphy was? At this moment, Cheng Chumo said somewhat worriedly, "Little Xian, you have to think carefully. The matters of the imperial family are not as simple as you think. The waters are deep. It's best if you don't get too close to the crown prince. My father has told me to stay away from the crown prince and the Prince of Wei. His attitude towards them is to not offend them, nor to cling to them. Moreover, His Imperial Majesty is still in the prime of his life. If you get too close to the crown prince, the Prince of Wei, and the others, it will not be beneficial to your future." Li Zishuan was somewhat moved. For Cheng Chumo to say these words to him, it proved that he truly regarded him as a friend, a brother. Smiling, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, "Brother Chumo, don't worry. Don't worry, Brother Chonyo. I've been cultivating in the mountains with Master for 8 years, and I've long since become indifferent to these fights for fame and fortune. Leaving the mountain this time, I have no intention of pursuing an official career. I only want to stay at home and be a rich man, accompany father and mother, tease Lan, or drink with Brother Chonyo. If I'm tired of staying at home, then I'll go to the pugilistic world and find a confidant. Isn't life like this wonderful?" Cheng Chumo also admired his open-mindedness, but he couldn't live such a life. He was the kind of person who couldn't stay idle. Letting him stay at home was worse than killing him. "Little Xian, since you already know how powerful it is, then I won't say any more." Li Zishuan nodded. "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Chonyo. If the crown prince continues to treat me as a friend like this, I'll naturally still treat him as a brother. If he feigns civility and wants to use me to achieve his own goals, then there's no point in having such a friend." Although Li Zishuan knew that in history, Li Qingqian had a violent temperament and was excessively extravagant, resulting in his rebellion being defeated, at the very least, the current Li Qingqian was still a humble and courteous youth. Although he didn't know why he became like this, perhaps he could be saved. Hearing the conversation between the two, opened her mouth in surprise. "Wow, so big sister Li Ji is a princess. Brother, isn't the position of princess very important?" Li Zishuan patted Lan, Er's head in amusement. The position of princess is indeed very important. In the entire Great Tang, only His Majesty the Emperor has such a position. Does Lan also want to be a princess? Frowned and thought for a moment before answering. Lan doesn't want to be a princess. Lan only wants to be brother's little sister. Li Zishuan laughed heartily. He didn't dote on this girl for nothing. Inside Taiji Palace, Li Shimin was currently flipping through a memorial. After reading the memorial, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. At this moment, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire, carrying a bowl of lotus seed porridge, gracefully walked over to Li Shimin's side. Seeing that Li Shimin was in a good mood, she smiled and asked, "Why is your Imperial Majesty so happy?" Li put his arm around the beautiful woman in palace attire and handed the memorial in his hand to her. He smiled and said, "This is a report of victory sent by Jingde from Yuzhou. Mate Guanyin, take a look. In the first month of this year, Luo Yi rebelled in Yuzhou. Your brother and Jingde suppressed the rebellion in less than 2 months. With these capable ministers and generals, why should we worry about Great Tang's prosperity?" Seeing that Li was so happy, Empress Zhongsun also smiled and said, "That's all because Erlang has a good eye for people. Erlang, you've been reading memorials for so long. It's time for you to rest. This is the lotus seed porridge that your imperial concubine made. Erlang, have a taste." At this moment, an eunuch hastily entered and bowed to Li and the Empress. "Your Imperial Majesty, Imperial Concubine, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Changel are waiting outside." Li curiously said to the Empress, "These 2 children have been hard to find in the palace recently. Today they have finally come to see us." He then said to the eunuch, "Quickly let them in." Not long after, Li Chengqian and his sister entered the palace. Bowing to Li and the Empress, they said, "This son pays respects to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Dispense with the formalities. Changel, quickly come to Imperial Father and Imperial Mother." Li beckoned to Changel. He doted on this eldest daughter of his. When Changel was born, Li viewed her as the apple of his eye and named her Li Lizzie. The history books were full of praise for Princess Changel, praising her as bright as the night moon illuminating the jasper forest, rotten as the morning glow reflecting the pearls. At this moment, Li saw the box of food in Li Chengqian's hand. Curious, he asked, "Chengqian, what is that in your hand?" Li Chengqian promptly bowed and replying to Imperial Father, "This is a delicacy that this son and younger sister Changel encountered at a restaurant in the Western market today. The price of this item is the same as usual, with a limit of 200 servings per day. However, many people are scrambling for it like a flock of ducks." By the time this son arrived, there was already a very long line in front of the restaurant. This son asked a friend that this son had just met to obtain 2 servings. Seeing that Imperial Father's appetite has not been good recently, this son wanted to bring it over for Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to try. Li and Zhang Sun glanced at each other, smiling with gratification. Li said, "It is rare for Chengqian to show such filial piety. Hearing you say this, we are rather curious. What is so miraculous about this delicacy? Despite the price being so expensive, it still causes so many people to scramble for it. Zhao Song, go and bring out the box of food." An old eunuch behind Li bowed and accepted the order. At this moment, Changel, who was beside Empress Zhongsun, also smiled at Li and said, "Imperial Father, the method of cooking this food is indeed rather peculiar. This son has also tasted it. It is indeed delicious." This son also saw Cheng Chumo of Duke Lu's family in the restaurant. He ate 16 servings by himself. Finished speaking, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Changel naturally did not know that not long after the 2 of them left, Cheng Chumo had almost eaten 20 servings. At this moment, Zhao Song brought out the box of food and was about to test it for poison when Li waved his hand to stop him. "No need. Would Chengqian harm us?" Finished speaking, he looked at the box of food. Inside, he saw pieces of golden and tender chicken lined up on a plate. Bursts of crispy chicken aroma wafted into his nostrils. Li couldn't help but feel his appetite increase. He picked up a piece of chicken and sent it into his mouth. The charred aroma of egg and starch mixed with the freshness of the chicken. Li Er couldn't help but smack his lips and praise, this thing is indeed delicious. Guanyin maid, you should also try it. The crispness of this fried chicken will be paired with the Empress's lotus seed porridge in a moment. It doesn't appear greasy. It really whetted our appetite. Seeing that the Emperor finally had an appetite, Zhang Sun was also happy. She picked up a piece and tasted it. The taste was indeed rather peculiar. In the future, she could have the royal chef try it and see if they could make it. Zhang Sun was not a greedy person. After eating 2 pieces, she put down her chopsticks. It was rare for Li Er to have an appetite, so she left the rest for the Emperor to eat. The Empress turned her head and looked at Li Chengqian. Chengqian, what is the name of this delicacy? Imperial Mother, this food is called nibbled chicken. Li Er interjected as he ate, nibbled chicken? This name is very strange and rather inelegant. After eating the piece of chicken in his hand, Li Er asked again, Chengqian, where have you and Chang'e been these 2 days? Li Chengqian hurriedly replied, Imperial Father, I saw Sister Chang'e in the palace a few days ago. Furthermore, Chang'e's health has always been poor. I was worried that she would fall ill from boredom, so I took Chang'e out of the palace to relax in Chang. Hearing this, a rare trace of warmth appeared on Li Er's face. After the Xuanwu Gate incident last year, although he had taken the throne, he had also lost a lot at the same time. There was no familial love in the royal family, but he really needed it. He was most worried that his children would live under the shadow of the Xuanwu Gate incident. Now that he saw his eldest son's heartfelt care for his eldest daughter, he was very gratified. Li Er said to Li Chengqian, Yes, Chengqian, as the elder brother, you should indeed be more concerned about your younger siblings. However, you must not neglect your studies. You are the future crown prince, so you should prioritize your studies. You can leave first. Chang'e will stay with Imperial Father. Li Chengqian hurriedly excused himself from Li Er and the Empress. Zhang Sun smiled and nodded. She had seen the warmth in Li Er's eyes just now. She and Li Er were husband and wife and had helped each other in difficult times for 15 years. They had long known each other deeply. She was also quite satisfied with what her son had done this time. Chang'e, has your qi flared up recently? Why did Chengqian say that you were depressed a few days ago? Li Er asked with some worry. Chang'e and Zhang Sun had always had qi. The imperial physicians in the palace were all helpless. A few days ago, they had asked Sun Simiao to enter the palace to treat the 2. Sun Simiao had also said that he could only help the Empress and Princess recuperate, but could not cure them completely. The 2's qi had now become Li Er's mental illness. Imperial Father, my qi has not flared up recently. However, a few days ago, I did feel that my chest was stuffy. These 2 days, Brother Crown Prince has taken me out of the palace. I have seen many interesting things, and my mood has improved a lot. Imperial Father, don't worry. Thinking of the stories she had heard outside the palace these 2 days, the delicious food she had eaten, and the interesting siblings she had seen, the corners of Chang'e's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Li Er saw that his daughter was in a good mood and was truly happy. He said, Chang'e, then tell Imperial Father what interesting things you have seen these 2 days. It just so happens that your Imperial Mother is here today. Chang'e, you haven't chatted with Imperial Father and Imperial Mother for a long time. Yes, Imperial Father. Chapter 17. Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Private room on the 4th floor. There were already a dozen plates in front of Qing Chumo. Lin and Li Zishuan had already put down their chopsticks and were watching Qing Chumo eat and drink to his heart's content. According to Drunken Immortal Restaurant's portions, 10 chicken pieces were counted as a portion. Li Zishuan estimated that Qing Chumo alone had eaten 18 portions. Without Li Chengqian and Li Lizzie by his side, he had even less scruples and ate as if he was flying. Lun asked curiously, Big Brother Blackface, you've eaten so much. Why hasn't your stomach gotten bigger? Where did you put those gnawed chickens? Qing Chumo had just taken a sip of wine, but upon hearing this, he choked and spat it out. Li Zishuan's figure flashed, pulling Lan to avoid this fellow's saliva. Luckily, I'm agile. Li Zishuan secretly rejoiced. Cheng Chumo felt wronged. Lan, you can't say that about Big Brother Chonyo. Your Big Brother Chonyo can eat so much and still not get fat. Isn't that also a skill? Big Brother Chonyo, you're really thick-skinned. Lan, giggled. Cheng Chumo finally couldn't eat anymore after eating 20 portions. The three of them laughed and joked for a while before leaving drunken Immortal restaurant, each returning to their own homes. When they left, shopkeeper Lu looked bitterly at Cheng Chumo. This fellow had eaten 20 portions of gnawed chicken by himself. When he left, he even took away 5 portions, saying that he was taking them back to show filial piety to his father. Drunken Immortal restaurant only provided 200 portions a day, and this beast alone had taken 25 portions. Shopkeeper Lu wailed in his heart, hoping that the young master wouldn't bring this beast to Drunken Immortal restaurant to eat next time. Taiji Palace. At this moment, Chang Sun and Chang'el were no longer present. Li Er sat alone on the dragon throne, frowning and deep in thought. The hall was silent. After a long time, Li Er's voice rang out in the hall. Zhao Song, send someone to investigate Li Zishuan's background, especially his activities in the past month. See if he deliberately approached Qingqian and Chang'el. As an emperor, Li Er was very careful in everything he did. Of course, if Li Zishuan were here, he would definitely say that Li Er had a persecutory delusion. He felt that there were always unruly people who wanted to harm his children. The old eunuch floated out of nowhere and bowed to Li Er, saying, "Yes." Then, in a flash, he disappeared again. Silence was restored in the hall. But today, Chang and city was not quiet. In the afternoon, the popularity of the chicken at Zuaishan restaurant in the West Market had spread through the entire Chang and through word of mouth. Those who had eaten it naturally praised it as a rare delicacy in the world. Those who had not eaten it naturally salivated after hearing the descriptions of those who had eaten it and looked forward to buying a serving to try it the next day. Although one serving would cost a lot, there were many rich people in Chang and city who could afford it. The gnawing chicken finally became famous in Chang, and after a day of being popular, the Zuaishan restaurant's reputation was also thoroughly established. By the time Li Zishuan and Lan arrived home, Li Jingma had also heard the news of the Drunken Immortal restaurant eating the chicken. It was shopkeeper Lu who had sent the news to him. He really hadn't expected that it would cause such a huge commotion in Chang, and also thoroughly make the name of the Drunken Immortal restaurant famous. Even more surprising was the profit from the gnawing chicken itself. The price was 5 times the cost. Even if there were only 200 servings a day, the profit from the gnawing chicken alone was 160 strings of cash. This could be considered a huge profit. In the long run, the profit from the gnawing chicken would be an astronomical figure. During dinner, Li Jingma finally could not help but ask Li Zishuan, how did you come up with that gnawing chicken? Madame Li also knew that her son had made a new dish called gnawing chicken and that it had become popular throughout Chang and city. She was also very happy and looked at her son curiously. ***, can I say that I learned it from Baidu? Of course not. Li Zishuan could only continue to bluff. Father, I've told you before that my master is not only proficient in martial arts, but also in cooking. This gnawing chicken is one of the delicacies I learned from my master. You don't have to make a fuss about it. My master is very knowledgeable and the disciples he taught are naturally outstanding. It's just that my master's nature is indifferent and does not like to interact with outsiders, so the world does not know of my master's talent. So, father, mother, if your son has any amazing performance in the future, you too don't have to make a fuss about it. Just slowly get used to it. In order to not be questioned by his parents over small matters in the future, Li Zishuan could only throw away his face. Li Jingma unhappily glared at his son who did not have any sense of shame. Madame Li covered her mouth and laughed. Child, why are you speaking as inappropriately as your father when he was young? Did your master also teach you how to be thick-skinned? Mother found that your face is much thicker than when you were young. Father Li's old face darkened. He was innocently implicated again. Li Zishuan was also embarrassed by his mother's teasing. At this moment, Lan also jeered, brother is thick-skinned, hee hee. Duke Lu's estate. A black-faced man with a face full of beard was eating gnawing chicken and drinking wine in the front hall. He was extremely satisfied. "Chonyo, where did you buy this thing? How come I, old Cheng, have never eaten it before?" Cheng Chumo took credit and said, "Father, this is a brother I just made. His restaurant just released a new dish called gnawing chicken. You don't know, but the line in front of the restaurant today was very long. Moreover, it was limited to 200 servings a day. If it was not for my brother, father, you would not be able to eat such delicacies today." Cheng Yudin laughed in a rough voice and said, "Yes, my Chonyo is filial. However, your brother is too stingy. He only gave me this little. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Later, you have to talk to him properly. How can he be so stingy to his own brother? Next time, ask your brother to send me a plate of gnawing chicken." Cheng Chumo was sweating profusely. The emperor only ate 2 servings, and you ate 5 servings alone. Cheng Chumo did not expect his father to be even more shameless than him. Cheng Yaojin said again, "Chonyo, tell your father about your brother. Old Cheng is quite interested in the person who can think of this gnawing chicken." Cheng Chumo knew that his father wanted to check him out. He was afraid that he would not be careful in making friends, so he told Cheng Yaojin about the things that happened in the past 2 days, as well as the information he had gathered in private about Li Zishuan's situation. After a long time, Cheng Yaojin nodded and said, "Yes, from what you said, this child is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Not bad, not bad. You said that he also knows martial arts?" "Yes, father. I heard that he studied martial arts at Mount Longhu for 8 years. His master is Mount Longhu's great elder, spiritual master Ling Su, who is also a great grandmaster expert in the martial arts world. Moreover, I saw that Li Zishuan's lower body was very stable and his steps were vigorous. I'm afraid that his martial arts skills are above mine." "Oh? Then invite him to the manor some other day. I, old Cheng, will exchange a few blows with him. The world is at peace, and there are no more wars to fight. I, old Cheng, am sick from boredom at home every day. You can ask that Li family boy to come over. This old man will treat it as giving pointers to the younger generation." Ha! When old Cheng heard this, he was suddenly very interested in Li Zishuan. At this moment, Cheng Chumo could only mourn for his good brother in his heart. Chapter 18. The popularity of the gnawing chicken continued. On the second day, when the Western market opened, many people went straight to the drunken Immortal restaurant. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the seats in the drunken Immortal restaurant were taken. Those who couldn't enter the restaurant began to line up outside. "Brother Wang, are you also here to eat the chicken?" A short youth in white in the line saw that the person in front of him was an acquaintance and began chatting with him. Yesterday, after Chen Eru ate the chicken from the drunken Immortal restaurant, he bragged to me the entire afternoon. His Chen family is just a nouveau riche, yet he dares to come to my house and show off. It's not like I can't afford to eat this chicken." The one surnamed Wang had a face full of arrogance. We came so early. How come there aren't any seats left? This drunken Immortal restaurant is really too small. I heard that the chicken is only limited to 200 servings a day. We should be able to get in with our position. Those behind us are miserable. Today, we'll have a taste of what the chicken that everyone talks about tastes like. 2 hours later, the 200 servings of chicken from the drunken Immortal restaurant were all sold out. However, there was still a line of at least 100 people outside. Those who did not get in immediately became unhappy and began to make a ruckus. The order was in chaos, even alarming the Marquis of Chang'an. Helpless, shopkeeper Lu could only announce that the supply of chicken for the day would be increased by 100 servings. Only then was the chaos resolved. Taiji Palace. The old eunuch Zhao Song was reporting to Li Er everything he had found out about Li Zishuan's background. He also presented a piece of paper to Li Er. After hearing this, Li Er stood up and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. He said, "According to what you said, Li Zishuan did not intentionally get close to Qingqian and Chang'e?" Finished speaking, he picked up the piece of paper and said with interest, "This Li Zishuan is actually proficient in mathematics, and even better than Su Hongji. I didn't think that this kid would have so many skills." But what are these squiggly words on the paper? If Li Zixuan was here, he would definitely recognize that the piece of paper was the financial statement he made at the ready-made clothing store that day. He didn't expect that the old eunuch would even get this. This old servant doesn't know either. According to the servant who was present at the time, Su Hongji didn't know what the word was either. Li Zixuan didn't explain either. While Li Er was still confused by the Arabic numerals, Li Zixuan was lying on a recliner in the west courtyard of the Li residence, flirting with two servant girls. No, he was telling a story. This recliner was made by Carpenter Zhou from the east of the city by San Bao 2 days ago. The blueprint was naturally drawn by Li Zixuan. Such a simple thing was a piece of cake for an engineering student like him. Li Zixuan told them Ouyang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. In fact, he didn't have many stories in his head. He only remembered some TV dramas that he had watched many times when he was young. He basically didn't watch TV dramas during his university days. He felt that they were all the same, and it was heart-wrenching to watch. If he wasn't playing games every day, he would be chatting with his little girlfriend online. Being in a long-distance relationship was also very tiring. Young master, this Liang Shanbua is so stupid. He slept with Zhu Yingtai for so long, yet he didn't know that she was a girl. How is this possible? Young master, you are making things up again. Not long after, Xiao He protested. How is it impossible? How am I making things up? Li Zixuan wasn't convinced. How could the love classics in his previous life be made up? Young master, a girl is a girl. Even if she is dressed as a boy, she can still be seen through. Young master, you must have watched too many TV dramas. Xiao He said as if she was very experienced. Who said that? Some girls dressed as boys can be easily seen through. For example, Xiao Shi. But for a girl like you, if you dress as a boy, it will be very hard to see through you. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, he looked at Xiao He's small chest with some bad intentions. Young master, you? Xiao He followed Li Zixuan's gaze and looked down. She instantly jumped up and blushed. She mumbled something to Li Zixuan for a long time, but she didn't know what to say. She stomped her feet in embarrassment, turned around, and ran away. Xiao Shi's face was also red. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Li Zixuan again. She thought in her heart, did young master just compliment my big chest? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. At this moment, Li Zixuan noticed a tall servant girl in green walking into the courtyard. Li Zixuan recognized this servant girl. She was his mother's servant. She seemed to be called Qing. Seeing that she was almost here, Li Zixuan stood up and said, Why is Sister Qing here? Is my mother looking for me? Qing nodded with a smile and said, Madam invites young master to the front hall. After a while, Li Zixuan came to the front hall and saw his mother sitting in front of the hall. There was also a skinny old man in the hall. This person was the Li residence's housekeeper Wang. Li Zixuan had met him a few days ago. You're here. Come sit with mother. When Madame Li saw her son coming, she quickly smiled and waved her hand. Li Zixuan walked over and sat down. He said, Mother, why did you ask me to come over? Madame Li handed a small booklet to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan took it and flipped it open. It seemed to be an account book. He asked curiously, Mother, what is this? Madame Li smiled and said, This is the rent account that Steward Wang just sent over from the Han Manor in the eastern part of the city. Originally, the rent should have been paid a long time ago, but last year's harvest was not good, so Mother gave them a few more months. Originally, they should have been charged 50% of the rent, but Mother only charged them 40%. Isn't this because my Xian is good at reading? Mother asked you to come over and help Mother do the reading. In the past, every time Mother collected rent, Mother had to do it for a few days. This year, Xian happened to be here, so Mother saved a lot of trouble. Madame Li was very gratified when she said this. Her son could now help her share her worries. After Li Zixuan heard this, he smiled and said, Yes, Mother. In the future, leave these things to me. Mother, just relax and enjoy your life. Mother's heart is really good. You reduced the rent for those farmers by 10%. But then again, those farmers don't have it easy. After saying this, he asked with some doubt, Mother, why does our family still have so much fertile land? Why haven't I heard father mention it? Madame Li unhappily rolled her eyes at him and said, These are all land that mother bought in the past few years and rented to those farmers. Mother saw that there was so much spare money at home and couldn't just leave it lying around, so she took out a portion and bought some land. TSK, he didn't think that his mother's awareness was so advanced. Even in the Tang dynasty, she knew to invest money to buy land. He asked curiously, Then mother, how much land have you bought in the past few years? Not much, only about 3,000 mu. Your father's shop often needs a lot of money, so mother only bought this much. Pooh! Li Zishuan almost knelt down in front of his mother. 3,000 mu wasn't a lot, but he didn't think that he could be considered a big landlord. Mother, then I'll take this account book with me. I'll give it to you after I finish the reading tomorrow, Li Zishuan said as he flipped through the account book. Yes, then Xian, or we'll have to work hard. Mother will make something good for you at noon to nourish your brain. Madame Li smiled and said, Mother, it's not hard. In the future, let me do these things. Actually, it's really easy for me. I don't want mother to waste her energy on these things. Yes, mother knows. Xian, is so filial. Go quickly. Chapter 19. The next morning, Li Zishuan took the account book and went to the east courtyard. Mother, I have finished calculating the account book you gave me yesterday morning. Please take a look. After saying that, he handed over the account book in his hand. Mrs. Li took the account book and said happily, I heard from your father that you are very knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to finish it so quickly. You have saved me a lot of trouble. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Mother, I want to go to the Han village to take a look. Mrs. Li was curious and asked, That place is so far away from home and the road is not easy. Why do you want to go there? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, I want to see how the villagers are doing. I have been learning martial arts at Longhu Mountain for 8 years, but I don't know the hardships of the world. Master also wants me to do something for the people of Tang Empire. So I want to go to the Han village today. Mrs. Li thought about her son's words and said happily, Since you want to go, I will go with you. Housekeeper Wang will go with you. Xian, bring some pastries. I don't think you will be able to make it back in the afternoon. Don't go hungry. Okay, thank you, mother. I will go now. Li Zishuan went to the front courtyard and found steward Wang Zhong. He told him that he wanted to go to the Han Manor and asked him to prepare a horse first. The Han Manor was about 30 li away from the Li residence, so they couldn't walk there. Brother, where are you going? Lan saw housekeeper Wang going to the stables to get the horse and knew that her brother was going out. I want to go to the village to take a look. Lan, can you wait for me at home? Li Zishuan said helplessly. This sister of his was too clingy. No, Lan is bored at home alone. Mother doesn't want to play with Lan. Lana wants to go to the village with brother. Lan shook her head like a rattle drum. But Xiaohe and Xiaoxi, you two go too. Take care of Mississippi San Bao, go get a carriage. These girls definitely didn't know how to ride a horse. Li Zishuan asked San Bao to get a carriage. Not long after, the group set off for the Han village. They left Chang and city from Yanxing Gate and headed east. The road became more and more difficult. Li Zishuan and Wang Zhong didn't feel anything on their horses, but the carriage behind them kept shaking, which made the 3 maidservants cry out in surprise. San Bao, slow down. Don't overturn the carriage. Li Zishuan didn't know if San Bao was an experienced driver, but he was afraid that the carriage would overturn. He and steward Wang slowed down the speed of the horse so that San Bao could drive slower. Just like that, the group walked for more than 2 hours on the 30-something mile road. At this time, he saw a village not far ahead. He could vaguely see a few people working in the fields. Young master, that's the Han village. Wang Zhong stopped his horse and pointed at the village. Well, then let's go quickly. It's almost noon. Uncle Wang, can you find a family and give them some money? We'll have lunch in the village. Li Zishuan ordered. Wang Zhong was more familiar with this place than him. His family often sent him to collect rent, so it was best for him to arrange it. Yes, young master. Why don't we go to Han Lijing's house at noon? Every time Madam sends me here to collect rent, Han Lijing is very cooperative. Wang Zhong suggested. Okay, then Uncle Wang, you lead the way. The group of people rode into the village. It was the spring plowing season. At the entrance of the village, they could see many people pulling oxen to plow the fields. There were also 2 or 3 children chasing and playing on the ridges of the fields. Occasionally, there would be a few roosters and dogs barking in the village. Li Zishuan often saw this scene in his previous life. He was born and raised in a village. Lan was very new to this scene. She had been the little princess of the family since she was born. She had never seen such a scene in a village before. She got off the carriage and held her brother's hand, looking around as they walked. Li Zishuan left the horse and carriage at the entrance of the village and asked San Bao to take good care of them. He led the group into the village, and under Wang Zhong's lead, they went straight to Han Lijing's house. Young master, we're here. This is Han Lijing's house. After a while, Wang Zhong pointed to a rundown farmhouse in front of them. Li Zishuan was a little surprised. In his opinion, if this place was in the future, it would be equivalent to a village chief. How could the place be so run down? Since they were in front of someone's house, it was not good to say much. He immediately walked in with Wang Zhong. Oh, Butler Wang, you're here. A dark-skinned middle-aged man in the courtyard saw Li Zishuan and the group and quickly went up to greet them. However, Li Zishuan noticed that the man's right leg seemed to be a little disabled, and he was limping as he walked. However, from the thick muscles on his arm, it was obvious that this middle-aged man's body contained a lot of strength. Han Lijing, this is my family's young master and young mistress. My madam has calculated the rent that your farmstead paid this year, and there's no problem. Today, my young master wants to come to the Han Manor to take a look. Wang Zhong introduced to Han Lijing. When Han Lijing heard this, he quickly bowed respectfully to Li Zishuan and Lan, and said, "Greetings to young master and young mistress." Li Zishuan quickly returned the greeting and said, "Uncle Han, you don't have to be so courteous. We'll be bothering Uncle Han later. Seeing that it's almost noon, I'll bring this group of people to Uncle Han's house for lunch. Uncle Han, don't worry, we've brought our own ingredients and pastries. We only need to borrow Uncle Han's kitchen to heat them up, and we'll pay the corresponding remuneration." When Han Lijing heard this, his face instantly turned red, and he straightened his neck and said, "Young master, you're flattering me. My Han Manor's harvest last year wasn't good, and not only did Madam Li reduce our rent by 10%, she also extended the deadline of half a year. If it weren't for Madam Li's benevolence, who knows how many people in my Han Manor would have starved to death. Now that young master is coming to my house for a meal, how could I let young master bring his own ingredients? How could I dare to take young master's money? If the villagers knew, they'd poke at my spine. Young master, you must never say such things again. Although I, Han Tianhu, am a boor, I still know how to repay kindness." Well, he accidentally hurt the other party's self-esteem. Li Zishuan quickly explained, "Uncle Han, don't misunderstand. I don't have any other intentions by giving you money. This is what you deserve. There's no such thing as not paying for a meal in this world." Seeing that Han Lijing straightened his neck and wanted to decline again, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Since Uncle Han doesn't want to accept it, I won't force you. Thank you for your hospitality today, Uncle Han. If the Han Manor has any difficulties in the future, Uncle Han can look for Steward Wang. I'll try my best to solve it. Use our ingredients for lunch. After all, the ingredients we brought will definitely spoil if we don't eat them. It's just that we'll have to use some of Uncle Han's firewood." Only then did Han Lijing reluctantly accept. He waved his hand and said, "It's just some firewood, it's not worth much money. Young master, use it as much as you can. Once you're done, I'll go to the mountains to chop some more. Young master, young miss, please come in and have a seat." The group of people then entered the house. Chapter 20. My humble abode is too simple and crude. I'm sorry for neglecting young master and young mistress. After entering the house, Han Lijing said embarrassedly. Li Zishuan looked around. It was indeed very simple and crude. The only valuable thing was probably the MO's sword hanging on the wall. However, Li Zishuan was a little confused. This kind of sword was usually only found in the army. Why did Han Lijing have one in his house? It's okay, Uncle Han. We don't mind. Uncle Han, where's your kitchen? I'll ask my maid to heat up the food. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said unconcernedly. Han Lijing quickly shook his head and said, I wouldn't dare to trouble young master's people. I'll ask my brat to call my daughter back to cook for you. Young master and young mistress, please take a seat here. After saying that, he cupped his hands and walked out. Outside the courtyard, Han Lijing roared towards the east, Tai Dan, you stinking brat, get back here. After a while, a young child's voice could be heard outside the courtyard. Father, why did you call me? Han Lijing said, Brat, quickly go up the mountain and call your sister back. Tell her that there are important guests at home. Tell her to come back and cook. Oh, father, who's here? Brat, you talk too much nonsense. Go. Then, they heard a series of hurried footsteps gradually fading away. Han Lijing returned to the house and smiled apologetically at Li Zishuan. Young master, please take a seat for a while. My daughter went up the mountain to pick wild fruits and mushrooms in the morning. She'll be back soon. Li Zishuan nodded and asked, Uncle Han, how have the people in the manor been these years? Han Lijing said, in the past few years in the village, most of the families were living precarious lives and did not have enough food to fill their stomachs. At that time, the rent for the main house was very high, and every year, they had to pay 70% of the rent. In addition, during those years, the world was not peaceful and the harvest was not good, which made the situation even worse. During the slack time, I had to bring a few hunters into the mountains to hunt and deliver them to the city to exchange for money. 3 years ago, young master's family bought the land of the Han family manor. Not only did Madame Li allow us to continue farming, she even reduced the rent to 50%. In addition, in recent years, the world has gradually become peaceful, so life in the manor has become much better. At the very least, no one will starve to death now. This is all thanks to Madame Li. After saying that, Han Lijing's eyes were filled with gratitude. Li Zishuan was somewhat speechless. These villagers weathered wind and rain year after year, working themselves to death just so that they wouldn't starve to death, just so that they could survive. It was such a simple request, but it was difficult to satisfy in this era. It wasn't because of natural disasters or war, but because of the oppression from the noble class. Li Zishuan felt that it was unfair for these villagers, and his heart was very vexed. Perhaps it was because he was also the son of a farmer in his previous life. At that moment, a very clear and pleasant voice came from outside the house. Father, your daughter is back. Then, he heard a series of footsteps coming into the house. At the door, a young girl of 13 or 14 years old came in. She was wearing rough clothes that had been washed until they were white, and there were a few neat red patches on her sleeves. The patches were quite artistic, and they were arranged in the shape of a plum blossom. From afar, it looked like a plum blossom that was embroidered on. The young girl had an oval face with extremely delicate facial features. Her skin was smooth, and she had a sharp chin. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she had a beautiful figure. Just by looking at her face, she was as pure as a fairy from the heavens. However, her pair of lively eyes were not like those of a fairy from the heavens who did not eat the food of mortals. Her pair of eyes contained the wind and frost of the world. The simple hemp clothes matched the young girl's beautiful face, but it did not reduce the young girl's peerless elegance. It made people feel that she was a peerless fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Just her current appearance was more beautiful than any of the pure girls he had seen in his previous life. If she were to wear the fresh and beautiful clothes of those celebrities, Li Zishuan could not imagine how beautiful she would be. Li Zishuan didn't expect that he would be able to see such a stunning woman in such a remote and desolate place. The two little maids by his side were already very beautiful, but in front of this young girl, they were somewhat overshadowed. Xiaohe's beauty was a kind of lively and cute beauty. Xiaoxi's beauty was a kind of beauty from a small family in Jiangnan. The girl in front of him was a kind of beauty that was fresh and refined, like a poem or a painting. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment when he saw her. It was only when Lan Er tugged at him that he woke up. Father, daughter heard from Iron Egg that there are guests in the house? The young girl asked Han Lijing. Yushi, come here. This is Steward Wang. You have seen him before. This is the young master of Chang and Li family. This is the young miss of the Li family. Young master, young miss, this is my daughter. Her name is Han Yushi. Yushi, quickly greet the young master and young miss. Han Lijing pulled Han Yushi and introduced them to each other. Han Yushi, what a beautiful name. Li Zishuan inexplicably praised in his heart. Yushi greets young master, greets young miss. Han Yushi bowed to Li Zishuan and Lan. Li Zishuan hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "Hello, Miss Han." Lan'er saw Han Yushi and happily jumped up and said, "Wow, Sister Han is so beautiful. It would be great if Lan'er could be as beautiful as Sister Han when she grows up." Han Yushi was a little embarrassed by Lan'er's praise. Her pink cheeks were slightly red. However, seeing that Lan'er was really cute, she couldn't help but like this little girl. She squatted down and touched Lan'er's little face. She smiled and said, "Young Miss will definitely be 100 times more beautiful than Yushi when she grows up." "Really? Really?" Lan'er heard this and became even more excited. At this moment, Han Lijing said to Han Yushi, "Yushi, young master and young miss will be having lunch at home. Father knows that your cooking skills are excellent. Quickly go to the kitchen and prepare a few dishes. Stew the pheasant that father hunted yesterday. Go quickly. Don't let the guests wait for too long." "Father, I will go now," Han Yushi responded crisply. She then turned to Li Zishuan and Lan'er and said, "Young master and young miss, please take a seat. Yushi will be back soon." Listening to her gentle voice, Li Zishuan felt that his heart was about to melt. It was as if the dry land was moistened by the spring rain. "Xiao He, quickly go to the carriage and get the ingredients and pastries that we brought. Send them to the kitchen and let Miss Han heat them up," Li Zishuan said to Xiao He. Xiao He was about to accept the order and leave when she heard Han Lijing say to the door, "Brat, quickly come in. What are you hiding outside the door for?" A little boy with a strong head walked in. He was about 6 or 7 years old. When he saw so many strangers, he was still a little shy. The little boy said to Li Zishuan and Lana, "Hello, young master and young miss." Obviously, he had been eavesdropping outside for a long time. Li Zishuan nodded at him. Lana smiled mischievously at him. When the little boy saw this, he became even more shy. He then said to Han Lijing, "Father, you called me." Han Lijing pointed at Xiao He and said to him, "This young miss is going to the carriage at the entrance of the village to get something. Accompany her. Be careful and don't run around. Do you hear me?" "Yes, father." "I got it." Li Zishuan smiled. This Han Lijing was quite thoughtful. Xiao He might really get lost in the village alone. He smiled kindly at Han Lijing and said, "Thank you, Uncle Han." He then said to Xiao He, quickly go with Iron Egg. Be careful." "Yes, young master." Xiao He will go now. Chapter 21. After Li Zishuan chatted with Han Lijing for a while, he saw Han Yushi and Iron Egg coming in with dishes. "Young master, young miss, father, it's time to eat." Han Yushi placed the dishes on a square table that was very old but very clean. She smiled and called for everyone to eat. "Young master, young miss, sit down and eat." Han Lijing quickly greeted. "Well, Uncle Han, you don't have to be so polite. Sit down too. Miss Han, you have worked hard cooking. Come and sit with Iron Egg." Li Zishuan said. Han Yushi was a little hesitant, but Iron Egg was very happy. He had been drooling over the pheasant meat on the table and the chicken that Li Zishuan brought over. He had not eaten meat for a long time. When he saw the golden and crispy chicken, he could not control himself. Just now, he wanted to stretch out his hand to steal a bite in the kitchen several times, but he was discovered by his sister and was chased out of the kitchen. Now that he heard Li Zishuan invite him to eat together, he could not hold back anymore. He lifted his foot and was about to walk over, but Han Lijing glared at him fiercely. He was so scared that he immediately retracted his foot. "Young master, you and young miss eat first. There is still food in the kitchen. Iron Egg and my daughter can eat in the kitchen." Although Han Lijing also wanted his son and daughter to eat together, the Li family was a great benefactor to the Han village. This time, the young master and young miss could come to his house for dinner. He was also very happy. He specially asked his daughter to stew the pheasant that he was going to sell yesterday to treat the guests well. At this time, he could not be rude. How can this be? We came to Uncle Han's house to eat. Uncle Han, you did not charge us for the meal. How can we steal the limelight at this time? If Miss Han and Iron Egg do not eat together, we will not eat this meal. Li Zishuan firmly disagreed. He saw how Iron Egg looked at the table and drooled just now. He could not help but sympathize with the people of this era. They might not even be able to eat meat during the new year. Li Zishuan's abilities were indeed limited. He couldn't make the people of the world live a good life, but he could still make Iron Egg's family eat a good meal. Another reason was that it was indeed a great pleasure to be able to eat at the same table with such a beautiful woman like Han Yushi. Of course, our upright Li Zishuan would never admit this reason even if he was beaten to death. Han Lijing was helpless. He could only nod at his son and daughter. Since young master is kind, come and eat with us. Iron Egg cheered and immediately sat in the empty seat next to Lana. Han Yushi smiled gratefully at Li Zishuan and sat beside Han Lijing, which happened to be opposite of Li Zishuan. She was not greedy, but she also hoped that she could let her little brother eat meat. Only then did the group of people take their seats and start eating. At this moment, Han Lijing suddenly patted his head as if he had thought of something. He stood up and said, I haven't brought the wine for young master. Young master, there isn't any good wine in the countryside, but the fruit wine made by my family's Yushi tastes quite good. I'll bring it for young master and young mistress to try. Then, without waiting for Li Zishuan to refuse, he ran into the inner room to get the wine. Li Zishuan originally wanted to refuse. He did not drink. Later, when he heard that it was just fruit wine, and it was made by Han Yushi herself, he hesitated. Seeing that Han Lijing went in to get the wine without waiting for him to speak, he did not say anything. Instead, he was somewhat expectant. After a while, Han Lijing came out with a wine jar. He said to Li Zishuan, Young master, this is the fruit wine made by my family's Yushi. It is made with wild strawberries and hawthorns on the mountain. I'm not boasting, but the taste is really good. Yunshi restaurant buys this wine every year in Chang, in city at a high price of 10 copper coins per caddy. As he spoke, he poured a bowl for Li Zishuan and the others. Father, Iron Egg also wants to drink it. Iron Egg licked his lips and looked at Han Lijing eagerly. Obviously, he must have drunk it before and still could not forget it. Han Lijing glared at his son angrily. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Uncle Han, since Iron Egg wants to drink it, let him drink it. We can't finish so much. Well, this guy thought that Han Lijing carried such a big jar of wine for them to drink. In fact, Han Lijing also knew that such a big jar of wine could not be finished by Li Zishuan and the others. He even planned to take the rest to the city to sell. However, when he heard Li Zishuan's words, it was even harder for him to explain anything. He poured a bowl for his son and daughter and said, Since young master said so, Yushi, Taidan, you guys can accompany young master for a drink at noon. Iron Egg was very happy. He did not expect this young master from the city to be so easy to talk to. He was much more modest than the son of the landlord Lu. He was very grateful to Li Zishuan. How could he know that Li Zishuan was interested in his sister? Li Zishuan looked at the fruit wine in the bowl. It was bright red and very beautiful. He sniffed it gently and found that there was no smell of alcohol. Only then did he feel relieved. He picked up the wine and took a sip. It was sweet and sour, with the sourness of hawthorns and the sweetness of strawberries. It was much better than the fruit juice of the future. After all, the ingredients of this fruit wine were all natural and pollution-free. Li Zishuan smacked his lips and exclaimed in admiration. Miss Han's winemaking skills are really superb. The taste of this wine is really great. If you ask me, I'd say that House Yunshi has made a great bargain by selling this fruit wine for 10 copper coins per caddy. Lun also took a sip and could not stop. This sweet and sour taste had a fatal attraction to children. When she heard her brother's words, she quickly agreed. Brother is right. Sister Yushi, you are so good. This fruit wine is so delicious. Lun has never drunk such delicious fruit wine in her life. Li Zishuan was a little amused. This little girl was only 6 years old and she still had the nerve to say that she had grown up. Han Yushi said shyly and modestly, "Young master and miss, you flatter me. Actually, this winemaking is very simple. These ingredients are originally some worthless things on the mountain. Yushi is already very satisfied to be able to sell it for 10 copper coins per caddy." Li Zishuan shook his head. He had an idea. If he slightly modified this mountain fruit wine, it would definitely sell well in the summer. He said to Han Lijing, "Uncle Han, do you know the Zuaxian restaurant in Chang and West City?" Han Lijing nodded. "I know. I went to the West City yesterday and saw that the Zuaxian restaurant's business was very good. There was a long line in front of the door. I don't know what they were queuing for." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "To be honest, Uncle Han, the Zuaxian restaurant is my family's business. Those people queuing in front of the Zuaxian restaurant yesterday were precisely to buy this gnawed chicken." Li Zishuan pointed to the plate of gnawed chicken and saw that there were only a few pieces of chicken left on the plate. It turned out that Iron Egg saw that the adults were talking happily at the side. After he tasted a piece of the golden gnawed chicken, he could no longer stop. While the few of them were talking, this brat wretchedly developed at the side and gorged himself on the food. Han Lijing was instantly furious. "Iron Egg, you little bastard." After saying that, he stood up and was about to beat him up. Li Zishuan quickly pulled Han Lijing back. "Uncle Han, don't be impulsive. This gnawed chicken is not something valuable. I have a lot of it at home. Iron Egg ate it. Today, everyone is eating happily together. Don't be angry." Li Zishuan persuaded Han Lijing for a long time before he finally stopped. Han Lijing sat down and glared at Iron Egg fiercely. When Iron Egg saw that his father was angry, he was about to run away. Seeing that Li Zishuan stopped his father, he didn't want to run away. He was a little embarrassed and whispered, "Thank you, young master." Lan Er was watching from the side and was quite interested. She said to Iron Egg, "Brother Iron Egg, what do you want to eat? Call me sister and I will get it for you. Then, your father won't be angry at you." Seeing that such a beautiful and cute little girl like Lan Er was talking to him, Iron Egg instantly blushed and said, "Miss Lan Er, you might not be older than Iron Egg, right?" Lan Er picked up a piece of chicken and stared at Iron Egg when she heard what he said. She shook the piece of chicken in her hand and threatened him. Iron Egg looked at the piece of chicken and swallowed his saliva. He had never eaten such delicious chicken before. After hesitating for a long time, he bitterly shouted, "Sister Lan Er." Lan Er smiled and replied, Brother Iron Egg, good boy." After saying that, she put the piece of chicken into Iron Egg's bowl. Iron Egg looked at the piece of chicken in his bowl and thought to himself, "It's worth it to call me sister." Li Zishuan ignored his little sister's nonsense and continued to talk to Han Lijing. "Uncle Han, as you can see, Drunken Immortal Restaurant's business is very good. In the future, if you sell fruit wine to Drunken Immortal Restaurant, we will buy it for 30 copper coins per caddy. We will buy as much as you have. You can also ask the villagers to go up the mountain to help you pick wild fruits. You can give them some compensation. After all, Miss Han can only pick a limited amount, and if there are wild beasts in the mountain, Miss Han won't be safe alone. Don't you think so?" Han Yushi heard that Li Zishuan was faintly concerned about her and felt happy for some reason. She lowered her head and ate without saying anything. When Han Lijing heard that Li Zishuan was offering 30 copper coins per caddy, his breathing quickened. However, after a while, he still rationally refused. "No, how can we do business like young master? Young master will lose money if he does this. We will sell the wine to young master in the future, but we will still only sell it for 10 copper coins per caddy. We, the people of the Han village, cannot do such an unkind thing." Alas, why were the people these days so simple? Li Zishuan said, "Uncle Han, listen to me. Since I dare to buy it for 30 copper coins per caddy, I will definitely not lose money. I will even make a lot of money. As long as Uncle Han sees that I have made so much money and doesn't regret it, it will be fine." Li Zishuan said half-jokingly. Han Lijing heard this and his face turned red. He stood up and said, "Young master, how can I, old Han, be the kind of person who goes back on his words?" Seeing him like this, Li Zishuan quickly comforted him, "Uncle Han, don't worry. I am just joking with you. I know that Uncle Han is a person who values loyalty. Uncle Han, there is a reason why I am offering 30 copper coins per caddy. Look, you hired the villagers to pick wild fruits for Miss Han. You can't not pay them, right? This is all part of the cost. This will also increase the income of the villagers of the Han family village. When Han Lijing heard this, he carefully thought about Li Zishuan's meaning. As Lijing, he naturally knew that the villagers of the Han family village lived a very poor life. Although compared to the villagers of other villages, it was still much better. However, he also wanted the villagers to live a better life. Li Zishuan's suggestion also moved him. After thinking for a while, he said to Li Zishuan, "Since young master is kind enough to give us a way out, then I, old Han, will represent the entire village to thank young master." After saying this, he stood up and bowed to Li Zishuan with cupped fists. Li Zishuan quickly came over to support him and told him not to be so polite. At this time, Han Lijing added, "However, if young master loses money in the future, then the purchase price will automatically be reduced to 10 copper coins per caddy. At that time, the wages will also be reduced. When the time comes, I, old Han, will be responsible for persuading the villagers. Young master, if you don't agree to this, then this business deal will end here. I, Han Lijing, would rather starve to death than harm young master." Li Zishuan could only helplessly agree. This Han Lijing was really too straightforward. Chapter 22. After talking about business, Li Zishuan and Han Lijing began to eat. Naturally, the two of them didn't mind that most of the dishes on the table were almost finished by the two little fellows. Han Lijing was very happy to meet such a good young master who took the initiative to bring him business. He pulled his daughter along and toasted Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan also didn't refuse anyone. This meal was very enjoyable for everyone. Of course, it had to be said that Han Yushi's cooking skills were really good. The mushroom and pheasant stew was very delicious. Li Zishuan, who didn't like to eat stew, ate a lot. Of course, it was unknown whether the pheasant was made by Han Yushi. After lunch, Han Yushi began to clean up the dishes. Li Zishuan quickly asked Xiaohe to help. At this time, Iron Egg said to Han Lijing, "Father, I'm going to the threshing field at the entrance of the village to play." At this time, Lan was also eager to try. She also felt that the scenery of the countryside was very novel. She said to her brother, "Brother, Lan wants to go out and play with brother Iron Egg." "Well, then you can go with Iron Egg. Remember to come back in 2 hours." Li Zishuan thought about it. Since Iron Egg was Iron Egg's son, there shouldn't be any accidents if Lan followed Iron Egg to the village to play. At this time, Han Lijing said to Iron Egg solemnly, "Iron Egg, listen to me. You must take good care of the young miss. If anything happens to the young miss, I will skin you." Iron Egg quickly nodded in agreement. Even if his father didn't say it, he would do it. He wasn't a completely ignorant child. He naturally knew that the young master and the young miss were so good to their family. He was very grateful to them in his heart. Just like this, the two little brats went out. Li Zishuan chatted with Han Lijing in the front room. Not long after, Han Yushi finished cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen and came to the front room with Xiaohe. She sat next to Han Lijing and listened to them quietly. After chatting for a while, Li Zishuan stood up and said, "Uncle Han, please tell the farmers about the business I told you about this morning. I want to go to the farm alone. When it's time for us to go back, I'll come and say goodbye to Uncle Han." Han Lijing hurriedly said, "Young master, you are not familiar with the manner. Let Yushi accompany young master." Li Zishuan declined. "How could I trouble Miss Han? I'll just walk around and come back. I won't get lost." In fact, he also hoped that he could go out with Han Yushi, but he couldn't show it so obviously. When it was time to decline, he still had to decline. Han Lijing waved his hand and said, it's okay. Yushi has nothing to do at home in the afternoon. It's just nice to go out with the young master." After saying that, he said to his daughter, "Yushi, accompany the young master to walk around the manor in the afternoon." Han Yushi softly replied, "Okay, father." Li Zishuan was a little happy in his heart, but his face was calm. He cupped his hands and said to Han Yushi, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Han." Han Yushi hurriedly bowed and said, "It's okay." Li Zishuan then said to Xiao He and the others, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, housekeeper Wang, the journey this morning was bumpy. You must be tired. Rest at Uncle Han's house for a while. After I finish walking around the manor, we'll go back. The few of them naturally agreed. However, Xiao He looked at her young master suspiciously. The way Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi in the morning was caught by the quick-witted Xiao He. Xiao He was wondering if her young master had deliberately shaken them off and secretly went out with Han Yushi for a rendezvous. Li Zishuan naturally didn't know what the servant girl was thinking. He brought Han Yushi out. Li Zishuan walked side by side with Han Yushi on the small road in the countryside. He breathed in the fresh air, listened to the occasional crowing of chickens and barking of dogs in the village, and watched a group of naughty children chasing each other and playing not far ahead. At this moment, his heart was incomparably peaceful. It was as if he had returned to his previous life. It was the same small road in the countryside, the same crowing of chickens and barking of dogs, and the same village urchins. He couldn't help but have a deep sense of nostalgia in his eyes. Unfortunately, I can't go back anymore. Even if I build trains and planes in this era, I can't go back, Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Han Yushi lowered her head and walked with Li Zishuan for a while, but Li Zishuan didn't say anything. She was a little curious and raised her head to look at Li Zishuan. She saw that Li Zishuan's expression was complicated, and his eyes were confused. His gaze seemed to be nostalgic, but also seemed to be sad. When Han Yushi saw that gaze, she couldn't help but feel her heart ache. She whispered, young master, what are you thinking about?" When he heard Han Yushi's soft inquiry beside him, there seemed to be a faint trace of concern in her tone. He quickly woke up from his memories, sorted out his emotions, and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Nothing. It's just that when I saw the peaceful and comfortable scenery of the countryside, I thought of my master." Han Yushi asked curiously, "Young master, you have a master?" Li Zishuan recalled and said, "Yes. When I was young, my body was weak. All the doctors said that I wouldn't live past the age of 8. When I was 6, my master came to my house and told my father that he could cure me. He needed to take me to Mount Longhu to learn from him. That year, I went to Mount Longhu with my master. A few years ago, regardless of whether it was cold or hot, my master forced me to practice martial arts. My hands and feet were blistered, and my face was frostbitten, but my master didn't let me stop. At that time, I hated my master for being so cruel. Later, I finally learned something, but my master was old. At that time, I kind of understood my master's painstaking efforts. The conditions in the mountains were poor, but my master was always able to get me meat all these years. Before my master died, he told me that because my body was weak, I would die if I didn't practice martial arts well. He didn't want me to die, so he forced me when I was young and told me not to blame him. In fact, in the later years, I became more sensible and understood my master's painstaking efforts. I never blamed him. I became his disciple when I was 6 years old, and I spent my childhood with him. To me, he was more like a father than a teacher. For 8 years, he taught me top-notch martial arts without asking for anything in return, allowing me to live to this day. Before I could even repay him, he had already passed away. Of course, Li Zishuan couldn't tell her that he was thinking about his family more than 1,000 years later, so he told her what happened to this body when he was young. However, he spoke with sincerity. As he spoke, he couldn't help but put himself in the role of this body. When he got emotional, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but moisten. As Li Zishuan spoke, Han Yushi's heart also became sad. When she heard the end, she couldn't help but cry. She originally thought that Li Zishuan was a rich young master who didn't eat the hardships of the world. She didn't expect his life experience to be so rough. Looking at Li Zishuan's wet eyes, she saw Li Zishuan's bruised soul under his strong appearance. She couldn't help but feel her heart ache. "Young master, your master will definitely be very happy if he sees that you're doing well from the heavens. You said it yourself, your master treats you like a father treats his own child. Parents treat their children well, and they don't want their children to repay them. Young master, don't blame yourself. You living well now is the best way to repay your master," Han Yushi comforted gently. "That's right. When parents treat their children well, Why would they think about their children repaying them in the future? Their love is the most selfless love in the world. They only hope that their children will live well in the future. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Father, Mother, your son is unfilial and can't be filial in front of you. However, in this great Tang dynasty, I will live well. I will live well. You don't have to worry. Thank you, Miss Han. I'm fine." After thinking it through, Li Zishuan looked seriously into Han Yushi's eyes and thanked her. "You're welcome." Han Yushi was a little flustered by Li Zishuan's serious gaze and hurriedly said. Chapter 23. The two of them chatted and soon finished touring the village. Li Zishuan was a little reluctant to part with her. "Miss Han, where do you usually go to pick wild fruits?" Li Zishuan, who was reluctant to part with her, began to find a topic to talk about. Han Yushi pointed to the mountain behind them and said, "It's on that mountain." Li Zishuan looked in the direction of her finger and saw the dense forest on the small hill. He said, "Aren't you afraid when you go alone? What if you meet a wild beast like a tiger?" Han Yushi smiled and said, "A few years ago, there were indeed some fierce tigers and fierce beasts in this mountain. But during those years, the world was in chaos and the harvest was not good. Many people in the village were starving. My father organized the villagers to go into the mountain to hunt. In the past few years, all the large beasts in the mountain have been hunted." Li Zishuan heard and said, "Oh, then let's go up the mountain to take a look." Han Yushi nodded in agreement. The two of them walked up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a few peach blossoms were in full bloom. It was very beautiful. A few butterflies danced in the wild flowers by the roadside. A few birds chased each other and played in the forest on the mountain. Li Zishuan was very happy with the beauty by his side and the beautiful scenery in front of him. "Miss Han, I have a question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." Li Zishuan asked. "Young master, if you have something to say, Yushi will tell you everything she knows." Li Zishuan hesitated and said, "Why didn't I see your mother at your house?" Han Yushi's face instantly turned pale. Deep sadness flashed in her eyes. Li Zishuan saw this and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Miss Han. I took the liberty. Don't be sad." Han Yushi shook her head and was silent for a while before saying, "My mother passed away after giving birth to the iron egg. I was 7 years old at that time. My father was still fighting in the front line. In order to support my brother, I went to help Master Lu in the nearby Plum village to herd cattle and sheep. I fed the horses and chopped firewood. When I earned money, I bought goat milk for my brother." This Master Lu's family was the previous owner of the Han village. They were very harsh and often bullied the villagers in the village. Everyone was angry but didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that landlord Lu wouldn't let them plant the land. Iron Egg was very naughty when he was young. He would cry whenever I left, so I could only take him to work. Later, when I couldn't hold on any longer, my father finally came back. It was when I was 9 years old, which was the 6th year of Wuda. My father came back with a limp. My father, Wu, joined the army in the 1st year of the Yuan dynasty. Later, he was transferred to old General Qin's personal guard. In the 6th year of Wuda, the Turks attacked the borders of our great Tang, and my father accompanied General Qin to battle. Later on, I heard my father say that during a pursuit, General Qin was ambushed by the Turks. The Turks' great general Ashina Shirkiu wanted to kill General Qin with a bow and arrow. At the critical moment, my father rushed over on his horse and threw himself at General Qin, but the arrow pierced through my father's thigh. At that time, he didn't have time to treat his wound. My father limped and followed General Qin to kill the enemy. Coincidentally, General Yuqi led the army to help. My father and General Qin fought their way out of the encirclement and followed the reinforcements to destroy the enemy. After returning to the camp, although the arrow wound on my father's thigh was healed, because the treatment was too late, his right leg became disabled and it was difficult for him to return to the battlefield. My father knew that General Qin would definitely not abandon him, but my father didn't want to be a burden to General Qin. Thus, he left a letter and secretly came back alone. Following Han Yushi's recollection, Li Zishuan's thoughts also returned to the era where the flames of war raged and human lives were like grass. In his heart, he also admired a tough man like Han Lijing. Without countless people like Han Lijing fighting bloody battles, the Great Tang would not have its current peace. Perhaps the Han people's clothes would have been slaughtered by the armored cavalry of the foreign race. No wonder he saw Amo's saber in Han Lijing's house. He didn't expect him to be a respectable soldier of the Great Tang. He also didn't expect Han Yushi to be so strong on the inside despite her weak appearance. At the age of 7, she raised her infant brother alone. One could imagine the difficulties and hardships she went through. Li Zishuan saw that Han Yushi's eyes were still filled with sadness. He couldn't help but pat her on the shoulder and said, "Miss Han, don't be sad. At least you, Iron Egg, and your father are all doing well now. If your mother knew in the netherworld, she would definitely be gratified. Besides, with me around, the people of the Han family village will live better and better lives in the future." As he spoke, Li Zishuan didn't know how to continue. He wasn't very good at comforting people. Seeing Li Zishuan racking his brains to think of words to comfort her, Han Yushi couldn't help but laugh through her tears. She said, "I just comforted young master. I didn't expect young master to comfort me again." Hearing Han Yushi's words, Li Zishuan thought about it and felt that it was rather interesting. He smiled and said, "In that case, let's not comfort each other. We'll be happy in the future. This way we can let the ancestors who love us leave at ease." Han Yushi agreed softly, "Yes." At this moment she felt the weight on her shoulder. It turned out that Li Zishuan's hand had been resting on her shoulder. Han Yushi turned her head to look and immediately blushed. Li Zishuan followed her gaze and found his hand. He secretly blamed himself for forgetting to take it off when he patted her shoulder to comfort her. Of course, whether it was because he forgot to take it off or because he couldn't bear to take it off at that time, it wasn't for others to know. Feeling the warmth of his fingertips and smelling the feminine fragrance on Han Yushi's body, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. However, seeing that the tears at the corner of Han Yushi's eyes had not dried, Li Zishuan secretly scolded himself for being a beast. He quickly took his hand off and explained awkwardly, Sorry. I wanted to comfort you just now. I didn't mean it." Han Yushi's face turned even redder when she heard that. She clenched her small hands and looked down at her toes. She said softly, "It's okay. Yushi knows that young master is not a frivolous person." The ambiguous atmosphere filled the mountain. Li Zishuan didn't know what to say at this moment. Although he had a girlfriend in his previous life, he met her online. In reality, he was still clumsy when he spoke. He was an out-and-out otaku. He wasn't like the playboy in his dormitory. When he saw a girl, he could make her happy with just a few words. He couldn't wait to marry her immediately. He had always been envious of his roommate's ability to flirt with girls, but this thing couldn't be envied. Han Yushi naturally wouldn't speak. At this moment, her heart was also in a mess. Li Zishuan was tall and handsome. He was also very gentle to her. Although she didn't love Li Zishuan very deeply, after all, they had only been together for a day, she still had a good impression of Li Zishuan. After a long time, Li Zishuan finally broke the silence and said, "Miss Han, let's go down the mountain. It's getting late. I should go home." When Han Yushi heard that, her face darkened slightly. She felt a little disappointed for no reason. She didn't know when they would meet again after parting today. She replied softly, "Okay." The two walked down the mountain side by side. Chapter 24. Li Zishuan was about to go down the mountain with Han Yushi when they suddenly heard a muffled tiger roar behind them. The two of them looked at each other in shock and hurriedly turned around. They saw a huge white tiger slowly walking out of the forest. Its ferocious eyes stared coldly at Li Zishuan and Han Yushi. Han Yushi was so scared that her face turned pale. "Young master, you go first. Nothing can happen to you. We'll hold it back for a while." Han Yushi was extremely frightened. She had never seen such a huge tiger before, but she immediately thought of Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan absolutely could not have anything happen to him in the Han village. He was the hope of so many villagers in the Han village to live a good life. Li Zishuan was actually a little scared. It was his first time seeing such a huge tiger. Moreover, this tiger was emitting a bloody smell. It was obvious that it had just finished hunting. He did not know if his martial arts could deal with this huge tiger. After all, he had experience fighting with people, but he had never fought with a tiger. However, when he heard Han Yushi's trembling voice, he was really touched. He did not expect this girl to ask him to go first even though she was clearly scared. Of course, Li Zishuan wouldn't leave. Although he didn't have any experience in fighting a tiger, he was quite confident in his martial arts. Besides, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't let the girl he liked sacrifice herself to protect him. Seeing that the tiger was getting closer and closer to the two of them, Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushuan's soft and boneless hand. At this time, he was not in the mood to feel the beautiful girl's hand. He said in a very serious tone, "Miss Han, when you encounter a tiger, you must not turn around and run. That will only lead to death. A human cannot outrun a tiger. In a while, you will face the tiger and slowly retreat. I will deal with this beast. I, Li Zishuan, will not let a woman stand in front of me." Han Yushi shook her head and refused to leave. She thought that Li Zishuan was going to use his life to buy time for her to escape. At this moment, the little girl's tears flowed freely. Li Zishuan was also a little helpless, but there wasn't much time left for them. He squeezed Han Yushi's hand and said very seriously, "Miss Han, listen to me. I have the confidence to deal with this tiger, but if you stay by my side, I'm afraid that the tiger will hurt you. I can't take care of you. Stay away from here. You have to believe me. I really can deal with it." Perhaps Li Zishuan's calmness had infected her. Han Yushi composed herself and nodded at Li Zishuan. She looked at the tiger and began to retreat step by step. When the tiger saw that someone was retreating, it was about to chase after him when it heard Li Zishuan's shout, "Evil creature, your opponent is me." It was Li Zishuan who picked up a long stick from the ground with the tip of his foot and blocked in front of the tiger to buy some time for Han Yushi to retreat. After all, the tiger was extremely fast. If they fought and the tiger turned to attack Han Yushi, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save her. Li Zishuan didn't bring a sword when he came out in the afternoon. He could only pick up a stick as a weapon. After all, he didn't expect that he would be so unlucky to meet a big tiger when he went out. When the tiger saw that the person in front of it actually took the initiative to provoke it, it was furious. It roared angrily and kicked its hind legs hard. It flew towards Li Zishuan's face. It wanted to crush the head of the person who dared to challenge its dignity. Although the tiger was fast, it was not enough in Li Zishuan's eyes. He had full confidence that he could dodge this attack, but he couldn't. Han Yushi hadn't retreated far behind him. "How dare you!" Li Zishuan roared. Holding the long stick, he flew towards the big tiger and ruthlessly smashed it in the head. However, the tiger was quite intelligent. It was unwilling to use its head to receive this blow. It immediately turned its head in the air. Li Zishuan's fatal blow hit the tiger's butt. The tiger fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Not only did this blow not scare it away, but it also aroused the tiger's ferocity. The tiger bared its teeth and slowly moved, looking for the next opportunity to attack. Li Zishuan didn't want to give it a chance to think. He used the orchid butterfly steps and arrived in front of the tiger in a flash. The cloud-piercing steps that Li Zishuan used before was a light body technique. It was more useful for long-distance travel and climbing over high ground. The orchid butterfly steps was a close-range footwork technique. The instantaneous burst of speed was very shocking. It was very useful in close-range combat. It was like a vigorous butterfly moving left and right in the battlefield, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish. The big tiger didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so fast. At this time, it was too late for it to dodge. It used its head to take the blow and was immediately sent flying 10 meters away. Its eyes were seeing stars. The tiger was furious. Since its debut, it had never suffered such a big loss. With a leap, it pounced towards Li Zishuan again. Li Zishuan didn't expect the tiger's head to be so hard. It could still counterattack after being hit by his stick. Therefore, he held the stick in front of his chest with both hands and waited for the tiger to rush over to give it a ruthless blow. Unexpectedly, the tiger changed direction in the air and used its foreleg to block Li Zishuan's long stick. Its hind leg fiercely kicked Li Zishuan's arm and flew straight towards the retreating Han Yushi. It saw that Li Zishuan was not to be trifled with, so it changed direction and wanted to bite Han Yushi. When the tiger kicked his arm, Li Zishuan had a bad feeling and guessed its intention. He secretly cursed this beast for being so cunning, just like a tiger demon that had turned into a spirit. Ignoring the burning pain in his arm, Li Zishuan hurriedly turned around. He couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl like Han Yushi die in the tiger's mouth. He saw that the big tiger was now less than 5 feet away from Han Yushi, and he was now more than 10 feet away from Han Yushuan. Li Zishuan's eyes were about to split open. He used all his strength to activate the 5th level of the Taishin Sutra and poured all his inner strength into his legs. His lower clothes couldn't stand the violent power of the true essence. His trousers were immediately torn apart and blood seeped out of his calves. Li Zishuan roared and used the orchid butterfly steps with all his strength. His speed had reached the limit in an instant. Like a sharp arrow, he flew towards the tiger. Li Zishuan even heard a sonic boom at this moment. The air rushed back from his cheeks and scraped his face painfully. Seeing that the tiger's front claws were about to grab Han Yushi's face, Li Zishuan arrived first. He had already reached the top of the tiger's head. He held the long rod tightly with both hands and poured his inner strength into the long rod. Then he ruthlessly pierced the tiger's neck. The tiger let out the last scream of its life. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Li Zishuan and the tiger fell at Han Yushi's feet. When the tiger jumped from Li Zishuan's body to her, Han Yushi was already a little scared and didn't know what to do. She couldn't move her legs. When she saw that the tiger's front claws were about to touch her face was filled with despair. Although her heart was filled with the fear of death, at this moment, she still prayed in her heart that the young master could escape. Just as she was about to close her eyes and welcome death, she saw a man holding a long rod above the tiger. It was Li Zishuan. Because he was too fast, the wind blew Li Zishuan's long hair. His handsome face was full of anxiety and worry. He held the rod with both hands, like a hero. When the tiger was about to grab her face, he stabbed the tiger's neck. Han Yushi, who was in despair, couldn't help but be a little dazed when she saw this scene. She would never forget this scene for the rest of her life. Bang! 2 muffled sounds came from the woods. All the dust settled, and the mountains returned to peace. When the tiger's warm blood splashed on Han Yushi's face, Han Yushi came back to her senses and realized that she was saved. She looked lovingly at Li Zishuan, who was kneeling on one knee on the tiger's stomach but still holding the long rod on the tiger's neck tightly with both hands. At this moment, Han Yushi felt that a person had entered her heart, a man that she would never forget for the rest of her life. "Young master, are you okay?" Seeing the bloody scratches on Li Zishuan's arm, Han Yushi hurriedly squatted down and cried. Seeing this peerless beauty crying in front of him, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Miss Han, I'm fine. I was just scratched by that beast. It's not a big deal. Don't cry." Han Yushi grabbed Li Zishuan's hand and looked at his bloody arm and calf. She couldn't help but cry out, "What do you mean you're fine? You've lost so much blood. How can you be fine? Why are you in such a hurry to save me? I won't die if I'm scratched by that tiger." Boo-hoo! As she spoke, she couldn't help but throw herself into Li Zishuan's arms and cry bitterly. Li Zishuan didn't care about enjoying the beauty in his arms. He wanted to pat Han Yushi's back with his hand, but seeing that his hand was full of blood, he was afraid of dirtying her clothes. He could only give up and comfort her softly, "Miss Han, I'm really fine. This is all the blood on the tiger's body. I'm not seriously injured. I'll be fine after I go back and bandage it. Don't cry. You won't be beautiful if you keep crying." After comforting her for a long time, Han Yushi stopped crying. She raised her head and looked at Li Zishuan with tears in her eyes. "Young master, can you not call me Miss Han in the future?" Li Zishuan was stunned for a while before he reacted. He was a little happy and said, "Then we'll call you Yushi, okay?" Han Yushi's face was slightly red as she replied in a low voice. His relationship with this beautiful girl had finally improved a little. Li Zishuan was a little excited. At this moment, seeing Han Yushi's blushing face, he wanted to tease her a little. He smiled and said, "Then Yushi, can you not call me young master in the future? As a good friend, isn't it too distant for you to call me young master?" Han Yushi also felt that what he said seemed to make sense, so she asked, "Then, what should I call you? Why don't you call me Brother Xian Yushi?" Li Zishuan shamelessly suggested. No way, I'll call you young master. Han Yushi's face suddenly looked as if a big red cloth was hanging on it. Sigh, the revolution had yet to succeed. He still needed to work hard. After failing to fool her, Li Zishuan was not discouraged. He continued, Yushi, let's go down the mountain now. And the rest must be waiting anxiously. Are we leaving just like that? Han Yushi felt a little sad. After all, she was not someone from the same world as him. Li Zishuan used the long rod to pick up the big tiger and brought Han Yushi down the mountain. However, he did not know that something big had happened at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 25. 2 hours ago, at the threshing field of the Han village. Brother Iron Egg, what's so fun about the threshing field? As soon as they arrived at the threshing field, Lan couldn't wait to ask. I made an appointment with Danyo, Ernyo, and Zhu Zi this morning to fight grasshoppers in the threshing field in the afternoon. Iron Egg replied. At this time, they saw that there were already 3 children squatting on the ground waiting for them on the threshing field, so they hurried over. Iron Egg, why are you so late? A chubby boy with a runny nose pointed at Iron Egg and said discontentedly. Hee, Ernyo, I have something to do at home today. Iron Egg touched his stomach and said embarrassedly. In fact, the chicken he ate at noon was too delicious, so he ate happily and forgot that there was such a thing in the afternoon. Iron Egg, who is she? A slightly taller chubby boy next to Ernyo pointed at Lan and said, Hello, my name is Lan. I'm Iron Egg's elder sister. Lan didn't wait for Iron Egg to speak and hurriedly introduced herself. Didn't Iron Egg have an elder sister? The children were a little confused, but seeing that Iron Egg didn't refute, they just thought that Lan was Iron Egg's distant elder sister. The taller chubby boy said, Oh, hello, Iron Egg's elder sister. My name is Danyo. Another dark skinny boy also introduced himself. My name is Zhu Zi. At this time, Ernyo said, Iron Egg, you and your elder sister came late and haven't caught grasshoppers yet. Go and catch them quickly. The 3 of us have already caught them. After saying that, he proudly showed the grasshopper in his hand. Iron Egg heard this and immediately pulled Lan to the field to look for grasshoppers. At this time, grasshoppers haven't grown up yet. They were all small green grasshoppers, so it was difficult to find them in the green grass. Lana looked for a long time but couldn't find one. She was a little anxious. At this time, she heard Iron Egg exclaim, I caught one. Lan hurriedly went over and saw a medium-sized green grasshopper in Iron Egg's hand. In this season, such a big grasshopper was already considered big. Lan quickly said, Brother Iron Egg, give this to me. Go and catch another one. Before he could finish speaking, he quickly snatched the grasshopper from Iron Egg's hands. Iron Egg had a bitter expression on his face. It was not easy for him to catch this, but it was snatched away before he could even warm it up. At this moment, Lan whispered, The next time you come to the Han Manor, I'll bring you 2 plates of nibbled chicken. Hearing this, Bruiser was immediately overjoyed. He eagerly went to catch more grasshoppers. Lan looked at the little grasshopper in her hand. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She said to the grasshopper, Wow, you look so mighty. You look like a general. I'll name you Wei Qing. After naming it, Lana was quite pleased with herself. After a while, Iron Egg caught another grasshopper. Although it was not as majestic as the one in Lana's hand, it was not small either. Lana looked at it and said to Iron Egg, Brother Iron Egg, your grasshopper will be called Huotsubing. Let's go and kill them all. The 2 of them brought their grasshoppers back to the threshing field. After greeting Danyo, Ernyo, and Zhu Zi, the 5 of them took out their grasshoppers and started to fight. After a while, as expected, only Lan's Wei Qing and Iron Egg's Huotsubing were left. At this moment, Lan picked up Wei Qing and said, There's no need to fight anymore. My Wei Qing is first. Brother Iron Egg's Huotsubing is second. Iron Egg heard this and had a bitter expression. He was about to object when Lan raised a finger to signal him. A plate of nibbled chicken? Iron Egg understood Lan's meaning and swallowed his saliva. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Oh, I was wondering who this was. Iron Egg, are you fighting grasshoppers? At this moment, everyone heard a male duck's voice coming from the village entrance. Iron Egg looked at the person who had come. It was a wretched fatty around 10 years old with 3 moles on his face. He frowned and said, "Lu Haojin, why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Lu Haojin raised his eyebrows and said, "This young master is here to fight your grasshopper today. It just so happens that you just finished fighting those 3 brats. Quickly take out your grasshopper and fight with this young master." "I won't fight with you." Iron Egg frowned and said. After saying this, he pulled Lan back home. "Heh, you won't fight with me? This little girl is quite cute. If you don't fight with me, this young master will capture her and make her my maid," Lu Haojin said with ill intentions. After he said this, a few servants went up to block Lan and Iron Egg's path. Iron Egg heard this and was furious. "You dare? This is the Han Manor. My father will beat you to death when he comes." Hearing Iron Egg mention his father, Lu Haojin's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. He said hatefully, "Bah, your father is a lame old thing. A few years ago, every time I came to collect rent with my father, that old thing, your father just had to meddle in other people's business. Sooner or later, I will kill that old thing." Iron Egg heard the other party cursing his father, and his eyes were spitting fire. He clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his flesh. He said angrily, "That's because your rent scale is not following the rules. That's why my father stepped in." Lu Haojin waved his hand and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? If you don't, I will capture this little girl and make her my maid." At this moment, Lan pulled Iron Egg's hand and asked in a low voice, "Who is this ugly fatty?" Bruiser almost laughed out loud when he heard this. He quickly explained in a low voice, "He is the son of our Han Manor's previous owner, Lu Haojin. This person used to bully the people in our manor and is very bad." Lan heard this and suggested, "Brother Iron Egg, you should fight with him first. Your Huatsubing will definitely not lose. Let's stall for time and wait for my brother to come and beat him to death." Iron Egg heard this and felt that it made sense. He nodded and walked out. "Lu Haojin, I will fight with you." When Lu Haojin heard that he had finally agreed, he grinned. The fat on his face was piled up with wrinkles. Who was watching from the side, felt a little disgusted. She couldn't help but think to herself that when her brother came later, she would definitely ask him to smash this disgusting fatty's face. Iron Egg and Lu Haojin took out their grasshoppers and placed them together. Huatsubing was obviously stronger and killed Lu Haojin's grasshopper in a few rounds. Lu Haojin saw this and was furious. "You cheated. I want to see your grasshopper." Iron Egg naturally had a clear conscience and placed the grasshopper in his hand for him to see. Who knew that Lu Haojin would snatch Huatsubing away and throw him on the ground and stomp him to death? "You!" Iron Egg saw that his favorite had been stomped to death and was furious. He wanted to fight. "What about me? You want to hit me? Come and hit me, come and hit me." Lu Haojin pointed at his own face and taunted Bruiser. Iron Egg was furious, but when he saw the 6 or 7 servants behind Lu Haojin, he calmed down. If he was alone, he would run. If he could not win, he would just be caught and beaten. However, he had Sister Lan by his side. His father had told him to take good care of Sister Lan, so he could not take the risk. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Iron Egg hatefully said in his heart, "Mph, coward, you don't even dare to hit me." Lu Haojin spat at Iron Egg's feet in disdain. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice. "Lu Haojin, you are so despicable." Lan could not bear to see Iron Egg's brother being bullied and scolded from the side. Lu Haojin heard this and his eyes turned red. In the past, there were people who used his name to make fun of him, but that person's legs were broken by Lu Haojin's servants. He did not expect to be scolded by a little girl today. Lu Haojin glared at Lan and roared, "You guys, go and grab this little girl and beat her until her mouth is swollen." Chapter 26. A group of servants rushed over to surround Lan in an aggressive manner. "Who dares?" Iron Egg was shocked when he saw this. He picked up a bamboo stick from the haystack next to him and stood in front of Lan, waving the bamboo stick in his hand fiercely. The servants were a little hesitant. Lu Haojin shouted from behind, "Hurry up and attack him. There are so many of you who are afraid of this little brat." Iron Egg didn't wait for them to come up. He took the initiative to attack, waving the bamboo stick in front of him. Immediately, a servant's head was hit. Iron Egg continued to use the crazy devil stick technique to rush towards Lu Haojin. Lu Haojin saw this and ran away, cursing as he ran, "You bunch of trash. You can't even take him down with so many people. I'll teach you a lesson when I get back." Iron Egg hit the back of Lu Haojin's head with the stick. Seeing Lu Haojin being hit, Lun jumped up happily and clapped, "Little brother Iron Egg, come on, hit him hard." Lu Haojin was completely angry. He shouted at the servants, "Hurry up and attack him. Even if you get hurt, take the stick from that brat for me." Sure enough, when two of the servants heard this, they pushed against Tai Dan's rod and approached him. No matter how much strength Tai Dan used, the two of them could only endure it. Finally, the two of them got close to Iron Egg. One of the servants grabbed the stick from Iron Egg's hand. The rest of the servants immediately rushed forward and held Iron Egg down. Iron Egg was anxious and shouted at Lon, "Sister Lon, hurry up and go back and call my father." Lon didn't try to be brave. She quickly ran to Iron Egg's house to get help. Lu Haojin saw this and sneered, "Want to run? You two go and catch that stinky girl for me." The two servants quickly chased after Lon. Soon they caught Lon. They didn't notice that Erniu had secretly run away. Lu Haojin walked in front of Iron Egg and ruthlessly slapped the Iron Egg's face twice. He hatefully said, "You little bastard, hit me, hit me." Then he spat at the Iron Egg. Iron Egg's face turned red with anger. He clenched his fists and stared at Lu Haojin's fat face. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Especially when he was beaten up by this fatty in front of Sister Lon, he felt even more humiliated. He secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely take revenge. Li Zishuan carried the big tiger and finally walked to the front of the Han family's courtyard with Han Yushi. Just as she was about to enter, she saw a little fatty with snot running towards Han Yushi. Sister Yushi, quickly tell your father to go to the village entrance." Iron Egg was beaten up and someone called Lon was also caught. The little fatty ran in front of Han Yushi and said while panting. Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't dare to talk nonsense. He threw down the tiger on his shoulder and hugged Han Yushi's slender waist. He used all his strength to use the cloud-piercing steps and rushed towards the village entrance like a gust of wind. Erniu put his hands on his knees and lowered his head to catch his breath. He didn't hear Han Yushi speak for a long time. When he looked up, there was no one in front of him. He muttered, "Am I hallucinating?" Just as he was about to turn around and go back, he saw two young girls and an old man come out of the house. The young girl in green grabbed him and asked, "Little brother, who did you say was caught?" Erniu replied, "Iron Egg and Lon." The three of them turned pale with fright. They heard the old man say, "Xiao He, quickly go to the village and find Han Lijing. Tell him to go to the village entrance quickly. Xiao Shi and I will go first." After saying that, the three of them hurriedly split up. These three people were Xiao Shi, Xiao He, and Steward Wang, who were resting in the Han family. They heard the noise outside the courtyard and hurriedly rushed out to investigate. Village entrance, threshing field. After Lu Haojin humiliated Iron Egg, he was about to rush towards Lon. Iron Egg said anxiously, "Lu Haojin, if you have the ability, come at me." "What kind of ability is bullying girls?" "Oh, you haven't been beaten enough? Then I'll fulfill your wish." After saying that, he kicked Iron Egg's stomach twice. Iron Egg was on the ground holding his stomach in pain, but he still stubbornly said, "Lu Haojin, if you have the ability, come at me. Don't bully Lon." Lu Haojin couldn't be bothered with him. He turned around and was about to teach Lon a lesson. When Lon saw Lu Haojin hitting Iron Egg, she was so angry that her face turned red. She said angrily, "Lu Haojin, stop. When my brother comes, he'll beat you to death." Lu Haojin scolded, "Stupid girl, you dared to scold me before. See if I don't tear your mouth apart." After saying that, he reached out to pull Lon Er's mouth. At this moment, A loud roar came from outside the crowd. Lu Haojin saw a young man in a servant's uniform walking over. He sneered, "Which family's dog servant dares to meddle in my business? Are you blind? How dare you touch my young miss?" This servant was San Bao. Previously, Li Zishuan asked San Bao to watch the carriage at the village entrance. In the afternoon, San Bao took a nap on a haystack at the side. When she woke up, she saw many people gathered at the threshing field and wanted to take a look. Just as she walked over, she heard Lan scolding Lu Haojin. Her young miss was being bullied. San Bao quickly ran over. When she saw Lu Haojin about to pull Lan mouth, she immediately stopped him. Lu Haojin was furious when he heard that. A stupid servant dared to speak rudely to him. He shouted to the two servants beside him, "The two of you, go and beat this dog servant to death. Beat him to death." After being angered one after another, Lu Haojin was losing his mind. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. San Bao was quickly beaten down by the 2 servants. Lu Haojin came over and kicked San Bao more than 10 times. San Bao felt something sweet in her throat and finally couldn't help but vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. Lan saw San Bao vomiting blood on the ground. She was so anxious that she cried, "Stop beating him." Lu Haojin stopped. Lu Haojin walked towards Lan and sneered, "Stupid girl, no one will come to save you now, right?" Snorted, "My brother will be here in a while. When he comes, I'll smash your ugly face." Hearing this little girl call him ugly, Lu Haojin was furious. He reached out to tear Lan's mouth. At this moment, Lu Haojin suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Following that, he saw a foot getting bigger and bigger in front of his eyes. Lu Haojin instantly flew out like a kite with a broken string. Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi to the threshing field. He saw a fat man with 3 moles on his face. He was about to reach out to pinch Lan's face. Li Zishuan couldn't help but be furious. He usually couldn't even bear to speak harshly to his sister Lan, let alone hit her. Now that he saw this fat man wanting to hit Lan, Li Zishuan couldn't hold it in anymore. He put down Han Yushi and used his movement technique. He dashed to a spot not far behind Lan, in a few steps. He leaped up and kicked the fat man's face. Then, Li Zishuan gently landed on the ground. Without stopping, he kicked the 2 servants who were holding onto Lan's arms and sent them flying. Li Zishuan pulled Lan through his side and carefully looked at her. When he found that Lan was not injured, he was slightly relieved. He secretly rejoiced that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, who knew how much his little sister would have suffered? Li Zishuan's series of actions happened in a flash. The other servants didn't even have time to react before their young master was kicked to the ground. The servants were shocked. They quickly helped Lu Haojin up and protected him in the middle. Lan saw that her brother had finally come to save her. She hugged her brother's arm excitedly and cried, "Brother, this damn fatty bullied Lan." Li Zishuan patted Lan's shoulder and wiped her tears. He couldn't help but feel his heart break. He comforted her in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, Lan. Brother will avenge you." Lu Haojin's face was covered in blood. He looked ferocious. Li Zishuan's kick almost knocked him out. Even if he didn't faint, Lu Haojin was seeing stars. He had never been hit like this before. He shook his head and chased the stars away. He pointed at Li Zishuan and shouted incoherently, "All of you go. Cripple him." Chapter 27. Iron Egg. Suddenly, a sorrowful cry was heard. Han Yushi rushed to Iron Egg, who was lying on the ground and clutching his stomach. She squatted down and helped Iron Egg sit up. Looking at Iron Egg's red and swollen face, Han Yushi couldn't help but cry out, "Iron Egg, how are you? Does it hurt?" "Sister, Iron Egg is fine. Iron Egg doesn't hurt." "Iron Egg didn't hurt, Sister Lan." Hiss, Iron Egg tried hard to squeeze out a smile to comfort his sister, but it affected the wound on his mouth. At this moment, Li Zishuan also saw Iron Egg, who was lying on the ground with red and swollen cheeks, and San Bao, who had blood on the corner of her mouth and her clothes were dyed red. When he heard Iron Egg's weak voice, he guessed that the 2 of them were injured while trying to buy time to protect Lan. His heart ached. He liked Iron Egg, this clever child, very much. He wanted to bring him to his shop to learn something in the future, but he didn't expect him to be so seriously injured today. Sanbao was also loyal to him, but today, she was beaten to the point of vomiting blood to protect Lan. Li Zishuan's anger rose. He stared at the servants and Lu Haojin in front of him with murderous intent. If he hadn't rushed over in time today, the consequences would have been hard to say. They dared to bully Lan and hit the people around him. They must pay the price. The servants saw Li Zishuan's murderous gaze and the blood on Li Zishuan's body. This was the blood from the tiger on the mountain. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. At this moment, Li Zishuan made the servants feel that this person was like a demon from hell. They usually ran amok in the village and had never seen such a terrifying person. Hearing Lu Haojin's roar, the servants didn't dare to step forward. They were just paid to be servants. There was no need to put their lives on the line. At this moment, Lu Haojin's mind was slightly clearer. Looking at the murderous Li Zishuan, he felt that this person was not easy to deal with. Today's matter would not be settled peacefully. He pulled over a servant and whispered a few words into his ear. That servant immediately ran away like a wisp of smoke. Li Zishuan knew that this fatty wanted to call for reinforcements. He looked at them coldly and did not stop them. It just so happened that there were not enough people in front of him to vent the anger in his heart. However, before the fatty's reinforcements arrived, there were many things he could do. Li Zishuan looked at Iron Egg and asked, "Iron Egg, who is this fatty? Why did he hit you?" When Iron Egg saw that Li Zishuan had come to the rescue, he let out a sigh of relief. The task given to him by his father was finally completed. Now that he heard the young master's question, he stood up with the help of his sister and told Li Zishuan everything that had happened in the afternoon. After he finished, he stared at Lu Haojin with eyes full of hatred. After hearing this, Li Zishuan could no longer hold back his anger. He stared coldly at Lu Haojin as if he was looking at a dead man. "Lu Haojin, how do you want to die today?" Lu Haojin trembled under this cold stare. He had never felt that death was so close to him. He did not care about Li Zishuan's scolding and trembled in fear. You can't kill me. I only beat up these two brats. You can't kill me. My father is Lu Shiren. If you kill me, my father won't let you off. Let's see if I dare to do it today. Li Zishuan dodged to the side. Lu Haojin didn't even see his movements clearly. He only heard the miserable screams of the guards protecting him. He saw those guards fly a dozen or so meters away like kites with their strings cut. They crashed heavily onto the ground, unable to crawl back up. Then, Lu Haojin's vision blurred. He only felt a sledgehammer ruthlessly hit the left side of his face. Before he could scream, he was sent flying. Brother hit that fatty's face. He just wanted to tear Lan's mouth. Brother wants to avenge Lan and Brother Iron Egg. Lan jumped up and said to her brother. She was not as scared as before when she saw her brother showing off his power. Young master, you also want to avenge Sanbao. Sanbao was almost kicked to death by this fatty. Sanbao saw that Lan did not mention her, so she quickly added. Li Zishuan naturally wanted to avenge his sister. He went forward and picked up Lu Haojin who was lying on the ground. Lu Haojin shouted in fear. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll give you money, a lot of money. Don't hit me. Li Zishuan could not be bothered with him. He used 10 dragon-subduing slaps on his fat face. Li Zishuan's palms flew left and right. It was dazzling. Lu Haojin's head was twisted rapidly. Soon, his cheeks were swollen. His already fat face became even fatter. His face was even taller than the bridge of his nose. Lan, Iron Egg, and Sanbao were watching from the side. They were very satisfied. Lu waved her arms and jumped up. Good hit, brother, good hit. Li Zishuan slapped more than 10 times. He was tired and felt that it was meaningless. The main reason was that these people were too weak. They were not even as powerful as the big tiger on the mountain. If Lu Haojin heard Li Zishuan's words, he would definitely vomit blood. If he was half as powerful as the tiger, would he just stand there and let you hit him? Lu Haojin's face was so swollen that he could no longer speak. Li Zishuan picked him up with one hand and threw him in front of Iron Egg and Sanbao. Iron Egg, Sanbao, how did he hit you just now? Give me 10 times the amount. Young master, what happened to you? A worried voice came from outside. Li Zishuan looked and saw that it was Xiao Shi. Behind her was Wang Zhong. Xiao Shi saw that Li Zishuan was covered in blood and was shocked. She quickly ran over and asked worriedly. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, I'm fine. The blood on me is not mine. He then looked at Wang Zhong and said, Uncle Wang, why are you here? Wang Zhong was also worried. When he heard that the blood was not his, he was slightly relieved. He said, Young master, we heard that something happened to young miss at Han Lijing's house, so we rushed over. Oh, I also saw a dead tiger at Han Lijing's house. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Uncle Wang, that tiger was killed by me. It is fine now. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from afar. Li Zishuan turned his head to look and saw a chubby middle-aged man leading 50 or so servants to protect the courtyard. Surprisingly, the servant who had just escaped was among them. The group of people rushed over in an aggressive manner. These should be the reinforcements that Lu Haojin had called for. Li Zishuan sneered. They came at the right time. I haven't finished venting my anger. Xiao Shi and Wang Zhong saw that there were so many people coming over aggressively. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. They were very worried. Wang Zhong could not help but say, Young master, you should hide in the village first. I have already asked Xiao He to find Han Lijing. Everything will be fine when Han Lijing comes. Xiao Shi also quickly nodded in agreement. Iron Egg, Han Yushi, and Lan were not very worried. They had seen Li Zishuan's martial arts. They felt that even if Li Zishuan could not defeat so many people, he would definitely be able to hold on until the villagers came to help. With such a big commotion, the villagers would definitely notice it. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Uncle Wang, Xiao Shi, don't worry. These dozens of clowns will not be able to hurt me. Stand aside. After saying that, he took the initiative to go up to those people. Chapter 28. Li Zishuan walked a dozen steps towards the group of people and stopped when he was about 20 to 30 feet away from them. He crossed his arms and waited for them to come over. When the distance was about right, Li Zishuan shouted at the group of people, Is Lu Shiren here? If you are, come out and say something. Today, I will turn you, Lu Shiren, into a dead man. Li Zishuan was also speechless at the Lu family's naming skills. The father was called Lu Shiren, and the son was called Lu Haojin. How uncultured. How scary. When Wang Zhong heard Li Zishuan call out Lu Shiren, he was slightly stunned. He was only concerned about his young master and young miss, so he didn't know who the other party was. At this time, he looked at Lu Haojin, who was lying on the ground with his face swollen. After looking at him for a long time, he recognized that he had seen this person before. His face was ashen. When the leader of the group of people saw Li Zishuan, a 14 to 15-year-old child, speak rudely, he was so angry that he shouted, Where did this stinking child come from? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. I will teach you how to behave. All of you, go and beat him to death. This person was Lu Shiren. He was originally at home with the concubine he had just taken in, but he was interrupted by a servant. When he heard that his precious son had been beaten up in the Han family manner, he was shocked and angry. He put on his clothes and led all the servants and guards in the family to storm towards the Han family manor. When Li Zishuan saw that this person was so angry, he concluded that this was most likely Lu Shiren. When he heard his unpleasant words, he was furious. He didn't wait for the servants to come and took the initiative to attack. He was mainly afraid that so many people would hurt Lan and Yushi. Using the orchid butterfly steps, he flashed in front of Lu Shiren and fiercely punched his chin. Then, he flew up and kicked his round stomach. Lu Shiren was like a heavy artillery shell, smashing into the group of servants behind him. The group of servants didn't even have time to dodge and were all injured. When Li Zishuan landed on the ground, his expression was not good. He originally wanted to kick the middle-aged fatty more than 10 meters away to intimidate these people, who knew that he underestimated Lu Shiren's weight and kicked the wrong place. At that time, when he kicked Lu Shiren's round belly, he used too much strength. Although he kicked Lu Shiren away, the rebound from Lu Shiren's belly almost sent him flying. He spun twice in the air before stabilizing his body and landing on the ground. Li Zishuan's expression turned ugly as he had almost failed to act tough. The servant who had gone back to report the news was horrified. It was so fast again. He thought it was a fluke that his young master was kicked away so fast. Now, he kicked away his master who was obviously several tons heavier than his young master. Moreover, the speed was so fast that no one could react. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he knew that he had encountered a legendary martial arts master. At that moment, he didn't care about his master and those servants. He turned around and ran away, wailing in his heart, "Go back to your hometown. I'm not going to be a servant here in Chang'an anymore. Whoever falls in love with this god of killing can have him." Lu Shiren was in so much pain that his face turned the color of pig liver. There was still blood on his chin. After he landed on the ground, he was like a turtle that flipped its shell. He twisted his buttocks a few times but couldn't get up. This made the dozen servants under him suffer. Originally, when he smashed them, a few of their bones were broken. Now that Lu Shiren was twisting his buttocks and trying to get up, they instantly howled in pain. A few servants who were not injured rushed over and spent a lot of effort to pull their master up. Lu Shiren's face was in a mess. The hat on his head was long gone, and his hair was disheveled. Most importantly, his head was bald, and only his hair was around. Lun, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but giggle. Xiao Shi and Yu Shi also couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shiren was furious at this moment. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, he saw Wang Zhong. He was shocked and didn't bother to tidy up his appearance. He staggered over and said flatteringly, "Butler Wang, why are you here?" Wang Zhong's face was ashen. He pointed at Lu Shiren's nose and roared, "Why am I here? Lu Shiren, you have guts. Your son dared to bully my family's young miss, and you brought people to beat up my family's young master. You have guts. Just you wait. My master won't let you off." Lu Shiren was confused at this moment and said, "Ah, that young man just now was your family's young master?" Wang Zhong snorted and said, "What do you think?" Lu Shiren staggered back 2 steps when he heard this, and his face turned even paler. He had met Wang Zhong many times before. Back then, when he sold the Han family manor, he had contacted Wang Zhong. He naturally knew that the master Wang Zhong mentioned was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He was just a landlord in the countryside, but Li Jingma was a tycoon in Chang. He knew many high-ranking officials and dignitaries. He could crush the Lu family with just a finger. Just now, he heard Wang Zhong say that his bastard son bullied Li Jingma's daughter. It's over, it's all over. Lu Shiren sat on the ground in despair. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps in the village. Li Zishuan saw Xiao He and Han Lijing running over with a group of farmers holding hoes and machetes. Well, Li Zishuan also saw a fool holding a rolling pin. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Damn it, did you come to fight or to roll dough to make dumplings? Before this, Han Lijing had gathered the farmers and told them about the big deal that Li Zishuan had told him. When the farmers heard it, they couldn't believe that there was such a good thing. After confirming it over and over again, they thanked the master's family's young master and young miss for their kindness. At this moment, Xiao He hurriedly ran over and told Han Lijing that someone at the entrance of the village had caught the young miss. Han Lijing was furious when he heard this. A burly man with a full beard stood up and shouted, "Han Lijing, what are you waiting for? Kill them. The master has been so good to us. Not only did he reduce our rent, he even brought us such a business deal. Yet the young miss was caught here. We can't let down the master and Madam Li. Kill them. I old who will be the first to go." "That's right, no matter who the other party is, kill them. The old Han will go too. Kill them, count me Honor." Instantly, the crowd was enraged. They all shouted that they wanted to save the young miss. The master's family had always been good to the Han village. This time, they had brought them such a good business deal. They were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Now that the young miss was in trouble at the Han village, the Han village's good days would be ruined. How could they tolerate this? All right, our Han village doesn't have any cowards. If they dare to bully us and want to ruin our good days, We will fight it out with them. At this moment, Han Lijing stood up and shouted, "Fight it out, fight it out." Han Lijing led these angry villagers, picked up the farming tools beside them, and the group of people majestically charged towards the threshing field. When Han Lijing arrived at the threshing field, he saw from afar that the young miss was still safe and sound. His heart was slightly relieved. When he saw Li Zishuan covered in blood, his heart was filled with fear. He quickly walked to Li Zishuan's side and anxiously asked, young master, are you all right?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled, "Uncle Han, I'm fine. The blood on my body isn't mine. It's just that I came late and caused your family's iron egg to be injured." Han Lijing looked at Iron Egg and saw that his face was only a little swollen. He said, "It's good that young master and young miss are fine. Otherwise, this Han would have died 10,000 times. Iron Egg being beaten up is fine. That stinky brat's skin is thick." When Li Zishuan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He silently mourned for Iron Egg. Was this Iron Egg's father really his own? At this moment, Han Lijing held his sickle and walked in front of Lu Shiren. Facing the dozens of servants beside Lu Shiren, he was not the least bit afraid. Thinking that if the young master had come a little later, the young miss might have been in trouble, the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. A monstrous murderous aura filled the air. This was the murderous aura that he gained from killing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this moment he really wanted to kill Lu Shiren. The Han family manor had finally welcomed such a kind-hearted master. If something happened to the young master and young miss here, the consequences of the Han family manor could be imagined. Han Lijing coldly said, "Lu Shiren, what do you mean? When you were in the Han family manor, you maliciously bullied us villagers. Now that you've left, you came back to beat up our young master and young miss. Do you really think that the people of the Han family manor are made of mud? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" After he finished speaking, he placed the sickle in his hand in front of Lu Shiren's throat. At this moment, Lu Shiren's heart was filled with fear and grievance. He brought so many people here, but before he could even say a few words to Li Zishuan, he was already beaten up. Who was the one bullying who? "Kill him, kill him." The surrounding villagers all waved the farming tools in their hands and roared angrily. Lu Shiren was scared out of his wits by the angry roars of the crowd in front of him. He fearfully said to Han Lijing, "I was wrong, I didn't know that this person was your young master. Don't kill me, please spare my life." A trace of warm liquid flowed out from the bottom of his trousers. He was so scared that he actually peed his pants. The surrounding servants also did not expect that the villagers that they used to bully so casually would be so fierce today. They were so scared that they did not care about their master and young master anymore and scattered in all directions. Han Lijing pressed down with his other hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. He said to Li Zishuan, "Young master, how do you want to deal with them? If young master wants to kill them, old Han will do it myself. After that, old Han will go to the government to take the blame." Han Yushi was a little touched at this moment, but she was also a little worried. She was really worried that Li Zishuan would let her father take the blame after killing them. However, this was her father's decision, and she could not stop it. Before Li Zishuan could speak, a big man with a full beard stood out and said, "No, young master, let me do it. I, old Hu, will take the blame. I, old Hu, have long disliked this Lu Shiren." The villagers immediately stood out and shouted, "Let me do it, I will take the blame." Li Zishuan looked at the scene in front of him and was a little touched. This was the simple people of Tang Empire. If you were good to them, they would repay you 10-fold or 100-fold, even at the expense of their own lives. However, he did not want to kill the father and son of the Lu family. It was not worth it. He wanted to make them suffer a fate worse than death. Li Zishuan pressed down with his hands and waited for everyone to be quiet. Li Zishuan pushed the sickle away from Lu Shiren's throat and said to Han Lijing, "Uncle Han, even if I want to kill them, I won't let you take the blame. Moreover, I don't want them to die. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Uncle Han, get someone to break the father and son's hands and feet, then send them back." Han Yushi looked at him gratefully when she heard that. She thought to herself that she had not misjudged him. Young master was not that kind of selfish person. Li Zishuan said to Lu Shiren, if you are not convinced, you can go to the government and sue me. I, Li Zishuan, will accompany you to the end. After saying that, he ignored the father and son of the Lu family who had fainted from fright and brought Han Yushi, and the others back to Han Lijing's house. Such a bloody scene was not suitable for them to see. The rest was left to Han Lijing and the villagers. Chapter 29. Wow, what a big tiger! Li Zishuan and the others returned to the Han family's courtyard. Lun saw the big tiger at the door and was shocked. She screamed and immediately hid behind Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan patted Lan's head and said gently, Lan, don't be afraid. That tiger is dead. Lun heard this and stuck her head out from behind Li Zishuan. After making sure that the tiger would not move, she slowly walked forward and observed the tiger. Iron Egg was also very curious. He ran over and touched the tiger with Lan. Li Zishuan did not care about them and entered the house with Han Yushi, Xiaohe, and Xiaoxi. Young master, I'll go boil some water. You can take a bath later. I'll bring my father's clothes for you to change into. Han Yushi suggested when she saw Li Zishuan covered in blood. Li Zishuan looked at his dirty body. It was indeed time to take a bath. If he went home like this, his mother would faint from fright. He nodded and said, okay, then I'll have to trouble Yushi. Xiaohe, go and help Yushi. Xiaohe had already noticed that the young master had changed the way he addressed Han Yushi from Miss Han to Yushi. The little girl looked at the young master suspiciously. When she heard the young master instructing her, she quickly agreed. She did not dare to ask the young master face to face. Moreover, how could a servant casually ask about the young master's feelings? After a while, Han Yushi and Xiaohe carried a bucket of hot water into the house. Then, Han Yushi handed Li Zishuan a set of clothes and said, Young master, please take a bath in my room. Young master, you can wash in my father's room. These are my father's clothes when he was young. They might not fit you well. Young master, please wear them first. Li Zishuan looked at her beautiful little face and smiled. Okay, Yushi, it's been hard on you. You must have been frightened today. At this moment, there were only the two of them in the room. It was a little ambiguous. Han Yushi blushed and said, Young master, what are you saying? Young master, quickly take a bath. Yushi will go out first. After saying that, he hurriedly ran out of the door. Li Zishuan closed the door, took off his clothes, and sat in the bathtub. He shook his head and said to himself, I didn't ask you to take a bath with me. Why did you run away so quickly? Could it be that this young master is not handsome? This shouldn't be the case. Li Zishuan finished showering, put on his clothes, picked up the bathwater, walked out of the door, and poured it out. Then he walked back into the house. Han Yushi happened to see Li Zishuan wearing clothes that were obviously one size bigger than his body. He looked quite funny as he walked. She couldn't help but laugh. Li Zishuan turned around when he heard the sound. He knew what Han Yushi was laughing about. There was nothing he could do. He was only 14 years old. He would definitely look big in Han Lijing's clothes. So be it if she laughed. It was a good opportunity to admire the smile of a beauty. Han Yushi was shy from his stare. She quickly stopped smiling and her little face was a little red. She went forward to help Li Zishuan tidy up his collar. As Li Zishuan was taller than her, she was tiptoeing and tidying up the collar behind Li Zishuan's neck with both hands. This posture was very ambiguous. Li Zishuan looked at her lively eyes, white nose, and red lips. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times. He was very tempted. Han Yushi saw Li Zishuan staring at her. She smelled the strong masculine scent on his body and thought about how he flew over to save her from the tiger's mouth on the mountain. For a moment, she was also a little moved. Li Zishuan was about to lower his head and kiss her when he heard a child's voice. Wow, brother, sister Yushi, what are you playing? Lan wants to play too. Lan finished touching the tiger and was looking around for her brother. When she came to the room, she saw her brother and sister Yushi hugging each other. She shouted excitedly. When Han Yushi heard that, she immediately pushed Li Zishuan away as if she had been electrocuted. She retreated to the corner and blushed. She lowered her head and did not speak. Li Zishuan was helpless. he said to Lan. Your sister Yushi is helping brother tidy up his collar. Lan, why didn't you knock when you came in? Aren't you afraid of the door demon? When Han Yushi heard Li Zishuan mention the door demon, she raised her head and looked at him curiously. She did not know what story was inside. Lan, said a little fearfully, but brother didn't close the door. Do I have to knock? Li Zishuan was stunned. He had made a mistake. He had actually forgotten to close the door. After a long time, Han Lijing finally came back. Wang Zhong and San Bao followed behind. Li Zishuan did not ask how Han Lijing had handled it. He stood up and said goodbye to Han Lijing. Uncle Han, sorry for disturbing you today. It's getting late. We should go back. Oh, right, you need money to buy the mountain fruits. Uncle Wang, how much money did we bring this time? Young master, we only brought 10 strings of cash. Okay, then give it all to Uncle Han. If Uncle Han doesn't have enough money in the future, you can ask Uncle Wang for more. This money can be deducted from the money from selling alcohol in the future, Li Zishuan said. Han Lijing did not expect his young master to be so thoughtful. He took the money and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trust, young master." Li Zishuan waved his hand and looked at San Bao. San Bao, how are you? Can you still walk? I'll give you a raise when we go back this time. Previously, Wang Zhong had brought San Bao to the village doctor for some simple treatment. After such a long time, she had recovered. When she heard her young master's question, she felt warm in her heart. Young master, San Bao is fine. San Bao is strong. After saying that, he even showed off his biceps. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Okay, then let's go. Lan, let's go home." Coming. Lan ran over. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said to Han Lijing, "Uncle Han, we'll meet again someday." He turned back and looked at Han Yushi deeply. Li Zishuan would be lying if he said that he was not moved by this gentle, brave, and fairy-like girl. Although they had only known each other for a day, Han Yushi had left an impression on him that could not be erased for the rest of his life. Li Zishuan waved at her and said, "Yushi, goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Han Yushi silently watched Li Zishuan's back from the side. She was very reluctant to part with him, but so what? God could not help her make him stay. Perhaps God had heard the call in her heart. At this moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. A muffled thunder came from the sky. Wang Zhong looked at the dark clouds in the west and said worriedly, "Young master, I'm afraid that the rain is not light. We can barely make it back by horse, but it's very dangerous for a carriage to take the mountain road in this weather." Li Zishuan remembered the bumpy mountain road when he came back. He also felt that it was dangerous to take the mountain road in the rain. He hesitated and joked to Han Lijing. "Uncle Han, it seems that we have to keep guests in this weather. We can only trouble Uncle Han for one more night. We'll leave tomorrow when the rain stops." After saying that, he was secretly happy. Was it because he could stay with Han Yushi for one more night? He could not explain it. Han Lijing laughed heartily and said, "Young master, what are you saying? It's my honor that you can stay in my house. I still need to trouble Uncle Han with one more thing. Uncle Han, find a strong man with good skills to go to Chang and City and tell my mother that I'll be back tomorrow. I'm afraid that my mother will be worried." Li Zishuan suddenly thought of his mother and quickly told Han Lijing. "Yes, young master, don't worry. I'll arrange it." Han Lijing nodded and replied. Han Yushi was still sad about parting. When she heard them talk, she was happy. She thanked God in her heart for letting Li Zishuan stay. She even thought that it would be great if the rain never stopped. Chapter 30. After dinner, Han Lijing brought Iron Egg, San Bao, and Wang Zhong out. There were only 3 rooms in his house, and they definitely couldn't fit so many people. He had no choice but to bring the 3 of them to another house to sleep for the night. He had already made arrangements with those families. When they heard that they were the young master's people, they welcomed them with open arms. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. Li Zishuan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep as he listened to the pitter-patter of the rain. Moreover, it was too early now. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening in the modern world. In his previous life, he would only sleep at 11 or 12 o'clock at night. However, in this era, There were no cell phones or computers. There was nothing else to do other than sleep at night. Brother, are you asleep? Lan knocked on the door. Li Zishuan got up and opened the door. Lan squeezed in agilely. Li Zishuan looked at her and said, Lan, why aren't you asleep? Lan and Han Yushi slept in one room while Xiao He and Xiao Shi slept in another room. Lan came over and held her brother's hand. Brother, we can't sleep. Why don't you come over and tell us a story? Li Zishuan was puzzled. You guys? Lan nodded. That's right. Sister Yushi, Sister Xiao He, and Sister Xiao Shi can't sleep. We're all in Sister Yushi's room waiting for you to come over and tell us a story. Li Zishuan was really tempted. He also wanted to go to Han Yushi's room to take a look. To be exact, he wanted to go to Han Yushi's room to see how charming Han Yushi looked when she was lying on the bed. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. Lan didn't wait for her brother to agree. She pulled her brother's hand and dragged him out of the room. Li Zishuan came to Han Yushi's room. A faint girl's fragrance seeped into his nostrils. Li Zishuan couldn't help but greedily take in a breath. The three girls in the room quickly stood up and greeted him. Young master. Li Zishuan nodded at them and then began to look around Han Yushi's boudoir. Although the furnishings in the room were not luxurious, they were placed very neatly. In addition to the dressing table, there was also a small table in the room. Han Yushi naturally wouldn't lie on the bed and wait for him to come over like he had just fantasized. In fact, Han Yushi didn't want Li Zishuan to come to her room, but she couldn't stand the coaxing and pestering of Lan and the two little maidservants. Moreover, she was quite curious about what story Li Zishuan wanted to tell them, so she agreed to those maidservants half-heartedly. At this moment, the three girls and Lan were sitting around a small table, waiting for Li Zishuan to tell them a story. Li Zishuan looked around. There were no more stools. His heart skipped a beat. He sat on Han Yushi's fragrant couch without any trace of politeness. When it was time to make a move, he had to make a move. There were no extra stools in this room. Han Yushi had no reason to blame him for sitting on the bed. Of course, he had to take advantage of this. When Han Yushi saw Li Zishuan sitting on her bed, she blushed shyly. She also realized that there were no other stools in the room. She couldn't help but blame herself for being too careless. Lan didn't notice the small movements of the two. When she saw her brother sit down, she said excitedly, Brother, quickly tell me. Lan was almost taken away by bad people today. Brother, quickly tell Lan journey to the west, to calm Lan down. When Han Yushi and the other two heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. No one had ever taken the initiative to ask others to calm them down. Li Zishuan was also very speechless. Lan-er's lively and excited appearance didn't look like she was frightened at all. Han Yushi was frightened on the mountain today. Since they were here, the story still had to be told. He shook his head and said, Let's not talk about Journey to the West tonight. Your sister Yushi hasn't heard of many of the previous stories. Today, let's talk about another story. Lan wasn't disappointed. Anyway, since her brother made it, it must be the best. At this moment, she shouted even more excitedly, Okay. When Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan had to think about her even when telling a story, she felt very sweet in her heart. Li Zishuan looked at Xiao He and Xiao Shi and said, Xiao He, Xiao Shi, you have heard the first part of this story before. When Xiao He heard this, she immediately remembered that afternoon when the young master said that no one could tell that she was a man dressed as a woman. Her face suddenly turned red. She swore that she would definitely not mention the question that afternoon again today. Li Zishuan didn't tease her anymore. He looked at Han Yushi and said, The story that we are going to tell today is called Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. It was said that during the Eastern Jin dynasty, there was a woman named Zhu Yingtai by the Zhu family's village in Shangyu County, Zhejiang Province. She was beautiful and smart. She had been learning poetry from her brother since she was young. She admired Ban Zhao and Kai Wenji's talent and learning. She only hated that her family didn't have a good teacher. She wanted to go to Hangzhou to study. Li Zishuan used his own words to tell them the plot that he saw from the TV series in his previous life. Although the words weren't beautiful, the story was beautiful and touching. As Li Zishuan told the story, Han Yuxi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi were all immersed in the story. Zhu Yingtai disguised herself as a man to study. Liang Shanhua didn't find out that she was a woman after sleeping with her for 2 years. Zhu Yingtai returned to her hometown to visit her relatives and was forced to marry by the Ma family. With the story's twists and turns, the hearts of the 3 girls rose and fell like a boat on the sea. Very quickly, Li Zishuan reached the climax of the story. Zhu Yingtai's bridal sedan was carried halfway when a gust of wind suddenly blew. The people carrying the sedan couldn't move anymore. At this time, the servant girl told Zhu Yingtai that Liang Shanhua's grave was in front of them. Zhu Yingtai didn't care about other people stopping her and walked out of the sedan. She insisted on going to Liang Shanhua's grave to mourn. Zhu Yingtai came to Liang Shanhua's grave and cried loudly. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. She threw herself onto the grave. In a split second, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The wind and rain raged. A big crack suddenly appeared in the grave. Zhu Yingtai shouted Liang Shanhua's name and jumped into the grave. Then, the grave automatically closed. After a while, the rain stopped. The clouds parted and a rainbow appeared in the sky. A pair of beautiful butterflies flew up from the grave and danced around the grave. People said that this pair of butterflies was Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai. When they heard the part where Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies, Xiao He and Xiao Shi both burst into tears. Han Yuxi's eyes were wet. She looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. She thought, although Zhu Yingtai and Liang Shanhua's love life was bumpy, they had lived happily together for 2 years. Although they didn't have the same quilt, they died in the same cave in the end. Wasn't that a kind of happiness? However, her status was so different from the young masters. Could they really be together in the end? After Li Zishuan finished telling the story, he stood up and said, "All right, it's late. Let's go to bed early." Said unhappily, "Brother, the story you told today wasn't good." Didn't understand love, so she naturally felt that this story wasn't as good as Journey to the West. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Then I'll tell Journey to the West tomorrow. It's time to sleep now." He turned his head and waved his hand at Han Yuxi and said with a smile, "Yuxi, rest early." Han Yuxi's mind was still in the story. She forced a smile and said, "Young master, you should rest early too." Chapter 31. The next morning, Li Zishuan woke up from his sleep. He pushed open the window and found that the rain that had been raining all night had stopped. The fresh smell of the soil after the rain hit him in the face. He immediately felt refreshed. After practicing the Sutra of Supreme Mystery for a while, Li Zishuan walked out of the room. In the front room, Han Lijing, Wang Zhong, and the others had returned and were chatting. Li Zishuan went forward to greet them and went to wash up. After eating the breakfast that Han Yuxi had carefully prepared, Li Zishuan said goodbye to Han Lijing in the yard. "Uncle Han, sorry for disturbing you these 2 days. Uncle Han, please pay attention to the business. If you have any problems, please find Uncle Wang or go directly to Chang, and to find me. I'll be waiting for your fruit wine in Chang." "Young master, don't worry. I'll take care of the fruit wine. The road is slippery after the rain. Young master, please be careful." "Well, it's okay." Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Han Yuxi, who was leaning against the door frame and silently watching him. This girl had noticed that her eyes were red since she saw her in the morning. Could it be that the story she told last night was too sad and she cried all night? He was also reluctant to part with this beautiful girl, but he had to go back. This was not his home. Li Zishuan actually enjoyed the quiet and elegant feeling when talking to Han Yuxi, but he didn't know what Han Yuxi thought of him. Maybe she had a little affection for him. He had a lot to say to her at this moment, but it was obviously not the right time. Thousands of words turned into a sigh in the end. "Yuxi, take care." After that he turned around and left with the group. Back home, Li Zishuan was dragged by his mother to enjoy her mother's love. He also told his mother about the purchase of the fruit wine. Mrs. Li didn't care much about the business. Since her son felt that it could make money, she would certainly support him. She gave Li Zishuan 1,000 strings of cash for him to use first. As for his father, his mother would talk to his mother. Li Zishuan was very happy to receive 1,000 strings of cash from the chairman of his family. It was good to be a rich second generation. If he liked a business, he could just ask his mother for money to invest. It was not like the time travel novels he read in his previous life. Some protagonists traveled to ancient times and had no money. They had to work hard to make glass and perfume to get their first venture capital. Li Zishuan said that it was too brain-intensive. He didn't want to do it for the time being. His family was already so rich. He didn't need to invent those inventions. What he needed to do now was to think of ways to spend money. A few days ago, his mother was still encouraging him to be a prodigal son. He had a long way to go. When he arrived at the West Court, he was about to go back to the study to plan the modification of the fruit wine when he found Lan waiting for him in the side hall of the West Court. What's in the thing you're holding? Li Zishuan pointed at a thick bamboo tube in Lan Er's hand and asked. This is Lan Er's general, Wei Qing. He's amazing. Brother, let me show you. Er handed over the bamboo tube in her hand as if she was presenting a treasure. Li Zishuan was puzzled. Wei Qing? What the hell? He took the bamboo tube and lifted the lid slightly. When he looked inside, he saw a green locust. Only then did he remember that the source of the conflict in the threshing field of the Han family village yesterday was the few of them fighting the locust. He didn't expect Lan Er to name this locust Wei Qing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but find it funny. However, Li Zishuan's smile froze on his face before it could bloom. Then, his expression changed slightly. The way he looked at Wei Qing became a little uncertain. Li Zishuan didn't study the history of the Tang dynasty in detail in his previous life. However, he still knew some of the major events that happened in the Tang dynasty. Some of them were from novels, and some were from television dramas. Li Zishuan remembered that in the second year of the Jingguan era, the Tang dynasty had an unprecedented locust plague. At that time, the locusts covered the sky and swept across the entire Guanzhong plain. The locusts covered the sky and poured down in torrents. Everywhere they passed, the land was barren. Even the trees and weeds couldn't escape from the locusts, not to mention the crops. Last year, Li Ergang and Xieli of the Turks had signed the humiliating Wei River Pact precisely to buy time for the Great Tang to breathe. The people of the Great Tang had just welcomed the peace that they had longed for. Who would have thought that they would have to face this apocalyptic disaster? In his previous life, Li Zishuan saw on some forums that when the locusts came, there were rumors among the people that this was God's punishment for Li Ergang killing his brothers and imprisoning his father to seize the throne. Li Ergang couldn't defend himself. The history books recorded, Taizong entered the garden to inspect the crops. When he saw the locusts, he plucked a few of them and cursed, "Man's life is the grain. If you eat it, you will harm the people. The people have sinned. You have spirit, but when you eat my heart, you will not harm the people." When he was about to swallow the locusts, he admonished him to the left and right, "I am afraid it will become a disease." "You must not." Taizong said, "I hope to remove the disaster. Why should I avoid the disease?" When Li Zishuan saw this, he was quite shocked. It was not without reason that Li Er had become an eternal emperor. His breadth of mind, his bearing, and his charisma were things that ordinary people could not hope to achieve. Li Zishuan remembered that under the post, there were some keyboard warriors who commented that Li Ergang swallowed the locusts for show, to show that he loved the people like his own children. Li Zishuan snorted at this. Li Ergang swallowed the locusts despite the danger. No matter what his purpose was, he was worthy of respect. Li Zishuan asked himself if he was himself, he wouldn't dare to swallow the locusts. Although the Tang dynasty was beginning to show its prosperity, with the current foundation of the Tang dynasty, it obviously couldn't withstand this catastrophe. Once the locusts came, starving people would be everywhere. There might even be a tragedy of people swapping their children for food. Then the question was, before the locusts came, what could he do for this era? Although he hadn't been in this world for long, there were already many people who cared about him and the people he cared about. For example, his family, Han Lijing, Han Yushi, and the simple and adorable villagers of the Han family village. At this moment, he realized that he had fallen in love with this era and the people of the Tang dynasty. Brother? Lan Noticed that Li Zishuan was staring at her, Wei Qing, without moving. She pushed his arm. Oh, go play with Xiao He and Xiao Shi first. I have something to do now. I will tell you a story tonight. Li Zishuan was interrupted by Lan, and said to Lan, "Oh, then you must remember to tell Lan, a story tonight." Lan, was a little unhappy. She wanted to come over to show off her invincible general, Wei Qing, to her brother, but now that her brother seemed to have something to do, she could only leave. Inside the house, Li Zishuan was alone, frowning. He was thinking about how the main characters of the novels who had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty solved the locust problem. He remembered that some people had brought potatoes with them when they transmigrated and promoted potato farming in the Tang dynasty. This helped the people of the Tang dynasty survive the locusts. This was a good idea. But he had transmigrated. Before he transmigrated, he couldn't have brought potatoes with him. What should he do? Should he tell Li Er directly and ask him to prepare in advance? No, first of all, he couldn't even see Li Er now. Even if he saw him and told him, he wouldn't believe him. Instead, he would be charged with the crime of misleading the public. Secondly, even if Li Er believed him, other than stockpiling food in advance, there were limited ways to do so. Li Zishuan rubbed his head in frustration. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a practical solution. Forget it, let's think about it slowly. After all, there was still more than a year before the locusts. Chapter 32. This morning, Li Zishuan was practicing his sword on the lawn of the West Courtyard. Yes, he was practicing his sword. Not only did spiritual master Ling Su teach him internal strength, he also taught him sword skills. Daoist sword skills were quite diverse, and there were many powerful sword skills handed down from generation to generation. But spiritual master Ling Su was afraid that he would bite off more than he could chew, so he only taught him one sword skill, which was what Li Zishuan was practicing now. It was called the 9 Taishin swords. 9 swords didn't refer to 9 swords, but this sword skill contained 9 consecutive sword moves. The 9 Taishin swords was a supreme sword skill derived from Li Zishuan's internal strength. When it was used, the 9 consecutive moves were like a violent storm. The 9 moves connected in an endless stream, making people unable to cope. Moreover, each move would superimpose on the power of the last move. Under the superimposition of layers of power, the last move would be accompanied by the sound of thunder. Its speed would be like lightning and very difficult to block. After Li Zishuan obtained the memories of this body, he studied this sword skill in his heart for several days. As a modern person, Li Zishuan used to scoff at internal strength sword skills and the like. But after obtaining the memories of this body and looking at this sword skill again, he naturally had some understanding in his heart. This feeling was very magical. The 9 Taishin swords were: first sword riding wind, second sword fleeting swan, third sword treading snow, fourth sword breaking waves, fifth sword leaving dust, sixth sword flowing cloud, seventh sword phantom, eighth sword returning to origin, and ninth sword rushing thunder. The 9 sword skills matched the 9 levels of the Taishin Sutra. With Li Zishuan's current power, he could only use the first 5 moves of the 9 Taishin swords. But this was already very powerful. According to his master, with his current cultivation, no one in the younger generation in Jianghu could match him. Unless he met a reclusive master like his master, his life was not in danger under other circumstances. Spiritual master Ling Su had already practiced the 9th sword rushing thunder when he was alive. According to him, when he used the 9 swords in succession, even a great grandmaster expert could only hold back his hatred. But using the 9 swords in succession consumed a lot of energy. After using the 9 swords, he basically collapsed. Currently, the commonly recognized strength levels in Jianghu were Qi drawing, body tempering, Qi forming, master, and great master. According to his master's introduction, there were only 3 martial grandmasters in the world today. His master was naturally one of them, and he was a peak existence. The other 2 were Shaolin Abbot Xian Kong and Tujue Imperial Advisor Wu Jie. As for the number of grandmasters, there were no clear records, but his master estimated that there were only a few dozen grandmasters in the world. In his memory, The current martial arts world wasn't as exaggerated as what was written in modern cultivation novels. Even a great grandmaster expert couldn't extend their lifespan by several hundred years. At most, they wouldn't get sick easily. Although his master had been a great grandmaster for many years, he couldn't escape from old age, sickness, and death. He passed away at the age of 125. In short, martial arts could only make people stronger and more agile. It would not allow people to transcend the category of humans and become immortals. They were just a little stronger than ordinary people. However, even a great grandmaster expert would not be willing to fight with a small army. Moreover, a great grandmaster wasn't an invincible existence. The gap between great grandmasters wasn't very large. If a great grandmaster was besieged by a dozen great grandmasters, he would still die. Li Zishuan's predecessor had reached the 5th layer of the Taishan Sutra a year ago. Currently, he was an expert at the peak of qi forming. When he reached the 6th layer of the Taishan Sutra, he would enter the ranks of great grandmasters. The Taishan Sutra had 10 layers, but the Taishan 9 swords only had 9 sword moves. In his memory, his predecessor had asked his master why. Spiritual Master Ling Su only said that in the 1,000-year history of Taoism, no one had practiced the Taishan Sutra to the 10th layer, so at present, there was only the Taishan 9 swords. At this moment, in the west courtyard, Li Zishuan's figure changed. The 5 major sword moves, wind riding, graceful grace, snow treading, wave breaking, and dust parting, were used one after another. The grass around him swirled. Even the peach blossoms that had just bloomed on the 2 peach trees next to him were swept away by the strong wind brought by his sword qi. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with sword light and the falling petals were a riot. It was very beautiful. Wow, brother is so powerful. Lun also wants to learn swordsmanship. Lun saw her brother flying around in the field with sword light shining in all directions. He was like a peerless sword immortal. She jumped and jumped around excitedly, shouting that she also wanted to learn this handsome swordsmanship. Xiao He and Xiao Shi's eyes were also filled with extraordinary splendor. They knew that their young master knew martial arts, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. Especially when their young master was dancing with the sword, he was so handsome that their hearts were beating wildly. After practicing these 5 sword moves, Li Zishuan was also sweating slightly. He took the silk handkerchief that Xiao Shi handed over and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Then he said to Lan, practicing martial arts is very tough. Do you really want to learn? Li Zishuan didn't want to teach his sister martial arts because it was too troublesome. This girl was obviously only enthusiastic for a short period of time. Moreover, to practice martial arts to his level, one must suffer a lot. He couldn't bear for his sister to suffer. Lan wants to learn. Lan is not afraid of suffering. Lan seemed to be very determined as she nodded her head. She was just captivated by her brother's handsome swordsmanship and really wanted to learn this swordsmanship. But to learn this swordsmanship, you have to wake up at 3 in the morning to practice. Moreover, you have to continue practicing regardless of whether it's winter or summer. When that time comes, our cute little Lan will become a tan girl. Lan, do you still want to learn? Li Zishuan said in distress. Lan was a little hesitant. Which girl didn't want to be beautiful? Although Lan wasn't even 7 years old, this little girl had already started to want to be beautiful. She often asked Xiao Shi for advice on how to dress up. When she heard that practicing martial arts was so scary and that she had to get tanned, Lan was a little scared. Although the swordsmanship was handsome, she would become ugly if she got tanned. No matter how good the swordsmanship was, it was useless. Seeing that Lan was a little scared, Li Zishuan was a little proud. Just as he was about to turn around and return to his room, he heard Lan shouting. No, smelly brother, you are lying. You wake up at 3 in the morning every day. You wake up later than Lan. Also, brother, your face is so white. You didn't get tanned at all. After Lan reacted, she immediately grabbed onto Li Zishuan and didn't let go. Damn, I didn't expect to be used as a model by my sister because I slept in. Li Zishuan was a little embarrassed. He could only justify himself. He lowered his body and looked into Lan's eyes. He tried to make his eyes look more sincere. Li Zishuan brewed his emotions and said to Lan, "Cough, cough. Your elder brother is one of those rare martial arts geniuses that only appear once in 100 years. It only took me 8 years of hard work to learn this martial art. It's very difficult for others to learn it as quickly as I do. As for why I didn't get tanned in the past 8 years, it can only be said that there is a type of skin that belongs to the natural beauty type. No matter how much you get tanned, you won't get tanned. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Li Zishuan was a little embarrassed to continue. "Damn, I have never seen such a shameless person." At this moment, Lan looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. It was as if she was meeting him for the first time. Her wide eyes were very cute. Lan held back for a long time, but she still said what was in her heart. "Brother, why are you so shameless? Lan is embarrassed to be your sister." Li Zishuan was speechless. There was silence all around. Then there were 2 giggles. Xiaohe and Xiaoxi saw that their young master had failed to fool around in front of Lan, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Zishuan was instantly attacked. His old face darkened. He glared at the 2 young maidservants who were gloating at his misfortune. He then looked at Lan and said sadly, "My heart hurts. Little sister, I have always been so nice to you. Is it really okay for you to insult me like this?" Hearing her brother's strange words, Lan was dumbfounded. Just as she was about to ask, she saw San Bao walking over. "Young master, the eldest son of the Chung family is waiting for you in the front hall. He said that he has something to talk to you about. Master is accompanying him at the side. He wants you to hurry over." San Bao came over and bowed to Li Zishuan. "Ching Chumo? Why is that guy looking for me? Does he want me to treat him to my chicken again?" Li Zishuan shuddered when he remembered the resentful look shopkeeper Lu gave Ching Chumo last time. He hoped that it wasn't like that. "Lan, go play with Xiaohe and Xiaoxi. Brother has something to do and will leave first." After Li Zishuan finished speaking to his sister, he turned around and rushed to the front hall. P.S. Regarding this book, Swordsman would like to say that the main plot of this book is still history. The addition of some martial arts is just to let the main character act cool in the Tang dynasty. This book doesn't give the main character a heaven-defying system, but it's not too much to give him some martial arts. Furthermore, the Tang dynasty originally had a culture of chivalry throughout the country. From the Li Tang dynasty's rebellion against the Sui dynasty, to the Xuanwu Gate incident of Li Shimin, and then to the Tang dynasty's foreign wars, there were the shadows of chivalrous men in the Jianghu. It was not nonsense to add elements of chivalry into the book. This book will use history as the main plot and describe the magnificent history. There will also be some chivalrous and tender feelings in the Jianghu. Martial arts is not the same as fantasy. There won't be any nonsense like summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Wanderers were a respected profession in the Tang dynasty. Without wanderers, the Li Tang dynasty would not be able to overthrow the Sui dynasty. Li Shimin would not be able to rely on a coup d'état to take the throne. After the Tang dynasty was unified, wanderers started to join the army to prove their worth. Many wanderers walked the path of joining the army, making contributions, and receiving titles. Chang, and returned to wanderers, Luoyang was rich and talented. Jade Sword and Floating Cloud Ride, Golden Saddle and Moon Bow. Fighting Cock over Weibei, riding horse to Guangdong. Sun Bin waits from afar, Guojie secretly communicates. Without 1,000 gold titles, who would talk about 10,000 miles of merit? The general descends from the sky, riding into the clouds. The fire of the beacon is like the moon at night. The aura of the soldiers is like a rainbow at dawn. Running amok with friends, carrying feathers to join the army. Dragon banners dim the fog, bird formations sweep up the cold wind. Chasing to the Hanhai Pass, after the battle the mountains are empty. Returning to thank the Son of Heaven, why not ride a horse? One of the 4 heroes of the Tang dynasty, Lu Xiaolin's journey to the youth field was the most realistic portrayal of the Tang dynasty wanderers joining the army to defend the country. It reproduced the heroic scenes of wanderers fighting on the border, fighting on horseback, and not fearing death. Apart from that, Wanderers were also a spiritual idol with symbolic meaning in the Tang dynasty society. In the strong and prosperous Tang dynasty, the chivalrous spirit of the people who worshipped martial arts was in line with the spirit of the times. Hence, it was not surprising that there were many wanderers in the Tang dynasty. Adding martial arts elements in this book was also reasonable. As for the division of martial arts in this book, it was purely made up. Scholars should not take it seriously with the swordsman. Chapter 33. In the front hall, Li Jingma was chatting with Cheng Chumo. He was quite happy that his son was able to make friends with the son of Duke Lu. It wasn't that he liked to cling to the rich and powerful, but that his son had Cheng Chumo as a friend. His son's safety would be much better in the future. However, Cheng Chumo felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Although Li Jingma was only a merchant, he had a wide range of knowledge and experience, and his style of conversation was quite good. Cheng Chumo was an old man with a rough temperament, and was not suitable for such a scholarly conversation. "Nephew, is Duke Lu still in good health?" Li Jingma asked gently. In fact, he was also anxious. After chatting with Cheng Chumo for so long, he was almost done with all the polite greetings. Why was that brat still not here? He was really itching for a beating. He would teach him a lesson later. Cheng Chumo tried his best to pretend to be a well-read and modest young master. He replied politely, "Thank you for your concern, uncle. My father is well. As long as he's healthy." Li Jingma stroked his short beard and nodded with satisfaction. Then he didn't know what to say. This was the first time he had met Cheng Chumo. He had already said everything he needed to say. Father Li was secretly anxious. Finally, at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Cheng Chumo thought to himself, "I'm finally free. If it were anyone else who dared to dawdle with me for so long, I would have beaten them up long ago. Unfortunately, this is my good brother's father. I can't beat him up." Li Zishuan walked through the door and greeted his father first. Old man Li nodded, stood up, and smiled. "Since you're here, Xing, treat nephew Chonyo well. You mustn't be rude. You youngsters should have a good chat. This old man won't be an eyesore here, he." The two of them stood up to send Li Jingma off. After he left, Cheng Chumo sat down on a chair and crossed his legs. He didn't seem to be sitting upright at all. Li Zishuan did not care about these things. He asked, "Brother Chonyo, why are you looking for me today?" Knowing that Cheng Chumo didn't like beating around the bush, Li Zishuan simply asked directly. A trace of helplessness flashed in Cheng Chumo's eyes as he said, "My father wants to see you. He wants you to come to my house for a meal." Li Zishuan was a little suspicious. "Why would Lu Guogong want to see me? Could it be that you said something bad about me in front of him?" Then he silently stared at Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo felt a little guilty under his stare, but he still stiffened his neck and said, "What are you talking about? How could I, Cheng Chumo, harm my own brother? It's really just a meal." Li Zishuan stared at Cheng Chumo for a long time. Although he still felt that something was wrong, he couldn't find any flaws for the time being. "All right then, I'll pay a visit to Duke Lu. What is your father like? It's not good to go empty-handed on my first visit, right?" Cheng Chumo impatiently waved his hand. "You don't need to bring anything. Come with me." Then he suddenly paused as if he had thought of something. He licked his lips and said embarrassedly, My father likes to eat that gnawed chicken. Xiaoxian, do you want to bring some?" Li Zishuan laughed heartily. "Huh? No problem. I was wondering what it was. I'll tell the kitchen to make 10 servings of gnawed chicken and bring them to Uncle Cheng." Then he went out to instruct the kitchen. The cook of the Li family, Auntie Zhao, had already learned how to make gnawed chicken under Li Zishuan's guidance. Although it couldn't compare to the taste of the drunken Immortal restaurant, if one didn't taste it carefully, one wouldn't be able to taste the difference. Wait. Cheng Chumo pulled Li Zishuan back. His face was full of shame. He carefully gestured with one finger and said, "This? My father said, to let you make a pot of gnawed chicken and bring it over." "The pot? Damn, were all the people in old Cheng's family animals like this? Did they eat by the pot?" Li Zishuan staggered and almost sprained his waist. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, the two of them rode their horses toward Huaid Lane. However, Cheng Chumo's riding posture was very strange. He held the reins in one hand and a super large food box under his waist with the other. Under the strange gazes of the passers-by, he used his leg to lightly kick the belly of the black horse under him, urging it to go faster. There was no other way. Cheng Chumo felt a little embarrassed for his father, who would invite someone to a meal and then plunder a pot of delicious food from someone else's house. It was so embarrassing. Li Zixuan looked at Cheng Chumo from behind. It was rare to see the usually carefree Cheng Chumo embarrassed. He found it quite interesting. The two of them, one in front and one behind, urged their horses forward. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the Qing mansion. Looking at the two majestic stone lions and a pair of drum stones in front of the gate of the Qing mansion, Li Zixuan felt a little envious. Previously, he also wanted to get two stone lions in front of his house, but he was scolded by his father when he found out. These things could not be bought with money. Although the Li family was rich, they were still businessmen and did not have the qualifications to buy such things in front of their house. Walking into the Qing mansion, Cheng Chumo pulled a servant over and asked where his father was. Then he turned to Li Zixuan and said, "Xiaoxian, my father is now practicing martial arts in the backyard. It's still early for lunch. Come with me to pay a visit to my father." Li Zixuan nodded and agreed. "Well, there's no hurry to eat. We should pay a visit to the old duke first." He was also very curious about the famous historical figure Qing Yaojin. He had seen many versions of Qing Yaojin on TV, but he had never seen the real person. Li Zixuan felt a little excited that he was about to meet this amazing person who had left a deep mark in the history of the Great Tang Empire. Although the Qing mansion was not luxurious, it still occupied a large area. The two of them passed through several pavilions and buildings before arriving at the backyard of the Qing mansion. Contrary to Li Zixuan's expectations, the backyard of the Qing family was rather large. There was even a martial arts stage in the middle of the lawn. On top of it were 18 different types of weapons. A black-clothed brawny man with a full beard was currently wielding a pair of giant axes. He was swinging them up and down in a vigorous manner. Even from afar, Li Zixuan could feel the strong wind coming from the axes. An expert. This was an expert whose skills were at least not below his own. Li Zixuan instantly made this judgment. Seeing that the black-clothed man's face was somewhat similar to Cheng Chumo's, Li Zixuan guessed that this man was most likely Qing Yaojin. Following Cheng Chumo, he walked towards the man. When the burly man sensed someone approaching, he put down his axe and turned his head to look. He saw his son and a tall and handsome young man walking over. Qing Yaojin laughed heartily and jumped down from the martial arts stage. His voice could be heard even before he reached the stage. "Ha, you must be the new brother that my Chonyo has been talking about. Not bad, not bad. Your body is strong and healthy, and you are born with good looks." When Qing Yaojin came forward, Cheng Chumo called him father. Li Zixuan hurriedly came forward and clasped his fist respectfully. "Greetings, High Duke Lu." Qing Yaojin patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed. "Ha, don't be so courteous. My Qing family doesn't like these complicated formalities. Since my Chonyo has acknowledged you as his brother, we will be family in the future. Come, let's talk in the front hall." The three of them walked towards the front yard. Chapter 34. Qing Yaojin was chatting with Li Zixuan in the front hall, mainly to learn about Li Zixuan's past. At this time, a pretty servant girl came in and bowed to Qing Yaojin. "Master, the food is ready. Do you want to eat now?" Qing Yaojin waved his hand. Then serve the food." The servant girl accepted the order and left. At this time, Qing Yaojin said to Li Zixuan, "Today, thanks to nephew, I can eat chicken again. Your family's drunken immortal restaurant is too stingy, limiting the amount every day. I can't eat enough." Li Zixuan stood up and said, "This nephew didn't think it through. Since Uncle Qing wants to eat, why don't you send a cook to my house to learn how to make this dish? This way, Uncle Qing can eat as much as you want in the future." Qing Yaojin was moved, but he still pretended to be reserved. "How can this be? This method of eating chicken is your family's drunken immortal restaurant's business secret. How can it be spread? Old Qing will not do such an unkind thing." Finished speaking, he looked at Li Zixuan. His eyes were clearly saying, "Come and refute me, come and convince me." Sure enough, Li Zishuan was very cooperative. Uncle Cheng, what are you saying? This little bit of food can at most be exchanged for some stinky things. Since Uncle Cheng likes to eat it, there's no harm in teaching it to the Cheng estate's kitchen maids. In addition, this nephew believes that the Cheng family's servants will not spread the method of eating chicken. Moreover, there was one point that Li Zishuan did not mention. Although the method of eating chicken was novel, in less than a month, there would be other restaurants that could imitate it. Cheng Yaojin was a little surprised. Merchants valued profits. Previously, he had looked down on Li Zishuan because of his family's business. He did not expect that this child would value profits more than righteousness. What he said before was also a test for Li Zishuan. Good, you are an interesting child. You are not like other merchants who stink of money. Come and eat. The two of you are not allowed to fight with me for the chicken for lunch. You must have eaten enough before, Cheng Yaojin saw the servant girl bring in the dishes. He happily patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and invited him to the table to eat together. Li Zishuan only felt a huge force on his shoulder. If it wasn't for his good martial arts, with Li Zishuan's physique in modern society, Cheng Yaojin's slap would definitely have slapped him to the floor. As for Cheng Yaojin's shameless words, he didn't care at all. He was indeed a little tired of eating chicken. However, Cheng Chumo was not tired of eating it. On the way back, he was carrying a big box of food. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was still secretly happy. He thought that his father would not be able to finish all the chicken and that he would be able to get a share. He did not expect that before the chicken was even served, his father would mercilessly extinguish his hopes. He did not dare to argue with his father. Old Cheng would not reason with him and would only talk with his fists. Cheng Chumo sat next to Li Zishuan and ate the rest of the dishes fiercely while looking at his father eating. Delicious. Little Xian, you don't have to be polite. Other than this, you can eat whatever you want. Cheng Yaojin stuffed a mouthful of chicken meat into his mouth and chewed as he called out to Li Zishuan. Then he felt that his mouth was a little dry, so he poured himself a bowl of wine and ate the chicken meat while drinking by himself. He even forgot to call out to Li Zishuan to drink. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. However, he was happy that Cheng Yaojin did not persuade him to drink. Otherwise, if Cheng Yaojin insisted that he drink, he really could not think of an excuse to refuse. He definitely could not use the excuse he used to fool Cheng Chumo. If he dared to say that to old Cheng, Li Zishuan believed that Cheng Yaojin would definitely beat him to death. After the meal, everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. Of course, Cheng Chumo was an exception. This fellow did not have a good meal. After the servant girls removed the banquet, Cheng Yaojin rubbed his swollen belly and let out a comfortable groan. He picked his teeth and said to Li Zishuan, "Little Xian, your chicken is so delicious. Little Xian, the chicken you gnawed on is really too delicious. I, old Cheng, have lived for more than half of my life and have never eaten anything so delicious. How did you think of this thing?" Li Zishuan looked at Cheng Yaojin, who did not care about his image, and said, "This was taught by my master. My master not only taught me martial arts, but also taught me some cooking, arithmetic, and the art of investigating things." That Daoist priest spirit void? Cheng Yaojin had heard Cheng Chumo talk about Li Zishuan's master before. Li Zishuan nodded. Cheng Yaojin said curiously, "I only heard that Daoist priest spirit void has great achievements, but I have never heard that he also knows how to cook." Was his lie about to be exposed? Li Zishuan was a little flustered, but he still forced himself to be calm and asked, "Uncle Cheng, you know my master?" Cheng Yaojin shook his head, a look of reminiscence on his face. "How could I know such an immortal? I only heard of your master when I was in Wagong more than 10 years ago. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. The Turks wanted to take advantage of the situation in the Central Plains. They burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of crimes. But at that time, the Central Plains was in chaos. There was no extra force to resist the harassment of the Turks. Once, a small group of over 200 Turkic wolf riders was raiding a village to the south of the Ain Mountains. An old man in a green Daoist robe came with a sword in his hand. He fought the 200 Turkic wolf riders alone and killed them one after another. Then he piled the heads of the Turks on the border between the grassland and the Ain Mountains. He set up a huge rock and wrote a cross on it. Those who offend the Central Plains will be killed. Spirit Void. When this news spread, the world was shocked. In those years, although a large number of powerful martial artists emerged from all over the world, no one dared to face a regular army of more than 50 people, not to mention more than 200 Turks with outstanding combat power. This kind of combat power was simply shocking. Daoist priest Spirit Void became famous because of this battle. After that battle, Daoist priest Spirit Void floated away and no trace of him could be seen. Later, although the Turks occasionally went south to take advantage of the situation, they did not dare to act like before. At best, they would massacre villages and cities. At most, they would rob the food of the people at the border. Brat, you're quite lucky to have such a godly figure as your master. Speaking of this, Cheng Yaojin's face was full of emotions. He touched the big beard on his chin and suddenly looked at Li Zishuan. He said with interest, "Since your master is Daoist priest Spirit Void, your martial arts must be quite good. Come and spar with me, old Cheng." After saying this, he began to rub his fists, eager to give it a try. Li Zishuan was listening to Cheng Yaojin talk about his master's bravery from the side. His master had never told him about these things before. Who knew that Cheng Yaojin would then propose to spar with him? Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. This Cheng Yaojin was like an elder, but with his rough temper he did not know how to control his strength. Li Zishuan was not willing to spar with him. Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and declined. "My martial arts are low. How could I dare to spar with Uncle Cheng?" Cheng Yaojin patted him on the shoulder and said carelessly, "You're so wishy-washy like a girl. What are you afraid of if your martial arts are not good? Just as well, old Cheng can give you some pointers. I'll teach you a few moves, ha." Then, without waiting for Li Zishuan's agreement, he pulled Li Zishuan to the practice field in the backyard. Cheng Chumo also followed quickly, worried. Chapter 35. Duke Lu's Mansion, Martial Arts Practice Field. Cheng Yaojin took a lance from the weapon rack and said to Li Zishuan, "The two axes from before were too heavy. I was afraid they would hurt you, so I will use this lance to spar with you." "Boy, what weapon are you going to use? Go and pick one." Li Zishuan did not bring his sword with him, but even if he did, he was too embarrassed to use it because it was too sharp. Since he could not refuse this duel, Li Zishuan had no choice but to pick a long sword. Isn't there a saying? Life is like that. Since you can't refuse it, then you should enjoy it. It just so happens that Li Zishuan needed some real combat experience to improve his martial arts. This sword was slightly light in his hand, not as heavy as his chasing wind sword, and not as sharp as his chasing wind sword. However, it was still a good sword. Li Zishuan casually swung the sword a few times to get used to the weight of the sword. Cheng Yaojin saw Li Zishuan's standard movements and his eyes lit up. He praised, "Hey boy, you are also a sword master." Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. He almost cursed out loud. In his heart, he cursed, "You are the one who is a sword master." When Li Zishuan saw Cheng Yaojin practicing in the martial arts practice field, he knew that Cheng Yaojin's skills were not below his. He did not waste any time and poured his internal energy into the long sword. He took the initiative to attack. The first style of Taishan 9 swords, Ride the Wind. Li Zishuan held his sword and rode the wind. Cheng Yaojin's pupils shrunk as he thought to himself, "What a fast sword." Indeed, a great teacher produces a great disciple. He put away his contempt and held his lance as he flew up to meet the enemy head-on. No matter how fast the sword was, he, Cheng Yaojin, would not retreat. The sword and lance collided in the air, producing a sonorous sound of metal. Then both of them were sent flying back. Cheng Yaojin was forced back 2 or 3 steps, while Li Zishuan was forced back 10 steps. It was clear that in the first round of confrontation, Li Zishuan was completely defeated in terms of strength. Li Zishuan was not discouraged. As soon as he landed and stabilized his body, the second style of Taishan 9 swords came right after. The sword in Li Zishuan's hand moved even faster, its trajectory like a flying dragon soaring in the sky. Carrying the remaining power of the first sword, riding the wind, its trajectory was like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, erratic. Cheng Yaojin was also unable to predict the trajectory of the sword. He could only wield the lance in his hand in a vigorous manner, not allowing even a drop of water to leak out. At this moment, Qing Yaojin suddenly felt a chill behind his back. He immediately knew that something was wrong, but it was too late to turn around. He could only rely on his many years of experience in life and death battles to thrust the lance in his hand behind him with all his strength. A loud and clear sword hum could be heard from behind him. Li Zishuan's sword had been blocked. Li Zishuan also knew that this was not enough to stop Qing Yaojin. He immediately changed his move. The third style of Taishin 9 swords, snow treading, left no trace. Li Zishuan's footsteps constantly changed. He waved his sword in all directions. For a moment, only the sound of sword and lance clashing could be heard. After more than 10 attacks, Li Zishuan changed his move again. He used the fourth style of Taishin 9 swords, Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker was furious. Li Zishuan's momentum changed. He stepped on the ground and his whole body soared into the air. He raised his long sword and bent his waist. His whole body bent into a circle. Then he and his sword were like a large wheel with sharp blades. He spun rapidly. It was as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. He flew towards Qing Yaojin. Facing this ferocious and bizarre sword, Qing Yaojin turned pale with fright. He no longer dared to hold back. Both of his feet fiercely stomped on the ground, causing the martial arts stage to rumble. Qing Yaojin also soared into the sky, using his horse lance as a battle axe. He used the flying axe to attack Li Zishuan. The two collided fiercely in the air. It was like a comet hitting the earth. The rumbling sound spread throughout the Qing mansion. The sword and lance separated upon contact. The two were once again sent flying. The difference was that this time, Qing Yaojin retreated 5 steps before stabilizing himself. Li Zishuan only retreated 8 steps before stabilizing himself. Li Zishuan used 4 swords in succession. The power stacked layer by layer. In terms of strength, the gap between him and Qing Yaojin became smaller and smaller. After stabilizing himself, Li Zishuan did not stop. Using the power of the first 4 swords, he continued to use the 5th sword of the 9 Taishin swords, Absolute Dust. After fighting for so long, he could see that Qing Yaojin was a master. Even if he was not in his prime, he could still block his sword. Therefore, he used the 5th sword with all his strength. The sword was bleak and cold. The cold light at the tip of the sword emitted a bright light. This sword, Absolute Dust, arrived in a flash. Qing Yaojin had fought for many years, but he had never seen such a fast sword. He roared. Relying on his many years of battle experience, he predicted the direction. Using all his strength, he fiercely smashed the lance in his hand towards the sword tip. Suddenly, the stage was filled with smoke and dust. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed. The two people in the stage were standing facing each other. However, the lance was broken and the sword tip was damaged. Both sides were injured. Cheng Chumo was below the stage. Since Li Zishuan used the first sword, his mouth had not closed. He had judged that Li Zishuan's martial arts were above his, but he did not expect that his martial arts would be so powerful. He could even fight his father to a standstill. His father was a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles on the battlefield. People called him the devil incarnate. What kind of monster was this brother of his? He was younger than him by 2 years, but his martial arts were comparable to his father's. Watching Li Zishuan's dazzling swordsmanship raining down like a torrential storm, his father was barely able to resist by relying solely on his advantage in strength and years of battle experience. No matter how stupid Cheng Chumo was, he knew that Li Zishuan's martial arts were not on the same level as his own. Li Zishuan had already begun to draw closer to the masters of the older generation. Comparisons were odious. Cheng Chumo's little heart had received tens of thousands of blows. Not bad, not bad. Little Xian, you've reached the peak of qi transformation at such a young age. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time, ha. Cheng Yaojin threw away the broken lance in his hand and laughed loudly. His laughter was so loud that it reached the clouds. He stepped forward and squeezed Li Zishuan's shoulder, sighing with emotion. In this battle, Li Zishuan had used his full strength for the first time. He had also fought to his heart's content. He threw the sword in his hand into the weapon rack and wiped the sweat off his face. He modestly said to Cheng Yaojin, "Uncle Cheng is too kind. Thank you for holding back. Otherwise, this nephew would not have been able to last until the end." He was right. If Cheng Yaojin had used his full strength from the beginning, he would not have had the chance to use these 5 swords. After all, there was an absolute gap in strength. In the end, he was able to tie with Cheng Yaojin. On one hand, Cheng Yaojin was old and definitely not as strong as he was in his prime. On the other hand, he relied entirely on the mysteries of the 9 Taishen swords. Every move was linked and the power was constantly superimposed. Cheng Yaojin laughed and waved his hand. "If I say you're strong, then you're strong. What's there to be modest about? You're too hypocritical. Young people should be arrogant. Don't be like those old scholars who are sour." What else could Li Zishuan say? These words could be said by Cheng Yaojin, but he could not say it himself. He was also very helpless. He could only bow and accept the advice. "Uncle Cheng is right." Cheng Yaojin sighed in admiration. "Your swordsmanship is exquisite. On the battlefield, I have always liked to use my strength to defeat 10 people. No matter who the opponent is, I'll smash them to death with an axe. I didn't expect that when you fully used this sword move, the power that erupted would not lose to mine. It's not easy for you to cultivate to the Qi transformation realm at such a young age. I never expected that you would be able to fight a great master with your Qi transformation realm cultivation. You really are worthy of being the disciple of an immortal. I, Cheng Yaojin, am completely convinced by priest spirit void." Li Zishuan bowed and cupped his fists. "Uncle Cheng is too serious. How can my insignificant martial arts compare to Uncle Cheng's? My master also praised Uncle Cheng's courage and loyalty when he was alive. He often mentioned you in front of this nephew." Cheng Yaojin's expression shook, and he asked urgently, "What? You're saying that priest spirit void has passed away?" He had heard from Cheng Chumo that Li Zishuan had taken spiritual master spirit void as his master when he was young, but he really did not know that he had passed away. Hearing this, he was extremely shocked. Li Zishuan's expression also darkened, and he replied, "My master passed away 3 months ago from Mount Longhu." Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's expression was complicated. He pinched his beard and sighed heavily. "I didn't expect that even an immortal like Priest Spirit Void would not be able to escape death. Alas!" Chapter 36. In the backyard of the Cheng mansion. Cheng Yaojin sighed with emotion. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Li Zishuan with a smile. "Boy, your kung fu is so good. Are you willing to go to the army to gain some military merits and be bestowed with a title?" Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in trouble. He quickly shook his head and said, "Uncle Cheng, I've been away from home for many years and have yet to fulfill my filial duties. I really don't want to be away from home." After a pause, he continued, "But if one day, the foreign tribes in the north dare to covet the national treasure of the Central Plains, I'm willing to go to war and be a small soldier in the border army. Just like my master, I'm willing to go to war and protect the country." The main reason was that Li Zishuan was lazy and didn't want to be restricted by the army. Thus, he declined Cheng Yaojin's offer on the grounds of filial piety. But the second half of his sentence was also sincere. If the Turks really attacked the Tang Empire, he would also go to war in armor. He couldn't disgrace the reputation of Priest Spirit Void. Besides, if the Central Plains were to fall into the hands of the foreign races, the tens of millions of Han would definitely be massacred. He had many loved ones in Great Tang, and if he wanted to live a peaceful life as a wealthy man, he needed a stable external environment. When Cheng Yaojin heard Li Zishuan mention filial piety, he frowned slightly but didn't insist. He knew the situation of Li Zishuan's family. He was the only child. Although he was good at kung fu, the battlefield was ever-changing. No one could guarantee his safety. If anything happened to him, Cheng Yaojin would be too ashamed to tell his parents. When he heard the second half of Li Zishuan's words, Cheng Yaojin's heart warmed. He secretly thought that this boy was a good seedling. After pondering for a while, he said to Li Zishuan, "Since it's like this, I, old Cheng, won't say anything more. If you change your mind one day, come and tell me." How can a dignified man stay at home and wait for death? My Tang Empire's men naturally have to earn military merits. Go back and think about it. After saying that, he patted Li Zishuan and left alone. At this time, only Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo were left in the backyard. Li Zishuan stood on the side and carefully considered Qing Yaojin's words. After a long while, he shook his head and said to himself, I'll just be a rich man. At present, the Great Tang is still filled with fierce generals and powerful soldiers. The borders are safe and secure. There's really no need for me. He knew that Qing Yaojin was saying these words to him because he cherished talent and wanted to guide the younger generation. He was very grateful to Qing Yaojin for thinking highly of him, but he had no plans to join the army at the moment. Having lost the familial love, friendship, and love of his previous life, Li Zishuan wanted to live well for himself in this life. Cheng Chumo walked over and touched Li Zishuan's shoulder. He looked at him with a strange expression and said, he looked at Qing Yaojin and said with a strange expression, Xiaoxian, you really hid it from me. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Chou Niu, I didn't hide it from you. You didn't ask me about my martial arts before, right? Cheng Chumo looked up and thought about it. It was true. He had only estimated Li Zishuan's martial arts based on his experience. He thought that even if Li Zishuan was better than him, the difference wouldn't be too big. Now it seemed that it was just his wishful thinking. Cheng Chumo patted Li Zishuan's shoulder dejectedly and said, Xiaoxian, your martial arts are really good. Other than Uncle Qin and Uncle Yuqi, I haven't seen anyone who can force my father into such a difficult situation. Moreover, you're younger than me by 2 years. Today, I've been dealt a blow by you. Li Zishuan saw that Cheng Chumo's mood seemed to be a little down. He patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother Chou Niu, what are you saying? You and I are brothers. If you need help, how can I not help? No matter how good my martial arts are, I wouldn't use it against my own brother, right? Cheng Chumo thought about it. That's right. If that's the case, won't I have such a great master to help me when I fight in the future? Thinking of this, Cheng Chumo chuckled and said, Xiaoxian, I like your words. You're indeed a good brother. If one day I get into a fight with someone, you have to remember to help me. Li Zishuan was speechless. This idiot, he really didn't know what to say to him. Cheng Chumo was happy for a while. He then touched Li Zishuan and asked, Xiaoxian, what my father said, are you really not going to reconsider it? My father wants to send me to the Northern Army next year to gain some military merits. Do you want to go with me? With our martial arts, we'll definitely be able to gallop on the battlefield and kill the Turks until they piss their pants. Li Zishuan shook his head expressionlessly and said, I don't want to join the army for the time being. I have to stay at home and fulfill my filial duties. When I change my mind, I'll come and talk to Uncle Cheng. Cheng Chumo chuckled and said, make it up, keep making it up. Do you think I don't know you? You're just lazy and don't want to go to the battlefield. That's why you're using this excuse to fool my father, right? If my father finds out, he'll beat you to death. After saying that, he looked at Li Zishuan with a gloating expression. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He didn't expect this idiot to see through him. He said unhappily, Oh, I just remembered that my cook went home to visit her parents. I'm afraid she won't be back for the next 2 months. The cook from the public house shouldn't come to my house for the time being, right? This idiot just called him brother, and now he wanted to betray him. Cheng Chumo immediately panicked and said shamelessly, Don't, I said the wrong thing. Xiaoxian, you're really a filial son. The heavens can be my witness. At this moment, Cheng Chumo really hated himself for speaking the truth. If because of this sentence, his family could only eat chicken 2 months later, even if he was not beaten to death by his own father, he would regret it to death. Looking at this scoundrel, Li Zishuan laughed and said, But why did I hear someone say that I'm lazy by nature and that I'm using filial piety as an excuse to avoid joining the army? Cheng Chumo stuttered for a while, then he stretched his neck exaggeratedly and looked around. He said, Who said that? Why didn't I hear it? Xiaoxian, you must have heard wrongly. Oh, there was a dog barking here just now. You must have heard wrongly. Li Zishuan looked around and asked curiously, Where's the dog here? Cheng Chumo stretched his neck and said, Why not? The right behind you. Li Zishuan had just turned around when Cheng Chumo immediately mimicked a dog and barked 3 times. Cheng Chumo shouted. The dog ran away. It barked just now. Did you hear it? Li Zishuan was speechless. This idiot was going all out in order to eat the chicken as soon as possible. He said helplessly, Okay, I just remembered. I seem to have remembered wrongly. It wasn't my cook. It was my mother's maid who wanted to go home to visit her parents. Cheng Chumo was furious. He didn't expect to be tricked by Li Zishuan. He pointed at him and shouted, Good boy, you dare to lie to me. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat him up. But he didn't think about it. With his martial arts, he didn't know who would be the one to beat who. In an instant, the backyard of the Cheng residence was filled with smoke and dust. Then came Cheng Chumo's wailing and howling. Oh, damn it. We agreed not to hit people in the face. You're really shameless. I'm going to cut ties with you. Oh. Chapter 37. The sun was setting. Li Zishuan was in a very good mood after beating up this idiot who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Under the strange gaze of the Cheng family's housekeeper, he left Cheng Chumo lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. How many people in Chang and city could beat up Lu Guogong's son without fear of retaliation? I'm just that awesome, humph. Li Zishuan was secretly pleased. The next day, Li Zishuan woke up early for the first time. He didn't know why he couldn't fall asleep. Maybe it was because he had been home for so many days and slept in every day. Plus, there wasn't much entertainment at night, so he went to bed early. After washing up, he went to the front hall. His parents and Lan were preparing to eat. Hey, let's eat together. Li Zishuan quickly went in and sat beside Lan. Oh my, did the sun rise from the west today? Our young master Li woke up so early? Father Li saw Li Zishuan coming over to eat breakfast with them and teased him as if he was an alien. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He didn't know what was wrong with his father. Last time he woke up late, he scolded him. This time he woke up early, he was still scolding him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that his mother couldn't sit still. How can you talk to Xian like that? Speaking so strangely early in the morning. You'll sleep in the study tonight, Mrs. Li said angrily as she pinched Father Li's waist. Father Li grimaced from the pinch. His face darkened when he heard his wife's last sentence. He secretly hated himself for having such a cheap mouth. He stopped talking and buried his head in the food. Li Zishuan was amused, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Lana didn't care so much. Seeing this scene, she was so happy that she couldn't stop giggling. Ah, that's great, that's great. Lana can finally sleep with Mom tonight. Father Li almost vomited blood when he heard this. He had doted on his daughter for nothing. Father, Mother, yesterday at the house of High Duke, Lu Guogong saw that I was good at martial arts, so he asked me if I wanted to join the army. He wants me to go to the army to gain experience. The family laughed and joked for a while before Li Zishuan began to talk about business. A trace of worry and anxiety flashed across Mrs. Li's face. Mr. Li was stunned for a moment. He pondered for a while and said slowly, Since Lu Guogong said so, it means that he thinks highly of you and wants to promote you. It's your fortune. As the saying goes, scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants. Although my Li family is rich, in the end, we are only merchants. My great Tang was founded on martial prowess. Duke of Lu, your actions are to pave the way for your future. I didn't think that Xian would have such an opportunity. Xian, did you agree with him? Sigh, listening to Dad's words, it further proves that the status of merchants is indeed low. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to make a contribution and become a marquis or a duke so that Dad and Mom can be happy. Does this guy think that marquis and dukes are cabbages? Interrupting his thoughts, Li Zishuan shook his head at Dad and said, I didn't agree. I've been away from home for 8 years and have just returned. I haven't fulfilled my filial duties in front of my parents, so how can I go to the battlefield? Mrs. Li heard and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was gratified and happy. Her son had been away from home for so many years and finally came back. She was really worried that her son would go to war. She didn't expect her son to be successful, just safe and sound. Mr. Li heard and sighed softly. He was a little disappointed but also relieved. He asked, "Then Lu Guogong didn't blame you, right?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Father, Lu Guogong is such a person. Why would he blame me for such a small matter? Besides, Cheng Chumo and I are good brothers. He treats me like a nephew." Mr. Li heard and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was also happy for his son's encounter. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then little Xian, you should interact more with the House of Duke in the future. Don't treat this friendship coldly." He was already old and didn't care about fame and fortune. However, he had to consider Li Zishuan's future. "Father, I'm not the kind of person who fawns over those in power." Li Zishuan turned his head and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He said proudly and playfully, "Little brat, I'm doing this for you. Who are you calling a fawning over those in power? I think you're itching for a beating again, aren't you?" Old man Li was furious. Hee. Lan giggled happily at the side. Mrs. Li looked at them and smiled. This is what a family should be like. It's good to have a family reunion. Brother, it's so boring. Why don't you tell Lan some more stories? Lan followed her brother to the west courtyard after breakfast. However, she didn't see anything interesting. She just wanted to listen to stories. This girl had been sticking to him all the time recently. Li Zishuan squatted down and casually plucked a weed in front of him. He twisted it a few times in his hand and said gloomily, "Didn't I already tell you, Journey to the West? What else is there to tell?" The Journey to the West, in his stomach, had already been tricked by Lan with all kinds of excuses. For example, one day Lan ran over to him with a frightened expression and yelled, Brother, Lan, I just saw such a big rat in the room." Lan was scared to death. "Brother, quickly tell Lan Journey to the West to calm her nerves." This girl's expression and actions were really on point. They were so vivid and lifelike. It would be a pity if she didn't become a child star in the modern era. Li Zishuan knew that the girl was lying. How could there be a rat in her room? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, he couldn't resist her coaxing and pestering. He could only obediently tell her the story. Another example was one day, Lan ran over while wiping her tears. She cried and said, "Brother, little Gray is dead. Boo-hoo is so sad." Lan wants to listen to brother's story. Boo-hoo, little Gray was a little gray dog that Lan had raised for more than 2 years. Li Zishuan saw Lan crying so sadly. His heart was broken. He didn't care if Lan was lying or not. He told her 2 chapters of Journey to the West without hesitation. Who knew that the next day, when Li Zishuan went to the backyard to look for Lan, he saw little Gray wagging its tail and intimately biting the hem of his clothes, trying to worm its way into being friends with him. Li Zishuan, who felt that his IQ had been crushed, flew into a rage and kicked little Gray away. Little Gray rolled on the ground and whined pitifully at him. Sigh, if this girl was in the modern era, she would definitely be a movie queen. Recalling what had happened in the past few days, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Lan came over with a smile. She shook Li Zishuan's arm intimately and said slyly, "Since Journey to the West is finished, brother can tell Lan something else. As long as you don't tell Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai from last time." Li Zishuan rubbed his head in distress. He still had many stories in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything suitable for children. Suddenly, he had an idea and said to Lan, "Let's not tell stories today. Brother will make you something fun, okay?" Lan's eyes lit up. She excitedly agreed in a crisp voice, Okay. What is brother going to make for Lan?" "You'll know in a while." Chapter 38. Li Zishuan ran to the kitchen and after searching for a long time, he finally found a very thick piece of wood. After examining it carefully, he realized that it was actually a yellow birch. He secretly praised his good luck. Yellow birch wood was fine and sturdy, easy to polish. It also had good grip strength and was not easily deformed. It was a good material for making skateboards. That's right, Li Zishuan wanted to make a skateboard for Lana. However, it was a skateboard with handles in front. This kind of skateboard had a higher safety factor. Li Zixuan carried the piece of wood with one hand and came to his small courtyard. Lana was still waiting for him here. Lana saw her brother carrying a large piece of wood over and ran forward to ask, "Brother, are you going to make a puppet for Lan? But what's so fun about puppets?" This little girl was still picky. Li Zixuan pinched Lan'er's porcelain doll-like face in amusement and said with a smile, "Of course it's not a puppet. What kind of skill does a puppet require?" Lana slapped her brother's hand away and wrinkled her little nose, saying unhappily, "Brother, your hands are so dirty." Li Zixuan took a look and realized that he had forgotten to wash his hands after picking the wood for a long time. Seeing Lan'er become a cute little cat, Li Zixuan laughed dryly. Afraid that his little sister would take revenge, he hurriedly went to the porch to make a skateboard. Li Zixuan first used the wind-chasing sword to cut a piece of wood that was about 40 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters thick. The wind-chasing sword could cut iron like mud and cut wood as easily as cutting tofu. Moreover, the wood that was cut out was as smooth as a mirror and did not require any additional polishing. Li Zixuan sighed inwardly. This wind-chasing sword was a divine tool for woodworking. If spiritual master Lingshu heard his current sigh, he wondered if he would climb out of his grave in anger and clean up the house. Li Zixuan cut the exterior of the skateboard, took out a ruler, measured the dimensions, and drew the central axis of the force acting on the skateboard as well as the connecting rod of the wheel. Then, he picked up the wind-chasing sword and aimed it at the connecting rod of the wheel. Circulating his true qi, the wind-chasing sword began to rapidly spin in Li Zixuan's hand. Not long after, 2 holes were drilled out from the side of the skateboard. The more Li Zixuan looked at wind-chasing sword, the more he liked it. It could be used as a saw, a chisel, and even an electric drill. It was truly a divine weapon. Lan'er, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi were dumbstruck by Li Zixuan's series of miraculous operations. It was not that they had never seen carpenters before, but who else in the Great Tang could be so amazing? Lan'er couldn't help but ask softly, "Brother, was your master also a carpenter in the past?" The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched when he heard this. He silently mourned for his master who was in the underworld. He was the #1 expert in the Jianghu, a martial arts grandmaster, and a godlike figure. Yet, Lan, this little girl, called him a carpenter. Li Zixuan said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Your brother taught himself carpentry. Don't simply talk about my master." Lan'er also realized that she had misspoken. She agreed and continued to watch her brother make toys for her at the side. Li Zixuan cut 2 short sticks that were slightly longer than the width of the skateboard. After polishing them until they were extremely smooth, he inserted them into the holes that he had just drilled and used them as the wheel axles. There were no ball bearings in this era, so he could only make do with them for now. Without rubber tires, Li Zixuan could only make 2 pairs of wooden wheels and nail them onto the wheel axles. He thought to himself that he would find a blacksmith to make a cast iron one in the future. Wooden wheels were not resistant to wear. In the end, he made a T-shaped wooden pole and fixed it in front of the skateboard as a handlebar. Just like that, the first super simplified version of the Tang Dynasty scooter was born. "Lana, come here. Put your hand on this, 1 foot on the skateboard and the other foot on the ground. Give it a try." After putting away the tools, Li Zixuan demonstrated the movement and encouraged Lan'er to come forward and try it. Lan'er was already eager to try, but she didn't know how to play with this thing. When she heard her brother's words, she immediately couldn't wait to snatch the scooter. Following her brother's instructions, she began to slowly slide forward. The wooden scooter was indeed much more rusty than the ones made with modern technology. Li Zixuan stood at the side and could hear the rusty friction sound when the scooter started moving. But fortunately his wheel holes and wheel axles were polished smooth. Lan'er used a little strength and the scooter began to slide. Lan'er just stepped on the ground and the scooter slid forward. She didn't control her center of gravity and her small body couldn't help but lean back. She couldn't help but cry out in shock. The 2 little maids were watching with their hearts in their throats. Li Zixuan wasn't worried. The scooter wasn't fast. Once Lan'er adjusted her center of gravity, she would be completely fine. Even if an accident happened, he was confident that he could save his little sister. Sure enough, at first, the little girl was very careful and didn't dare to step too fast. She was like a graceful lady, stepping there with small steps. After she got used to it, the little girl became bold and began to go crazy. "Oh, brother, look, Lan'er knows Qinggong. Come and catch up." Lan'er stepped lightly and saw the scenery around her rushing back. Feeling the speed of the wind, Lan'er was extremely happy and couldn't help but cheer. Sure enough, no matter what era it was, the scooter had a fatal attraction for children. Looking at his little sister who was cheering in front of him, Li Zishuan's thoughts flew back to his previous life. At that time, the streets were filled with naughty children who rode on scooters and raced with each other. They would play for a whole day and never get tired of it. Perhaps he could give this scooter to the children of Tang Dynasty more than 1,000 years in advance. As for whether the parents of the naughty children would have a headache or not, it was none of his business. By that time, Chang and city would be filled with naughty children riding on scooters. It was quite interesting when he thought about it. Lan'er played for a while and felt that her brother's west courtyard wasn't big enough. She stepped on the scooter and went to the front courtyard to play. Li Zishuan shook his head in amusement and followed her with Xiao He and Xiao Shi. Li Jingma went to the clothing store in the West City this morning. A few days ago, after the introduction of a few old business friends, he recruited a new shopkeeper for the clothing store. His name was Sun Huaiming, who was in his 30s. He was smart and capable, and he was also quite honest. Today, Li Jingma went to take a look at the business situation of the clothing store and found that Sun Huaiming was extremely smart. He had introduced many new ready-to-wear styles, which were very popular. In just a few days, the business situation of the clothing store was obviously much better than before. Li Jingma was in a very good mood after reading it. He gave Sun Huaiming some words of encouragement before returning. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his daughter stepping on a strange wooden board and rushing toward him. Lan'er saw her father at the door and was overjoyed. She wanted to show her father her new toy immediately, so she shouted happily, "Daddy, Daddy, look, Lan'er knows Qinggong." As she spoke, she stepped hard on the scooter and rushed toward Li Jingma. The speed of the scooter was getting faster and faster, and she was getting closer and closer to Li Jingma. "Ah!" After a while, Lan'er screamed. The little girl only cared about increasing her speed and was too fast. Now it was too late to slow down. She couldn't help but be frightened. Li Jingma also noticed the danger at this moment. He could avoid being hit, but behind him was the door of the residence. If Lan'er crashed into it, her head would be broken and she would bleed. He couldn't bear to see his beloved daughter get hurt. Li Jingma instantly made a decision. He stood in place and waited for his daughter to crash into him. However, with his old arms and legs, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 2 months after being hit. He just didn't know where Lan'er got this thing from. When he returned, he must punish the servants in the residence. How could they let Lan'er play with such a dangerous thing? Seeing that she was about to bump into her father, Lan'er's little face flushed red with anxiety. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She regretted her earlier arrogance. Her father was so good to her, she couldn't bear to see him get hurt. Seeing that she was about to touch her father, Lan'er suddenly felt her vision blur. Then she was carried up into the sky. She turned her head and saw that her brother had carried her and the scooter. The little girl understood that she was saved. Her father didn't have to get hurt because of her. She was very excited. She hugged her brother tightly and whispered, "Thank you, brother.